Hi there, this is David and welcome to my full review of One Piece Odyssey, released for the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, PC, and Xbox. Before we get started, I would like to thank Bandai Namco for an early access copy of the game in order to provide you this review. I went ahead and I got it for my PlayStation 5, so that is the footage that you do see here. While the year has just begun, this one was actually one of my most anticipated titles of this entire year, so I was stoked to play it, and I got right down into the nitty-gritty. And now, after playing it non-stop for days, I am here to tell you all about it. Full disclosure, I have never watched a single One Piece television show, nor have I read any of those comics. So for any of you out there new to the One Piece series like I am, rest assured that this is its own standalone adventure, and you can still enjoy it without really knowing who any of these characters are. You're thrown straight into the action right from the get-go, beginning with a cutscene where a water spout engulfs and destroys your ship, and you're left marooned on the mysterious island of Wafford. At the very beginning, your crew is separated as Brook, Zoro, and Nami are all missing, so your first goal is to go off and find them. Enter One Piece's rendition of King Kong, with Nami as the damsel in distress. So you rush off to save her, only to be upstaged by Zoro. But sadly, Brook is still missing. Apparently, his spirit separated from his body whenever it sunk to the bottom of the ocean, so unfortunately, he and Frank will not be traveling with you at the beginning, but you do get to have some fun controlling everybody else. After rescuing Nami, some thieving little bitch steals your straw hat, and then goes and steals all of your powers too. Strangely enough, your party is A-okay with this situation because, number one, she's a girl and this is an anime, and number two, her parrot died like 1,000,000 years ago. Give me a break. My eyes about rolled out of my head whenever I heard about her motivation. Luffy needs to use his Gum powers and strangle the life out of this little bitch for stealing your powers and bringing you back down to level 1, but whatever. Once she takes your powers, they materialize into cubes, which are then scattered throughout the island, and it's up to you to go and get those cubes back. And that there is really the main plot of the game. You're going to be exploring the island, defeating the elemental colossuses, and then once you do, you'll get some powers back. Then, you'll be going into Memoria and unlocking more powers from your fuzzy memories. Also, scattered all throughout the island are cube fragments, which you'll need in order to level up the skills that you learned from fighting the bosses. While you're traveling out and about searching for all those cubes, your characters are going to be talking amongst themselves in Japanese. You see, there is no English voice acting here, and honestly, because of this, I pretty much ended up ignoring everything that they said in dungeons, or during puzzles, or well, just out running around the field and the towns. I can't read and explore at the same time. I would have to stop and then read what they were saying. So it's really such a shame that there's no English voice acting here. Of the various cons of the game, not having English voice acting is easily the most egregious one. Otherwise, exploration is superb. You're given a mini-map! And there's also a larger map of the region for reference as well. So finding your destination is easy and simple. Then, scattered all over the place are little magnifying glasses that you can examine for bits of lore, fun dialogue, and world building. Also, you're going to be finding tons of sparklies all over the place for healing items, as well as the crafting that companies love to shove down our throats nowadays. There are treasures to be had as well, and most of the time, those hold your primary form of equipment, accessories. And after about 10 or so hours of play, you'll get access to fast travel, which greatly reduces all of your needs for backtracking too. The crux of the exploration comes from Luffy's Gum powers, where he's able to use his outstretched arms, similar to like a grappling hook, and fly on over to far-off areas, and here is really where you get to go off the beaten path and find those hidden treasures, and also fight those monsters that are worth bonus experience. Each character has their own skill that they can use outside of battle though, like Chopper who can crawl into tiny crevices, Zoro who can break down barriers, and Sanji who can find food. Encounters occur on screen, and you're able to sneak up on them in order to get a surprise attack. Each enemy occupies one of 4 zones. Each of your party members occupies a zone as well, though you can switch your characters around the battle screen at will. Only characters within an enemy zone can attack those enemies there, but there are some skills that will hit all enemies, and there's also long-range skills that can also attack enemies outside of your zone. Once the enemies in one character's zone are killed, they can then move to a different zone in order to help the other guys out. But that's not really the main thing about the battle system. The main thing, and really to me the kind of main downfall, is the weapon triangle system. Each character and enemy is assigned to one of 3 attributes: power, speed, or technique, and you need to attack your enemies with the appropriate character in order to deal the most damage. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, it's kind of like Fire Emblem. Only here, you're constantly going to be changing your characters in and out of battle to exploit the weaknesses, which does bring some problems of its own. Number 1. The actual weapon triangle thing doesn't stay on the screen at all times, it kind of comes and goes. Also, you can't see what type an enemy is unless you target them. And you know me, I have the memory of a fruit fly, so I wrote the weapon triangle thing down on a piece of paper and was referencing it constantly, like multiple times per fight, just to remember what type is strong against which type. Then, you're going to be targeting them to see what type they are, because that doesn't show on the screen all the time either. So you need to target, see what they are, then untarget, look at the piece of paper with the weapon triangle, then switch your party around to get the right type just to use a single attack. It is a bit much. But after a few hours, I did get used to it, and it did become second nature, but at the beginning, damn, it is annoying. Otherwise though, if you do get the hang of it, thanks to the fast forwarding features, battles really are lightning quick, and loading times on the PS5 are super fast as well. Do be warned though, there is no difficulty selector here. You're stuck on the 1, and I found it to be on the easier end of the spectrum, which is kind of a nice reprieve from all these Dark Souls clones plaguing us nowadays. Sometimes during battle, you'll be given special objectives to complete, and you'll also get bonus experience for completing them. Stack that on top of the 30% bonus experience that you get from throwing a party, and grinding really isn't a thing. I mean, there were times whenever I gained 2 levels in one battle. I was really kinda shocked. When you're in the memories, replaying the events from the show, the game does a really good job of introducing you to any new characters, because Lim will use a memory cube to give a quick 1 minute or so cutscene to get her and you back up to speed. Also, there are memory cubes which you can unlock to play short movies giving you much needed background information on the characters and locales, and these are optional for you. Side quests abound as well. Anyone with a blue indicator above their head has one, and you can track your progress through the use of objectives, as well as the bounty board, where you can track down and fight bandits for some extra money. Though, to be honest, I found money to be completely useless for the most part. It's not like you're actually going to be buying any weapons or armor, it's pretty much just items only. While earlier I did allude to the fact that it's a bit on the easier side, harder bosses will come into play as you get further along in the game, especially in Memoria, and then, even worse, when your party is separated in the Hysteria memory fragments. There, the difficulty really ramps up, so if you're looking for a challenge, you will find them there. However, the vast majority of the game still does veer to the easier side. Now though, let's talk about some negatives. For the first few hours, there were way too many cutscenes and not enough gameplay. I mean, there were many times when there was a cutscene, and then I walked literally 1 step, and then another cutscene started. That's ridiculous. Also, I feel like the running speed is far too slow, and really, they should have introduced the fast travel much sooner in the game, because the backtracking at the beginning can be a bit ridiculous. And finally, not to beat a dead horse, but if you're going to be releasing a game in the West, it needs to have English voice acting, full stop. Especially here. I mean, there are already English voice actors readily available for these characters on the TV show. All told though, I really did have nothing but fun with this game. This is a classic JRPG for fans of classic JRPGs. If you like the Dragon Quest series, One Piece, any kind of turn-based combat, or just a cute, fun exploration type game, then you're going to find a lot to love here. Well, that's it for my review of One Piece Odyssey. I do know that the demo's out now, so I want you to tell me what you thought of the game. Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and want to join the channel, please consider supporting me over on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my review of 8-Bit Adventures 2, to be released January 31st for the PS4, PS5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Before we begin, I would like to thank the developer for a free copy of this game for review. I've said it before, and I will say it again, because whenever it comes right down to it, I am still a retro gamer at heart. My very first console that I ever owned was the original Nintendo. I grew up with that bad boy, getting it back in 1985, and I am still known to play it even to this day. So it really is like a dream come true for me to get to play a game that takes all the charm of those original NES RPGs, but without the drudgery that normally comes along with it. Here, you're going to be finding all the quality of life improvements that you can expect in this day and age, but put into that big, gray Nintendo cartridge. As obviously this is the sequel to 8-Bit Adventures 1, my big question here was, do I need to have played the first game in order to understand the second game? And the answer to that is thankfully no. Now of course, there will be some Easter eggs and throwbacks, and the story might make a little bit more sense if you did play the first game, but it is entirely unnecessary to do so in order to enjoy this outing. The sequel takes place 2 years after the events of the first game, and as such, it still follows the exploits of the first game's 3 heroes, yet at the same time allows you to control a new hero all your own, as well as recruit all new party members to explore an entirely new world map. Do not think that this is just some sort of rehash, because it's not. It's really its own true game. At its core, this is a turn-based JRPG, with towns to explore, people to talk to, tons of equipment to buy, secret passages to find, dungeons to delve into, and a huge, fully fleshed out world map filled to the brim with different continents, cultures, and landmasses all strewn with treasure. And while this is called, again, 8-Bit Adventures, don't think that those 8-bit trappings are all there. Every single town looks different. Every single dungeon looks different. And many of those dungeons are actually puzzle-based, where you have to hit switches to raise water levels, or push barrels in order to create passages, or knock down statues to cross over some quicksand. This isn't just the same old. This is breathing new life into a retro experience. All the dungeons were such a thrill to explore, and those screen transitions brought me back to the original Final Fantasy I, and that music was definitely NES, with all of its bleeps and bloops. And the cutscenes, they were kind of done like a Ninja Gaiden style. It's super cute and a definite throwback for me. Encounters occur on screen, and it's really here that you find the most upgrades from the original NES era. There is a turn order gauge showing who goes next, and all the enemies have an HP indicator above them, helping you to plan out your attacks. Each of your characters are equipped with special skills and abilities, and there are descriptions for each one, so there is no guesswork to be had as far as what everything does. Your main hero's normal attack kind of takes a page out of Xenogears' books as well, with weak, normal, and strong attacks that will deal more damage in exchange for less accuracy. And there's also team attacks, where 2 of your characters will join up to deal extra damage, or do 2 things at once, like steal an attack or heal and buff. There's also a party overdrive system, which fills up as you're hit. Then, while you do fight in groups of 3, you can switch out your party members anytime that you would like during battle without wasting a turn, ensuring that you can use any kind of strategy that your heart desires. As you can see, this is no RPG straight out of the 80s. It just kind of looks that way, while having all the great upgrades that you come to expect, but just in a charming throwback package. And all told, I had absolutely no complaints with the quick, fast, fun, and strategic battle system. To further customize your characters, augments can be found all over the place later on, which you can use kind of similar to the way that they worked in the DS version of Final Fantasy IV. At first, each of our characters can only equip one augment, but more slots will open up as they gain more levels, and these imbue special effects such as extra HP, more defensive power, the ability to cover, counterattack, resist statuses, or raise up your attack. If there is one negative here that I do want to harp on, then it's this. Your characters just talk too much. Don't get me wrong, I am all for character development and world building, but not to the detriment of gameplay. Sometimes I just want to play the game. I don't want to sit there and listen to characters blab on and on and on for a year and a day, especially in a game that bills itself as retro. Because I remember the NES and the SNES days, and believe me, there wasn't much talking. And if characters did speak, it was for a purpose, and they got straight to the point. They didn't drone on forever like they do here. And while this does plague modern gaming, I was hoping to not find it here. Whenever I go into a dungeon, I want to fight some monsters, not wax poetic over lost family members and a tragedy. All that being said though, I can firmly say that there was a smile on my face the entire time that I was playing through this game. And I was brought back to the 3rd grade whenever I first played the original Final Fantasy back on the NES. And just as I was hooked onto that, I was hooked here. And I'm sure that you will be too whenever it releases at the end of the month. I do wish the development team well, and I do hope for their success, because this is a total gem that you need to keep your eyes on. So that's it for my overview of 8-Bit Adventures 2. The demo is available to play right now, and the game will be released on the 31st of January. So what do you think of it? Let me know in the comments, and if you like this video and want to cheer on the channel, please follow me on Twitter. Consider supporting me over on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, or head on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or come on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. Lots of stuff going on. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to today's video, brought to you by Idea Factory, highlighting Neptunia Sisters vs. Sisters, to be released for the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and PC on January 24th. Before we begin, I would like to thank Idea Factory for a free copy of the game for review. And if you want to support the channel as well as purchase the game, there is a link that you can click in the comments to buy it for yourself. As a connoisseur of JRPGs myself, I of course have been aware of this series for quite a long time. It has been around since the PS3 era after all. And my only real experience and exposure was Hyperdimension Neptunia MK2 years ago. However, I have been known to give series second chances. After all, I did pick up Atelier last year and I really enjoyed it. So maybe Neptunia's gotten better over the years too. Let's find out. The game opens with an epic battle between the goddesses, over on the faraway PC continent. And while they're away, Nepgear and the other candidates were sent to investigate an abandoned laboratory. Only there they found the Ashen Goddess, who trapped them into a deep 2-year slumber. And by the time that they awoke, the relevance of consoles had passed, and the R-phone dominated the market. With Neptune missing and the PC continent vanished, Planet Poon is now ravaged by monsters called the Trendy Outbreaks, sent by none other than the Trendsetters. As you can see, this is a not-so-thinly veiled allegory on the current state of gaming, with each of the goddess candidates representing their respective consoles and the R-phone obviously being the iPhone. So it is your job to put down the threat from those trend influencers and the plague of mobile gaming. How apropos. The game is essentially divided up into 3 distinct modes: talking amongst your party members, exploring dungeons, and then battling. And while this has been billed as a great introduction to the Neptunia series, I will say that I was a little bit confused for the first few minutes because it did throw a bunch of characters into my face that I didn't know. But immediately following like the first 5 minutes, the game did a great job of setting the groundwork for all of your main characters. They talk amongst themselves though, incessantly. Sometimes I feel like talking is the scourge of modern gaming, and worse yet, they talk in a visual novel style. And more often than not, it's about things that don't really matter, such as what flavor pudding they're going to have for dessert tonight. I don't care about your pudding. And because of conversations like this, I found myself skipping quite a bit of the cutscenes. Though, to Idea Factory's credit, there is an option of English or Japanese voice acting here. It's amazing that this game can have English voice acting, while some other big-budget games can't. After the obligatory visual novel scenes, you're sent out to the world map where you can choose your next destination. Mandatory areas are highlighted in red, optional in blue. You're also given the percentage of each dungeon that you've explored, as well as how many treasures that you've collected there. You can then also fast travel to any save points that you visited straight from the world map. And it's also here that you can see the goddess indicator, which shows how much of the populace still follows the console goddesses and how many follow the R phone. Dungeon exploration is nothing too special. You're given a pretty linear path to explore with a few branching paths and treasures here and there. There is a mini-map as well as a larger map, so it's really easy to find your way around. However, once you've done one dungeon, you've done them all. They all pretty much progress the exact same way. You go as far as you can till you see a door. Then you go off the beaten path to hit the switch, which opens the door. Then you step on the warp point to warp back to the door, and you move on. Every once in a while though, veering here or there, you will climb a ladder, jump up a hill, cross a bridge, or grab a chest. That's about it. And while I would like to say that the dungeons were graphically impressive, they weren't. They look like something straight out of the PS3. And just for reference, this was recording on my PS5. Of the dungeons though, I do think that the most egregious offense was that many of them felt copy and pasted. Not only are you doing the same thing over and over again, hitting up switches to open up doors, but I cannot tell you how many times I would go through an area and I would think to myself, haven't I been here already? And then I'd check my map, only to realize, no, this is a brand new hallway, only it looks exactly like the previous hallway that I just went through, down to the exact same enemy and treasure placements. While you're all frolicking through these dungeons, you're going to encounter all sorts of enemies, so of course, you gotta smack them into submission. Encounters occur on screen and take place on the field, and this is what really sets the game apart from all the others in the franchise, because it's actually an action RPG now. You fight in groups of 3 using the square button to initiate 4-hit combos, with each hit taking up a portion of your AP, and once your AP is depleted, you're going to want to switch to one of your other party members and then attack with them. Over time, your energy gauge will also fill, which will then unleash your super move with the triangle button, dealing a whole lot more damage. In order to really be successful here though, you're going to have to learn to swap your characters around constantly, especially whenever a chain indicator comes on the screen. To do so, simply use the shoulder buttons to switch between the girls, and then try to keep the combos running. If you do it successfully, you'll be able to deal a ton of additional damage and then pull off longer chains. All told, I felt that the combat system was actually really kind of fun. It was definitely the highlight of the game, but at the same time, it still needed some polish. It was clunky, to say the least. Every time an enemy died, the screen paused, and every time you swapped your characters, the screen paused. There also seemed to be a delay between entering attacks and then having them actually register. It seems like a good idea on paper. I mean, you can move around and you can dodge attacks, but there's no button to guard, or roll, or any kind of real evasion. It's just so basic, I was kind of shocked that there wasn't more to it. The battle system just could have used a little bit more time in the oven to really stew and become something special, because there is a glimmer of greatness there, but it's just not realizing its full potential. After a couple of hours, you're going to get access to a bunch of side quests through the use of Chirper, or Twitter, where you can take on bounties to defeat specific enemies, collect items, or search for lost people. You can also use it to just kind of see what everybody's up to. By completing the quests, people might actually join your research team to help develop discs, which you can then use to further power up and customize your girls. Not to mention all the accessories that you can put on them to change up their looks. No one here is safe from the parodies, even me. Apparently in this world, people on YouTube are called VTubers, and the main one here featured is called I Need a Job. I know. It kinda reminds me of Bart Simpson prank calling Moe's Tavern, but whatever. Never mind the fact that I'm a full-time teacher and I pretty much produce content online full-time as well, but sure, I need a job. Thanks, that's lovely. Overall, I did actually have fun with my time here, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't my thing. However, I did gain a deeper understanding as to why some people might enjoy this type of game, and that is my job here, to bring games to light to a bigger audience that you might not have heard before. And if you like what you see here, be sure to click on the affiliate link down below to purchase the game and support the channel at the same time. So, I do hope that you enjoyed my spotlight of Neptunia Sisters vs. Sisters brought to you by Idea Factory, and you also may consider picking this up for tomorrow, January the 24th. If you like this video and want to hear on the channel, please consider following me on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my honest, full review and final say on Forspoken. And before I would begin, I would like to thank Square Enix for a free copy of the game for review. About a month ago or so, I got my hands on the demo, where I pretty much said, yeah, it's a fun game, but there were just some strange quirks dragging it down. Thankfully though, Square Enix did take fan feedback into account to change the game for the better. But is it enough to elevate the experience to something special? Something memorable? A classic that we'll look back on in 10 years with a smile? Or is this just going to be like another flash in the pan, play it for a few days and then forget about it type of game? Well, come with me as I let you know my full, unfiltered, honest thoughts on this newest open world offering from Square. Similar to the demo, there are a ton of settings that you can fiddle around with here, customizing the experience to exactly how you like it. You don't just pick easy, medium, or hard, you really get on down to the nitty-gritty, and you can change the minutia, really ensuring that the game plays exactly how you would like it to. I personally was really happy to see an increased font size, as well as a text background to help it pop out more. This was a godsend for my old eyes, as well as the ability to change the controls around, which definitely helps with some of the arthritis in my hands. The game opens as our heroine Frey is put on trial for attempted grand larceny. She pleads not guilty, even though she is guilty, but the judge has mercy on her and decides not to enforce the three strikes law, and instead sentences her to community service. This seems to be a wake-up call for our troubled hero as she decides to use her ill-gotten gains to escape town and begin a new life, clean and unencumbered by the record that haunts her. Unfortunately though, her best laid plans are for naught, as she quickly runs into the gang that was tormenting her. They beat her up, but she narrowly escapes, only for them to hunt her down like a dog and burn her apartment, as well as her stash of cash, to the ground. Merry Christmas and happy birthday to poor Frey. In a heartbreaking moment, she surrenders her cat to the only person who showed her kindness in her life, the judge. She then ascends to the top of the Holland Tunnel, where she was abandoned as a baby, to contemplate suicide. It's in this moment that her life changes, as she spies a magical cuff and follows it, which definitely changes her life. This is a lot, and all of this happens within the first half an hour, and really, it's probably at this point where the game should open up and allow you to go your own way and explore. But unfortunately, the slow progression and drip feed of story continues for the better part of the next 2 hours, as you face off against a dragon, are dropped into the last bastion of humanity where you're immediately thrown into jail, only to then be tasked with finding your way back home. After the 2 hours are up, it's only then that you're really able to spread your wings and fly through the gorgeous open-ended and vibrant landscapes of Forspoken. I will say this though, if you can get through those first 2 hours, I do think that you're going to actually have a really good time with this game. There is a reason why the demo didn't start at the beginning, and it instead just puts you into the world. And if you are basing your current opinions on this game just on what you played in the demo, don't. Because while the demo was the final product, well, still having its fair share of quirks and downsides, is at the end of the day, quite good. You all know me. I'm not really one to get out of my comfort zone. I play my turn-based, strategy, and action RPGs, and that's really about it. I barely get into any Western RPGs. Even Mario and Zelda is something of a divergence, and I never played any other AAA games. I didn't play Uncharted, or Elden Ring, or The Last of Us, or Assassin's Creed, none of that. So Forspoken might very well be my first experience with a AAA game. And maybe that's swaying my opinion, but here it is. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with this. A lot of ink has been spilled on the cringy dialogue, but I actually found it to be a little bit realistic and fitting, given the circumstances. And the banter between Frey and the Cuff genuinely did make me laugh out loud. I actually enjoyed it whenever I'd be running around and they would just be talking to each other. All that being said though, I do think that the cursing is just a bit much. It's like every other word is an F-bomb. We get it, you're edgy and you're pissed, but you can stop now. So, after leaving New York, Frey winds up in Athia, a land ruled over by the Tantus, 4 powerful sorceresses ruling the land. While previously benevolent, they are now most definitely malevolent. And, to make matters worse, the break has corrupted the land and it destroys everything that it touches. So of course, it falls to Frey to put the Tantus in their place, find the cause of the break, restore Athia to its former glory, and then find her way back home to New York. You do all this in a series of chapters, some longer than others, but each lasting roughly 1 hour, give or take a couple of minutes here and there depending on how many side quests and optional dungeons you delve into. There are only 12 chapters, so you can do the math insofar as how long the experience will last. The city of Sepal acts as your home base, where you can talk to townsfolk, take on side quests, dive deep into the lore of the world, or just kind of piddle around at your leisure. As you go out into the world to explore, you'll find tons of collectibles which you automatically gather without having to stop. Founts of Blessing to learn magic, monuments which grant you stat gains, locked labyrinths to find powerful equipment, abandoned towns which hold necklaces, cloaks, or nail polish, and many other things. There's mana wells that you can gather so you can learn new spells. There's really just a ton of things to see and do. This is not some empty open world. As the world can be expansive and quite overwhelming, the map is there to guide you to the main points of interest. And when you enter an area, it will tell you what type of treasure awaits you. Pilgrims' rests are scattered about the map, which act as fast travel points, rest stops, and crafting areas. You can also set waypoints and utilize the cuff compass to indicate where all the nearby enemies and treasure chests are, as well as give you a line that you can follow to get to your next location, similar to Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Combat is fast-paced, and it has been revamped and retooled to be a lot more fun than it was in the demo. You quickly switch between support and attack magic to pulverize your enemies, and no longer do you have to press that R2 button to attack. You're able to customize your inputs any which way that you like. Personally, I made the attack button the X button. It just works better for me. You're also ranked on how well you do in the battles. Whether you get first strikes or hit weaknesses or use support magic, you will all be graded on that. The higher your grade, the better your drops and your experience will be. Not only that, but your spells will upgrade depending on how well you do in combat through the use of the spellcraft challenges. The more challenges that you complete, the more powerful your spells will become. Besides the slow start and the cursing, the main drawback of the game is probably just insofar as how fast you move. You know those Sonic the Hedgehog games where he zips around the screen and he goes so fast that it's hard to control him or stop him? Well, the same thing happens here with Frey. Sometimes you just want to go into the doorway, but she's too busy hop, skipping, jumping, and planking all over the walls, rather than just, stopping and sitting still and walking into the frickin' doorway. Or many times you're going to be zooming around the map and you'll see mana wells or something that you want to collect. And you really kind of have to be right on top of them to gather them. But she's just soaring through at the speed of light, so you have to stop. And you have to be really particular with your movements in order to get everything. I guess I just kind of wish that rather than slowing her down, that the radius for collection of these items was just a tad bit larger. I've got to say, I really thought that I would come out of this game absolutely hating it. and I am aware that there is a massive hate train out there for it, but I kinda think it's unwarranted, and do not count me among those haters. I have never been one to follow the crowd. I've always been one to formulate my own opinions and stick by them. And while I might hate on some games, like Chrono Cross and Live Alive, because, let's face it, they deserve the hate, Forspoken does not deserve the hate. This is a fantastic outing for Luminous Productions, and I personally applaud them. Well, that's it for my honest review of Forspoken. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to this special spotlight video brought to you by Spiral Up Games, showcasing Affogato, to be released for the PC in 2023. This is part of the Steam Next Fest February 2023, and there is a demo now available that you can play. You can follow all the links down below in order to download it and try it out yourself. Doing so will give you access to demo-exclusive interior decor and help out the channel. Also, be sure to add it to your wish list so you can grab it when the full game is released. This is a very different type of game than what I would normally play, but I made it through the demo, and I am here to present it to you all. But before we start up, think to yourself, are you a fan of Persona? Visual novels? What about board games? If you answered yes to any of those questions, this game might very well be the game for you. At its core, Affogato is a visual novel with added Persona-like aspects, where you can roam about town, hang out at stores to improve your stats, talk to your friends to open up side quests, hone your barista skills, and, the highlight for me, play a really fun board game. You play as Affogato, the titular title character who is a good-natured, magenta-haired witch. But, rather than using her powers for evil, she decides to be somewhat of a goody-two-shoes, and she uses her magical abilities to help out humanity and seal demons away. Her dream, though, is to be the owner of a coffee shop, which puts her into quite a bit of debt. And your quest is to pay off that debt, keep the shop afloat, as well as help out the various residents of town. All of this does move the story along in a day-by-day nature, similar to that aforementioned Persona. At your side is your trusty demonic familiar, Mephisto, an archdemon, whose fiendish nature plays well against Affogato's good-hearted nature. Their relationship really reminded me quite a bit of another funny little game, Okage Shadow King back on the PS2, where Stan and Ari would constantly play off one another. During the day, you run your shop, and you talk to the various customers that come inside. Then, inevitably, of course, they're going to order a cup of coffee. And thus begins the coffee minigame, where you have to brew that coffee straight from scratch. I guess your Starbucks dreams can come true here, as you really do have to do it step by step and just make that perfect cup. You've got to take the coffee beans out of the sack, put them into the grinder, turn on that grinder, take out those beans, put them into the coffee machine, add the water, then take the cup, put it under the coffee machine, hit the power button, brew the coffee. Then you have to add any other added accoutrement to said cup of coffee to make the desired type, like whipped cream, ice, chili oil, chocolate, cinnamon, or whatever it is the customer's heart desires. As the old adage goes, the customer is always right. So if you don't brew that coffee to their exacting specifications, you're going to have to start over. Each time it's a different cup, and you're going to learn different styles of coffee too, from Frappuccino to Americana to a latte, or even some magical brews that only a witch herself could come up with. Each cup is more complex than the last, and the seemingly simplistic game does get more complex as the demo goes on. Once the coffee shop closes down for the day, you are free to explore the town at night. And here is where all of those Persona aspects come into play. You can spend your time hanging out with the regulars, getting to know them, and opening up side quests. Or you can go into various other small businesses strewn about town, which will increase your stats, as well as getting to know all of your fellow entrepreneurs. The townsfolk range from reporters trying to get the latest scoop, high schoolers who just kind of want to giggle and gossip around, a shy girl who wants to work on her social skills by getting a part-time job, evil rival witches who want to put you through the ringer, and then the seriously hot Dr. Daddy David, who doubles as your landlord. Each day someone new will stop by so it doesn't get too old, and it is nice to get to know everyone in town, as well as learn about their little quirks and eccentricities. I actually found myself smiling and laughing over some of the more ridiculous dialogue, because this is definitely one of those relaxing games that really does not take itself too seriously. I could totally see myself pouring myself a cup of coffee, lighting a fire, and just chilling while I play this game. Every few days, you're going to encounter a person under demonic possession, and as a good witch, it is Affogato's job to help them out. You do so by going into their mind labyrinth, where you can fight off demons and save their soul. And here is where the main gameplay element of the game comes in. You begin by using your limited penta, essentially your MP, to summon witch cards, which move around independently, kind of like pieces on a board. At first, you can only summon one witch card, but as you go around the board, you're going to gain more penta, and you'll be able to summon more. Some cards just attack, others work as defenders, some are healers. So you really need to examine the board and figure out which cards that you need to summon first in order to make it through unscathed. The challenge, though, lies in the hands-off nature, because you do not control the witch cards. They move on their own, and they attack on their own. Your job, instead, is to tell them where to go. You pretty much control the board, so you do this by activating arrows on the board to tell them where to move to. You're going to want to try to get behind enemies to hit them by surprise, or go down secret paths to unlock memories and find treasures. There are challenge objectives that you can complete for extra bonuses as well, and as you defeat the enemies, you'll collect soul shards, which you can use to upgrade your witch cards and make them even more powerful. You can play through on easy, medium, or hard, and you can retry the stages at will, so don't be too afraid about messing up. Besides just hitting the arrow keys and deciding which cards to summon, the only other interactions that you'll have during the board game is 1. The ability to move the camera around, 2. Pausing it in order to collect your thoughts and think, or 3. Speeding it up to move things along. Even though this board game was very hands-off and you don't control much, I really thoroughly enjoyed it. It was definitely the highlight of the game for me. But it only occurs every few days, and the main focus of the game is instead the relationship between Affogato and Mephisto, as well as all the character development of the townsfolk and the coffee shop regulars. Unfortunately, there is no controller support implemented as of yet. However, considering the nature of this game and the early build of the demo, it really isn't that big of a deal to me. This is a relaxing, slice-of-life look into the life of a good witch, a coffee shop owner who just wants to do the right thing. And if you enjoy anime-inspired visual novel storytelling, money management mechanics, or the fun strategic thinking that comes along with that board game, this could be the game for you. So, that's it for my spotlight of Affogato. And I would like to once again thank Spiral Up Games for bringing this video to you all, and please do remember to click on the link below to download the demo of Affogato yourself and to also add it to your wishlist. Doing so will give you access to an exclusive coffee shop decor and help out the channel as well. Once you've played through it, please let me know what you think about it in the comments. And if you like this video and want to cheer on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to this special Spotlight video brought to you by Spiral Up Games, reviewing Wandering Sword, to be released for the PC in 2023. As part of the Steam Next Fest February 2023, there is a demo available that you can play, and you can follow the links below in order to download it in the video description and try it out for yourself. Doing so will help out the channel as well. Now, while I normally do focus on Japanese RPGs here, Japan's neighbor on down to the south, Singapore, created this one, inspired by the lore and culture of a fascinating period in ancient China's history. Wandering Sword originally caught my eye quite some time ago, and I was immediately floored by the absolutely breathtaking screenshots, featuring that HD 2D graphical style that I love, as well as the beautiful sprite work. It also promised a whimsical storyline, steeped in Chinese history, along with great characters and a turn-based battle system. Everything that I saw was really speaking my language, and I could not wait to play. And now that I've gotten my hands on it, I am here to tell you that this is really something pretty special. Taking place during the fall of the Zhou dynasty, known as the Warring States period, where centralized power has weakened and factions are at war with one another, the Chinese Empire is in chaos. You play as Yuan, a lowly fighter tasked with escorting important officials throughout the land, only for him and his caravan to end up being besieged by bandits. All of his friends are murdered, and he himself is tragically poisoned and left for dead. Though, you're not. You survive, because you were rescued and nursed back to health in a small mountain village by a kind man and his sweet, beautiful daughter. After the opening sequences, you are set loose to explore the village at your leisure, and please do keep in mind that this is an early demo and there is no controller support, and you all know how I am with games that don't have controller support, and also the text is also on the smaller side and it was difficult for me to read, so I do hope that they can patch in controller support and increase the font size as well. And after receiving feedback, it does seem like a quick, easy, doable fix that would just provide heaps of accessibility. Your time in the village passes quite slowly as you're sent on a series of fetch quests, which double as tutorials, teaching you the basics of combat, party recruitment, status advancement, and the affinity system. It definitely does have a slow start, but it is also nice to explore the small mountain town and listen to the atmospheric music and soak up all that gorgeous pixel art and that HD 2D design. Though, once you are through with those first couple of quests, it really does pick up the pace, allowing you to access a dark cave, a glorious world map filled with towns, other dungeons, forests, and even NPCs wandering about the fields. It just feels so alive. While you're out exploring the town, you're undoubtedly going to see little glowing sparkles that you can collect. These sparkles truly do come in handy. You can use them as selling fodder to get more money, you can craft with them over at the blacksmith, increasing your weapon's power, or you can even give them as gifts to various characters to raise your affinity with them. Each time that you gather, your gathering experience will raise, but your stamina will conversely reduce. And when you have no stamina, you can't gather anymore. Similar to a Western RPG, it seems that each of your skills has their own experience indicator. Like whenever you fish, you're going to gain fishing experience. So, this really does have a very deep, involved, complex leveling system. Not only for your characters and their weapon skills, but also for all these crafting skills, and I can really see people losing themselves in this game. NPCs around town are mostly there for advice, but many of them will give you quests as well, and the game does a really good job of keeping track of those quests for you over in the menu, as well as on the screen. You can go shopping, or even spy on them to see what items those characters have, and if they have something that you want, you can ask to fight them, and if you win, you might get that item. In order to fight and spar with them though, you're going to have at least a level 20 affinity with them, and that affinity again is raised by making correct dialogue choices as well as giving correct gifts. And if you get their affinity up to 60, they'll even join your party. This really does seem like an East meets West, where this is a truly open-ended game where anybody and everybody can join up with you. Encounters take place on screen, and you do fight in grid-based battles, very similar to Lunar, or that recently released Live Alive Remastered. I really wasn't expecting the strategy element in the game, but I am happy that it is here. You and your allies have an action gauge, and once it fills up, your turn begins. Here you can utilize basic attacks, initiate defensive positions, or use more powerful attacks that hit a larger range, but also cost MP. However, if you just like to pass your turn, you can gather up your chi to restore your HP and MP as well. There are 5 different weapons that you can specialize in, each with their own requisite skill trees. However, you can only use the weapon skills that you actually have equipped. All told, I loved the battle system, and I did feel like the difficulty over in the cave was just right. If you would like to be a little bit harder though, you can always play on active time mode rather than the wait mode. As you're going to fight, you'll gain martial points which you can use to upgrade your weapon skills, and then level ups come from meridian points, which you can use to upgrade your body, increasing your actual stats. After the events in the town, you're going to be sent off into a cave, which acts as a tutorial stage. You're going to be facing off against snakes, navigating the dark passages, gathering treasures, as well as facing your first boss. And after the events there, you are finally cured of your poisoning. But all those warring factions have caught up with you, as well as the man who nursed you back to health. And far be it from me to spoil anything here, but let's just say that tragedy definitely strikes, and you are sent off on your own to make a name for yourself and rescue everyone closest to you, as well as seek out your glorious revenge against them all. It is now that the game really steps it up a notch, and it takes those training wheels off. Many modern games will hold your hand for the first 10 or so hours, slowly drip feeding and tutorializing you. But not this one. Get ready for that difficulty to jump. You are going to need to utilize all of the strategies that you've learned in order to proceed. Go over to that blacksmith, craft and forge those weapons, find those characters that you can recruit, and give them gifts until you get 60 affinity and they join up with you. Go out into that world and explore every nook and cranny. I love the retro throwback and the lack of the handholding. It brings me back to games of my youth, and all told, I had a fantastic time with this game. And I would say that if they just clean up that controller support and they fix the font and just make it a little bit bigger, it is on track to be one of the sleeper hits of the year. Be sure to go on down and download the demo for yourself and add it to your wish list too, so that you can check it out and talk about it here in the comments. I want to know what you think about this game. And if you like this video and want to do around the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to our review of the demo of beloved Rapture, to be released on Steam this summer. It's actually kind of an odd story about how I even came across this game in the first place, because as I've said it before, most indies really have to go out of their way to catch my eye. But I was scouring all the upcoming releases on Steam to prepare for those monthly video releases that I've been doing. And in doing so, this one definitely did catch my eye. This is an SNES-inspired JRPG built back in RPG Maker 2003. And even though the demo only lasted roughly 1 hour, it was definitely an action-packed adventure, reminiscent of those SNES greats like Lufia 2 and Chrono Trigger. But in the same breath that I do say that, I am also going to warn you, it is a bit rough around the edges. But hopefully with this review and this feedback, as well as plenty of time to work on the game before the summer release, they can give this the polish that it so rightfully deserves. Right from the get-go, you can choose between classic or story difficulty modes, as well as active or wait modes. There's also an included prologue that you are able to skip if you do so desire, but I wouldn't. It's not very long, and it does give you a glimpse of the battle system, as well as doing a great job of drawing you into the story, which is actually quite good. You play as Johann, a boy on the cusp of his 18th birthday, who's set to leave his small mountain village to go on to the big kingdom and become a squire and maybe even start a family. Only, his best friend Zack really doesn't want him to go. He would much rather buck tradition and leave town with him together, so that they can go off on their own adventures. But on Johann's 18th birthday, the shit kinda hits the fan, as Zack gives him a magical sword and then takes him into a mysterious cave full of dragons and sapphire trees. All of this opens up Johann's eyes to the world at large, and he does decide to leave town along with Zack after all. But only things don't really go according to plan whenever Johann's crazy estranged father comes back into town, ransacks the village, and leaves Zack missing. The demo told quite the tale in the hour that it took me, and it really did leave me wanting a whole lot more. The dungeons are beautiful, done in that glorious 16-bit style that I just adore. They're also full of puzzles, from disappearing bridges to switches that you step upon, cliffs to jump off of, and boulders to push. They were all pretty simplistic, but I could see them getting a lot more complicated as the game did progress. There's money strewn about on the ground, mushrooms that you can pick, and tons of treasures to be had as well. Encounters occur on screen, and the battle system is simplistic while still kind of being its own thing. It is really nice to not have to reinvent the wheel every single time that you start up a new game. You have your basic attack, defend, magic, or item commands, and each time that you do attack, you build up your Relica gauge. Attack 3 times, and you can use your super powerful Relica skill. Defending not only reduces damage, but it also restores HP, kind of like in Legend of Dragoon. And magic does exactly what you think that it does, except it's not really all that useful here. Let me explain why. At the end of the day, your most powerful skill is your Relica ability, but the only way to use that power is through your regular physical attacks. Magic not only doesn't contribute to the Relica gauge, but it also costs MP. And, as the final nail in the coffin, magic can even miss. Then, to make matters even worse, your Relica attacks cost MP, so you really don't want to be wasting it on your basic magical spells. All that being said though, you do recover 10% of your MP every single turn, so it isn't the biggest deal ever. But I just kind of thought that it was very strange to see how useful attacking was, while conversely how useless magic was. There's also these goddess statues everywhere, which just kind of feel out of place to be honest. They felt more like save points, but you can save anywhere, and they did all restore all of your HP and MP, but it just didn't really seem necessary with the combat system. I mean, you regain MP every single round, and you can defend to restore HP, so why are these here? And then, whenever you examine them, you get a goddess tier, which is like a free mega elixir, which also sells for 1,000 gold. So, all told, this makes healing, bosses, and money kind of a non-issue all in one fell swoop. I really wouldn't be surprised if these goddess statues all just kind of vanished by the time that the game went live. They're just kind of extraneous, and they really do seem to break the game's balance. At the beginning of the review, I did say that it was a bit rough around the edges, so let's talk about that now. One thing that I feel plagues these RPG Maker games is all the junk everywhere. Sometimes you just kind of want to go from point A to point B, and you don't need your path there to be so windy because of all the rocks, grass, barrels, and other crap that's blocking your way. I do understand them having to make their environment feel lifelike, but it shouldn't get in the way of the gameplay. Also, there were some little glitches that I found, like being able to walk on water, and probably the most annoying thing was the little slight pause that kept occurring whenever you got an item out of a chest, or whenever you were entering or exiting a screen. It just seems a little bit on the slow side, so hopefully that can be optimized to be sped up. And then those townsfolk. Whenever you talk to them, the dialogue doesn't just immediately occur. You're kind of waiting for them to talk, even though there's no voice acting. So instant dialogue would be great. They do have such beautiful items in the menu screen, but you hardly see them. One thing that I'd love to see implemented would be for Johann to hold up each item whenever he gets them, kind of like in Zelda or even Lufia 2. It'd be such a great throwback. And finally, there is no controller support for the demo either. That is a huge minus for me, but I do have faith in the team that they will be able to rectify that for the final release this summer, because overall, this is a great game. All of the bones are there. The story is fantastic. The combat system is a lot of fun, and the world is gorgeous. So, that's it for my review of the demo of Beloved Rapture. What did you think about it? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and want to cheer on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my impressions and review of Redemption Reapers, released for the Nintendo Switch, PS4, and PC. Before we begin, I would like to thank Binary Haze Interactive for a free copy for review. Strategy RPGs really do seem to be in vogue these days. Everyone and their mother is coming out with them now. And while this game did seem to kind of come out of nowhere, it also did have a lot of pedigree behind it. Most notably from the director of Fire Emblem himself, he is leading the charge. So I really had some high hopes for it. I mean, I even said that it might possibly be a hidden gem back in my February RPG Buyer's Guide video. But, unfortunately, after getting my hands on it, I just think that it needs to stay hidden. At its core, Redemption Reapers answers the question of what happens whenever you have an extremely old-school Fire Emblem meet something like The Walking Dead. That's probably the best way that I can explain the story. The world is in shambles. There are refugees everywhere as the Mort, essentially ogres, orcs, and trolls, roam, pillage, and plunder the lands. So you play as Sarah, the leader of the Ashen Hawk Brigade, whose job it is to slaughter as many Mort as humanly possible. However, upon the opening of the game, she's been separated from her troops, and the first couple of chapters are just kind of gathering them up, while at the same time fighting off all of the Mort. The whole of the brigade consists of 5 members. That's it. Sarah, the dagger-wielding evasion-type fighter, Glenn, your sword-wielder, Louv, your spear fighter, Urs, your axe-wielder, and Karen, the obligatory female archer. Battles take place in a Fire Emblem-type format, and you also gain Fire Emblem-type stats. And what I mean by that is, they're minuscule. If you ever see yourself getting even like 20 HP, then you know you're really high leveled. Every single battle involves you fighting against the Mort, which can get quite monotonous pretty quickly. And the key to victory is by moving all of your characters together and ganging up on each Mort to slaughter them, because that's really the only strategy that you're ever going to find here in the entire game. Gathering up and surrounding your enemies just works, and it's the only thing that works, because then your party members will be able to do follow-up attacks dealing more damage. So do not spread anybody out, keep everybody clumped up together, because if you send somebody out on like a little mission, that's a death sentence. He's dead, girl. The one nice feature here is that your characters can move, then kind of stop to pick up a relic or open up a treasure chest, then attack a monster, and then finish up their movement. But you'd better enjoy that one little gift from the developers, because everything else is 100% stacked up against you. There is no difficulty selector. You can't grind. Your weapons break constantly. You have access to very limited healing capabilities. Money is extraordinarily hard to come by. Everything from the shop is damned expensive. And while there's like 5 of you, there could be up to like 30 different morphs that you need to deal with each battle. And if you make one wrong move, you're completely screwed. It's time to start the entire battle over with. There's no rewind or takesies backsies here. Make a single mistake in an hour-long battle? Oh well, screw you. Better start over and redo that entire hour. Hope you have a lifetime of that on your hands. I think that the most egregious oversight is that there is no magic user among your ragtag group of mercenaries. There's no one there to blast from afar or to support you from the rear. These are your 5 guys, and they're locked into your 5 job classes, and you just have to deal with it. Remember those old school Fire Emblem games? No, I'm not talking about the Game Boy Advance ones. You gotta look back. I'm an old bitch, and I'm talking about the ones on the NES and the SNES. Think about those for a minute, and then you might know how this game really plays. Remember always having your back up against the wall and just being scared shitless of dying? And worse yet, there not really being anything that you could do about it? Well, that's the entire game. Every single battle is a fight to the death, and you always feel at such a complete disadvantage, and there's nothing that you can do about it at all. You can't grind, you can't buy new and expensive equipment because you barely have any money at all, and what little pittance of money that you do have needs to be spent on repairing the weapons that you have because they're constantly breaking. Maybe another apt comparison would be that fight at Georgia Trade City over in Final Fantasy Tactics. Imagine that you had to go through that fight and that horrible battle without being able to buy a single new piece of equipment, without being able to grind at all, and without being able to change any of your job classes, only being stuck with squires and chemists. That's how I felt here in every single battle. I felt so neutered, so powerless, so defeated. It just isn't fun. Each time that you gain a level, you are able to upgrade your skills, but it's always just by like the tiniest amount. I was more frustrated by the skill tree than by anything else. To its credit, there is no permadeath, but if a unit dies, then they're not getting any experience, and if a unit doesn't attack enough, they're also not getting experience. And, you might as well just kiss them goodbye forever if they miss out on a significant portion of a battle, because they're just going to get one shot the next battle, then one shot the next. They're going to be permanently behind the rest of your team, and they're just going to be screwed. Yes, there is party experience that you can use to help bridge that gap, but it's really such a paltry amount, and it won't do much to help bring them back up to par because of the way that that party experience is calculated. If somebody dies, you're going to get less, and if you take too long in the battle, you're going to get less. So the weaker that you are, the more the game punishes you by keeping you down and not giving out that party experience. So instead of it being as a way to kind of lift you up out of being beaten down, instead the game decides to keep on kicking you when you're down, and there's just no way to catch up once you're behind. There are quite a few battles where you're told to ignore the monsters and just go after the leader. But I caution you, do not do this. Because if you do, then you're going to miss out on treasure, and more importantly, that ever-important combat experience. And if you're even slightly underleveled, then the next battle is just going to be completely 100% impossible. And again, there's nothing that you can do about it. It's like fighting against a brick wall. With such limited healing, how the game expects you to fight off 30 plus enemies and then a super boss at the end without anybody dying is really beyond me. The entire game was just such an exercise in frustration, as this is a strategy RPG where you really can't utilize any sort of strategy. There's no magic, there's no controlling the field, there's no true healing, there's nothing like that. So the only strategy that you're ever really going to be doing is again, just grouping up all of your characters together, then having them smash your opponents one by one, rinse and repeat. The storyline isn't all that thrilling either, because you never really get to learn about your characters. They just join up with Sarah and then they'll shuffle to the background before you're sent off on yet another mission to destroy the Morts. No one gets any kind of character development, and instead the story's just, go here, fight this den of monsters. Okay, you're done. Go here, fight this next den of monsters. Keep doing this for about 20 hours, then you're done. There's really no redemption for how terrible this hotly anticipated game turned out to be. So, that's it for my review of Redemption Reapers. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and let me tell you, you've never played a game quite like this. Here, we're going to be looking at Void Terrarium 2, which was released for the Switch and PS4 on February the 28th in the US, as well as March the 3rd over in Europe and Australia. At its core, this is a roguelike, with a couple of twists and turns that make it uniquely its own experience. While the roguelike genre admittedly is really not made for me, I have dipped my foot into their pond in the past. Most notably with Lufia the Legend Returns, Azure Dreams, that ancient cave over in Lufia 2, Tornico the Last Hope, and the Guided Fate Paradox. So with those titles, you can really see that it's been a minute since I have played a roguelike. However, this was like going back and meeting an old friend. I was able to catch right back up where I left off, and I was having tons of fun right off the bat. Here you control Robbie the robot, who delves into various wastelands in order to build a sturdy and beautiful terrarium to protect the last human alive, Chirico. She's in poor health and pretty much has to be that girl in the bubble if she actually wants to live, as she's in far too gentle for this hostile world around her. With the atmosphere in shambles, the world that Robbie inhabits is one where pretty much only artificial intelligence can survive. As such, his only friend is a sassy little television set, but kind of like in the brave little toaster, the various appliances get their heads together in order to save Chirico and make her as comfortable as humanly possible. As you dive deep into the wastelands, you'll be fighting monsters in a roguelike manner. What this means for anybody who hasn't played a roguelike before is that the dungeons are all randomly generated, and each time you take a step, the monsters on that level also take a step. And each time that you attack, the monsters also attack. So it's kind of like a turn-based dungeon crawler. Also, every few steps you'll regenerate 1 HP, while at the same time losing a bit of energy. If you lose all of your HP or all of your energy, you're sent back to your boob tube buddy to try again, with really no other penalty. As you fight in battle, you'll gain levels giving you a slight boost in your attack and defense, as well as a couple of HP. But more importantly, it also gives you a choice of a passive skill, such as more inventory slots, extra attack or defense, item power-ups, back attacks, or just any number of things. So each dive into the wasteland is a wholly unique, fresh, and new experience. Exploring them is actually quite fun, as it's mapped out for you, complete with markers indicating what you'll find in each room, with red showcasing an enemy, blue an item, purple a trap, and yellow being the teleporter onto the next floor. Most importantly though, as you go through the rooms, you'll collect a limited amount of resources, and these can be anything from HP restoration items, to batteries to restore your energy, to weapons and armor that increase your stats, potions to give you buffs, or attacking items. There's all sorts of stuff to pick up and use, but keep in mind that you also have a very limited inventory space, so you really do need to be cognizant and prudent about what you use and also what you decide to keep and not use. Because each time that you leave the wastelands, whether it's by completing that level or dying, those items are then converted into elements and resources. And it's only through the use of resources that you can actually move the story along by building up that terrarium, or get more permanently powerful through crafting, granting you those permanent bonuses, because remember, this is a roguelike, and each time that you re-enter that wasteland, you are reset back to level 1. Making her comfortable is more than just, survival. Sometimes it's new clothes, hairstyles, and accessories you can actually make her over in any way that you desire. In the same vein, you gotta take care of that terrarium. You need to maintain the humidity and the temperature and get it just right. And you do this by planting seeds and nurturing them while they grow, then you can harvest those plants to really decorate it to your heart's desire. All throughout the wasteland, you'll find and gather blueprints. Then, when you're back home, your Telebuddy will help you craft them into those permanent power-ups, as well as decor, which are unaffected by your level. So eventually, you will get stronger and stronger and stronger. And this is really important, because there is no difficulty selector here. You're stuck with the default, which, to be honest, like any good roguelike, is pretty damn hard. Dying is the name of the game here. It's par the course, and you'd better get used to it. Thankfully, there really is no true downside to dying, except, having to start the level over again. It's not like you lose your gold or your progress or your resources or anything, because you do get to keep all of your elements and all of your resources for the crafting, so it really is very painless, which is so nice. You're going to want to go in, try your best, fight your mobs, gather your items, get as far as you can, try to complete it, or die. Then go back, see what you can craft at the base, get a little bit more powerful, and try again. All told, I actually did have quite a bit of fun with this game, although it can be a bit gory and a bit gruesome at times, so please do be aware of that if you are a bit squeamish. I was also really intrigued by the storyline. What happened to humanity? Why is there this distortion in the world? And why are there various SNES sprites popping up intermittently? If you're looking for a fun, intriguing, very unique roguelike game that you can lose yourself in, look no further than Voidtranium 2. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and wanted to hear on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some gaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi everybody, this is David, and today I want to give you my first thoughts, my first impressions on Octopath Traveler 2. I've been playing this all weekend long. I'm roughly about 15 or so hours into this. I have just been playing this non-stop. I got a copy for my Switch in order to bring over the demo progress, and then I also ordered the collector's edition here for the PS5. So I have that. I still need to open up that box. I cannot wait to see what's inside of it. It is huge, it is glorious, it is beautiful, and yeah, can't wait to get cracking that thing open. But let's go ahead and start talking about this game and just why I love it so much. It's just so good. Lately, I've actually been a bit sick. I've had some health issues as usual. I've always been kind of a sickly kid, and now I'm a sickly middle-aged man, but hey, whatever. But I remember whenever I was a kid, and I broke my arm. I was in 4th grade. And my mother wheeled the Nintendo into my bedroom, and she also bought me Dragon Warrior 3. And I spent all week long home from school playing Dragon Warrior 3. I loved it. Another game that I remember playing whenever I was sick was Popolo Croix. It was right after I first moved to Las Vegas. I was between teaching jobs at the time, and I got really ill, and I was really depressed about my whole situation and everything, kind of missing home, missing Georgia. And I pulled out Popolo Croix, and I played that for the PSP. And this is another game that I've just been deep diving into whenever I'm sick. And there's something to be said about that. Like, I have fond memories of these games that I played during, like, trying times in my lives. And this is one of them. The exploration is just fantastic. There are so many zones to go into, so many things to look around, to find, guilds to find, extra skills to find, tons of treasure, tons of secrets, figuring out all the side quests. There are a ton of side quests, and they're not exactly the straightforward side quests that you've seen either. Sometimes you gotta, like, knock a bitch out, or you gotta steal from somebody, or you gotta put somebody to sleep. You never really know what you gotta do next with these side quests, but figuring them out is a whole lot of fun. It's never really just going from point A to point B. Sometimes you have to, like, guide people around. You gotta have them join your party. There's just so many different ways of solving these side quests. I thoroughly enjoy it. That being said, there's always just something to do as well. I'm never bored. As I'm going around and I'm exploring, I'm constantly switching my characters around. I'm like, okay, well, these guys, they're leveled up. They're about level 20. My B team is maybe level 15, so I'm going to switch over to the B team. I'm going to explore with them. I'm going to look around. So it makes level grinding kind of fun, since you kind of have to, you know, grind the teams anyway, so you might as well explore while you're off doing that. And then as you're exploring and as you're getting your teams up, then you look at the map and you say, okay, I can warp over here because I haven't explored this one area on the map over at this point. Oh, but look at this town. There's a quest that I can do at this town that's maybe level 12, and I'm level 15, so I can totally go in and curb stomp that quest. There's always something to do, whether it's a commerce quest, whether it's another chapter that you have to do, whether it's a duel chapter thing that you can do now. Now, two characters can kind of join together, and their quests kind of intermingle and intertwine. and you can kind of take both of those characters in together and solve a quest together, which is really neat. There's also party chat that you can partake in. It's kind of like bare bonesy. I've got to say, it has nothing on the Trails series or the Tales series. It's not like a skit or anything, but it's there. So that's kind of nice too. This has me feeling like a kid again. It is hard for a game to bring back that magic that I had as a child. The magic that I first had whenever I was first playing Final Fantasy IV or Final Fantasy VI, and going on through and having a notebook by my side and writing down lists and trying to think of, who did I see at this town? That sort of thing. I'm doing this constantly in this game. It is bringing back the magic of exploration. Sometimes whenever I go in to play a game and write a review, I get a couple of hours in and I think to myself, how much longer is this game? Like, am I done? Can I write the review? And I have never had that feeling yet with Octopath Traveler 2. I do not want this game to end. Like, and it's good. It's been going on for hours now, and I feel like I've barely scratched the surface. I finished all the Chapter 1 quests and maybe half of the Chapter 2 quests, and like I said, I'm 15 hours into the game. So if anything, I feel like I'm actually going a little bit quickly than normal. So this game is shaping up to be a good 40 to 60 hours. Easily, if you do everybody's quest and all that kind of stuff. This is just recapturing the magic of my childhood. Going in, making lists, making notes, saying, okay, there was a side quest of a guy over here in this town, and then I found his son over in this town. Maybe I need to guide them together. What do I do? How do I solve this quest? Where do I go? Maybe you find a danger zone and you think, okay, well, that danger zone is 30, but I'm level 20. I need to make a note of that. I need to go there later. That might be a good level grinding spot. I've been trying to find some great grinding spots, finding some great treasures. This is just the game of the year for me. I know that the year has barely begun, and maybe I'm a little quick to the jump here, but as far as I'm concerned, this is the game of the year for me. I know that there's still Trinity Trigger out there. I know that there's Trails to Reverie out there. Hell, I know that there's Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Part 2 coming out, but I don't know if those games can topple this game for me. I've said it before, I'm a retro gamer at heart. This is what I love. This is what I enjoy. The graphical style, the turn-based battles, just the fun of the exploration, the enjoyment of it. That is what I love best. So I don't know if those more modern games can topple this throwback. This is what I love, and I am just having a blast with it. And I implore all of you, if you're kind of on the fence with this one, but you like retro games too, this is the game for you. Be sure to grab it. I am having such a blast, and I can't wait to come to y'all with my final thoughts. Hopefully within a week or two or so. I'm putting hours and hours into this game every single day. Hope you guys enjoy this, and as always, have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my impressions of the demo of GrimGrimoire, once more to be released on April 4th for the PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. For those unaware, this is a remaster of the original Vanillaware classic, GrimGrimoire, first released back on the PS2 in 2007. At its core, this is a real-time strategy, tower defense sort of game that reminds me a lot of older PC games that I used to play back in high school, games like Warcraft and even Lemmings. Only, this is pretty involved, and absolutely gorgeous to boot. So, let's go ahead and dive right on in and talk all about it. You take on the role of Lilith Blonde as she goes off to a magical tower in order to learn the art of sorcery. Only, all is not as it seems. The school is inhabited by a wacky cast of characters, each with their own hidden motives and agendas, along with ghosts, ghouls, devils, demons, and plenty of backstabbing. While she says that she stays there for only 5 days, that's not really what truly occurs, because there's a bad case of Groundhog Day going on here. Lilith actually pretty much gets stuck in a 5-day loop until she figures out how to break the curse of the tower and save all of its inhabitants. The first 5 days start off almost unbearably slow though, because it's 5 tutorials back to back to back, as you slowly learn how to place runes, gather mana, spend your mana to summon your fighters, and just learn all the intricacies of targeting, unit placement, and how to defend your territory from the encroaching attackers while simultaneously slaughtering your enemies. But once you get through the tutorial phase, you're let loose on your own, and the real fun then begins. All the stages take place in the tower, and you're given crystals and particular runes based upon the stage. Each one will have different runes, and you can use them to summon all of your little helpers. The Fairy Ring allows you to summon elves who collect mana, as well as fairies who fly about the field, defeating foes with their arrows. The Hellgate allows you to summon imps to collect mana, as well as demons who are incredibly powerful fighters, but unlike the fairies who fly, they have to crawl about on the floors and use the stairs to move around, so they are much slower. Then there's the Hades Gate, which uses ghosts to collect mana, but the ghosts can fly, which makes mana collection a breeze. However, the Phantom Warriors who you summon can't fly, but they are impervious to physical damage. All this is just a taste of what the full game has to offer, so even in the small amount of time that you get with the demo, you can see that there is a great deal of strategy going on here, as far as deciding which runes to use to summon which creatures based upon the layout of the stage, and how to best fight off the hordes of the enemy monsters. Between each stage, story will be revealed in a visual novel type format, and you can choose between English or Japanese voice acting here, and for those wondering, fast forwarding is available during the battles, which is especially useful for stages where you just need to survive for a particular amount of time. And while the PS2 version had sweet, easy, and normal modes, there's now an added hard mode here for those looking for a challenge. Between each stage, you're also given a beautiful illustration, which is really nice, considering that Vanillaware is known for their gorgeous 2D artwork. There's also side stages that you can partake in, though not here in the demo, and those side stages will give you more coins, which you can then use to upgrade skill trees in order to make your summoned creatures much more powerful. Unfortunately, you really do never get to fool around with all the advanced features here, as the demo ends shortly after the tutorial's over. So while it introduces side stages and skill trees, there's really nothing to become of it, as it just kind of abruptly ends only 2 stages following the tutorial. All that being said though, this really did leave me wanting more. I wanted to be able to fool around with a new and improved combat system, and I wanted to use all that I learned to destroy my enemies. I was also intrigued by the story, and I really wanted to learn more about the mysterious tower, all the teachers and students, and why Lilith was trapped in a time loop in the first place. But I guess I'll have to wait for the full game release on April 4th to have all of my questions answered. So, that's it for my first impressions of GrimGrimoire once more. What do you think about the game and the demo? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and wanted to hear on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and happy St. Patrick's Day! Welcome to my first impressions of the demo of Bayonetta Origins, Cereza, and the Lost Demon to be released today for the Nintendo Switch. Full disclosure, I've actually never played a Bayonetta game in my life, but I've heard nothing but good things about the series, so when I first saw this one on the Nintendo Direct, it looked pretty good, and it kind of reminded me of Okami, and it also seemed to be kind of a watered-down action RPG, which is right up my alley, so I figured, what the hey, I'll give it a shot and try it out. I've gotta say, I love living in this day and age of demos being offered for games, because it really lets you know what you're getting yourself into. It used to be that you had to rely on magazines, word of mouth, or what scant videos the companies might release for you to really see if a game was for you. But boy, is it nice to be able to just take the controller in your hands, sit down, and fool around with the game to really see what it's all about. And while this was billed as an action RPG, I am here to tell you that it's anything but. In fact, it reminds me more of that SNES game, The Lost Vikings, or even Cat Trap for the Game Boy, which I'm sure no one under 35 has ever heard of, but whatever, I age myself all the time. This is actually a puzzle game masquerading as an action game. But let's start at the beginning. The story unfolds in a cozy storybook fashion, very similar to how the story was told in The Cruel King and the Great Hero. And as it so happens, there are two magical clans, the Lumen, Sages of Light, and the Umbra, Witches of Dark. And while those two clans did get along, there were rules in place to keep them explicitly apart. However, rules are meant to be broken, and there's a Romeo and Juliet love story of two youths coming together, falling in love, and having a child, Cereza. Unfortunately for little Cereza, her father was banished to a far-off land, and her mother imprisoned as punishment. And Cereza herself became an outcast among the village, and she was sent to be raised on the outskirts of town by a powerful witch, Morgana. Each night, though, Cereza visited her mother in prison, but upon her 10th birthday, she was sent deeper inside, so Cereza vowed to gain enough power to rescue her mother, and hopefully along the way, find her father. That's pretty much the backstory in a nutshell, and it covers the first 30 minutes or so of the hour-long demo. You're going to be sitting there, flipping through the pages while doing a couple fetch quests here and there, so it really isn't until the good 35 or so minutes in that you get your 25 minutes of true gameplay. During the storytelling sequence, Cereza has a recurring nightmare where she hears a voice that tells her to go inside of Avalon Forest and find the White Wolf in order to gain the power that she needs to rescue her parents. So, away from the prying eye of her teacher, she spirits herself away into the forest with only her doll, the Cheshire Cat, to comfort her. But then, when she's encroached upon by the evil fairies, she forces herself to summon a demon which possesses her stuffed cat, and while the demon kills off the fairies, he doesn't really share Cereza's mission. He wants to go back to the inferno that he was summoned from. And it's here, about halfway through, where the true gameplay begins. You control Cereza with the left analog stick, and the demon with the right, so you're really controlling both of them at the same time. In the same way that you use the left shoulder button to check and interact with Cereza, as well as the LZ button to cast magical spells with her, which just essentially immobilize enemies. Then you use the right shoulder buttons to allow you to attack with Cheshire. It's intuitive, but it also takes a bit of hand-eye coordination to pull off. Soon enough, you can return Cheshire back to his doll form and carry him around, and this does help, but most of the time they're going to be separated, since you'll need both of them to solve all the puzzles. There's thorny briars that Cheshire has to bust through, and he's also the only one who can attack enemies. Cereza, though, is the only one who can pass through Rosemary, and also the only one who can paralyze monsters. Then, over in doll form, you're able to reach out and grab flowers, leaping to further destinations. So controlling both of them at the same time is paramount to getting through each room. Speaking of the magic, though, it's kind of weird. You create a magical circle to enchant, and then you're supposed to dance around to activate the enchantment. But the game didn't really say what to do, so I sat there, just kind of moving my control stick around for a year and a day, until the game had mercy on me, and was like, hey, man, you really suck at this. Do you want us to do this automatically for you? And I was like, damn straight I do. Thank God for that too, because later on you have to dance around for what seems like forever to activate the paralysis magic too. And all this, I think, is where my disconnect ultimately lied. While the voice acting is well done, and I do like the storybook progression, and the graphics are really gorgeous, all that doesn't make a good game to me, because I was under the impression that this was an action game. I mean, that's what it said in the trailer after all. But it's not. It's a bait and switch. It's really a puzzle game meets a visual novel. And while it wasn't frustrating in the demo, I can totally see how this could ramp up in the difficulty in the full game. Also, just something to keep in mind, I don't know how long the full game is, but the demo took me an hour to get through, and I was at a 10% completion rate at the last save point. So, extrapolating that out, I would say that the entire game would probably take about 10 hours, so do with that information what you will. My final thoughts really are this. I am glad that there's a demo, because I thought that this was going to be an action game, but it's not. It's a puzzle game. And I'm not really in the mood for a slow burn puzzle meets visual novel, especially whenever I was expecting something more along the lines of Secret of Mana. but that's just me. I'm not saying that it's a bad game or anything. All I'm saying is that it's just really not my jam, so I'll be passing on the full game. So, that's it for my first thoughts and impressions of Bayonetta Origins, Ryza, and the Lost Demon. What do you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my review of Atelier Ryza 3, Alchemist of the End, and the Secret Key. I have a long and storied history with the Atelier series, going back roughly like 15 years ago to whenever Atelier Iris was released over on the PS2, and I loved these games. But then, whenever the mainline series came out for the PS3, I kind of fell out of love with them. I couldn't get past those time limits and all the emphasis on crafting. But about a year ago or so, I was told that Atelier Ryza changed all that. So I thought, I will be the judge of that. I picked up the games, and I was ready to review them, ready to eviscerate them. But instead, I actually found that they had changed for the better, and I did like them. So I went on and played the second, and now I am thrilled to announce that I got an early review copy of the third and final game in the series, so I am here to give the lowdown about what it is all about. First things first, let me just make this very clear. You do not need to have played Atelier Ryza 1 or 2 in order to understand the story. Not only is this its own standalone adventure, but there is an included movie giving you the backstory on what happened in the prior two games. And, let's be honest, the story isn't all that complicated anyway. However, it would definitely be beneficial if you did play those games, because similar to the Trails series, each game builds off the next. But again, this is a totally separate adventure taking place 1 year after the event of Atelier Ryza 2. And while the story reminded me of Trails, the exploration reminded me of Xenoblade. You'll be going to all sorts of areas, both new and old. All the areas that you saw in the first two games, plus more. There are zip lines to cross, discoveries to find which act as fast travel waypoints, new ateliers to design and build, and even monsters to summon and ride as you explore the massive zones. The game gets right into the action right out of the gate. It's so refreshing, as so many RPGs nowadays make it so that you have to sit through like an hour of storytelling or boring fetch quests until you can just play the game. But not here. Ryza, Bose, and Tau all hit the ground running with battles and access to fast travel within the first 5 minutes. It's so nice that there's not just endless chatter at the start. Over on Kirkin Island, the townsfolk have a newfound respect for Ryza, as she does her best to fulfill their requests, until suddenly, voices in her head tell her of a secret key that she needs to get a hold of, and at the same time, mysterious islands begin appearing in the sea, causing earthquakes, disrupting farming, and making the monsters act more ferociously. And it's really here that you're let loose to explore on your own. All the old places that you know and love from the prior two games are open for exploration, but there are new areas to explore as well, and the maps are absolutely enormous. I thought it was really impressive that there's complete, seamless transitions between all the areas. I mean, they're as large as those found in Xenoblade 3, and there's no loading time between them at all. Even whenever you get into like a battle, there's quick, seamless transitions. And I played this on the Nintendo Switch, so that's saying a lot. The only loading that you'll really see is whenever you do some fast traveling. Otherwise, it's fluid, fast, and fun. And speaking of fast, there's an auto-dash feature which lets Ryza zip around at like the speed of light. It's just a shame that you have to stop and gather every 5 or so seconds. I know that it's a core feature of the series, and that you're supposed to take your time, but I can't help but wish that you just kind of ran over the flowers and the rocks, and you automatically gathered them. Or that at least you didn't have to stop and choose the axe to chop down the wood, or the hammer to bust the rocks. It just slows the exploration down so much. But that's probably a me problem, because I'm old, crotchety, and impatient. But I will say that I'm super happy to see that your basket can hold 300 items from the get-go. so you don't have to go back to your Atelier all that much. Encounters take place on screen, and the battle system has no right being as fun as it actually is. You fight in groups of 3 with 2 characters in reserve, and you can switch between your characters that you control at will. Each time that you attack, you gain some AP, which is then consumed for skills, and each skill costs a different amount of AP depending on its power, or if they're physical or magical. Your characters will ask for you to perform either a physical or magical skill, and by fulfilling their requests, they'll join in for a team attack. After each combo, you can call in reserve characters for them to do an additional attack, and then you'll be controlling them instead of waiting around for your turn to pop up. Switching around and comboing attacks is the name of the game here, and it can be pretty frantic, but it is super fun. You can also quickly switch between aggressive or supportive tactics for your party members. There is a lot, and it's kind of like action meets turn-based, and it takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's a whole lot of fun whenever it all clicks together. A few hours into the game, you'll get access to secret keys, which come in handy in and out of battle. During battle, you can create keys and upgrade them, giving you added boosts in combat. You can also equip them on your characters, and whenever you're out and about exploring, the keys will open up various treasure chests, as well as dissolve barriers, allowing you to go in and get super high quality crafting gear. The combat can be as difficult as you would like it to be. You can choose between easy, normal, hard, or very hard modes, and the same goes for the alchemy. You can choose to craft all the items yourself, which is a long and involved process, or you could simply hit the R button, choose the quality that you want, and then let the game do it for you. I definitely let the game do all the alchemy for me, because as much as I'm enjoying the series, I still hate crafting. The more new items that you craft, the more SP you'll gain, which you can use in the skill tree to unlock alchemy recipes for new equipment, accessories, items, and inventions. I really like this progression system because it didn't rely on me having to craft all the prior items to get to the more powerful ones. I could just kind of buy them over on the skill tree. And a much needed quality of life feature added to this game is that the quest log remains on screen at all times. It tells you exactly what to do and where to go in order to progress with the main story. The side quests also appear on screen, so everything's just at your fingertips. This is great because there were so many times that I was just super confused on where to go in the first game in order to progress the story. As you're exploring the field, you'll initiate random quests, which are exactly what they sound like, and they mostly involve slaying monsters for rewards, and they come and go like the wind. But they're simple enough to complete, and the rewards are so good, you really should go out of your way to get them. Especially because many of the random quests involve chained battles, which is a nice challenge, while also giving a ton of experience. Then, there's also character quests indicated where you can grow the bond between your party members. Now, with all that being said, it's time for a couple of negatives. First up, the most egregious and glaring flaw is the lack of English voice acting. I know some people out there are purists, and they love to hear their Japanese voice acting, but I am not one of them. I don't understand the language, and I prefer English. And while this isn't such a big deal in the story sequences, it becomes intolerable whenever it comes down to the party chat. Your characters are constantly talking to each other, but the text is absolutely minuscule, and if you want to read what they have to say, you're going to have to stop every 5 seconds to read it. Or you could just be like me and just ignore it entirely. It's just such a shame, because English voice acting would have rectified this major fault. Other than that though, there really are no faults to speak of. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with this title, and it should take you about 30 or so hours to complete the main story, 60 if you do absolutely everything that's available to you. So, that's it for my review of Atelier Ryza 3, Alchemist of the End, and the Secret Key. Are you planning on getting the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to a review of the demo of Quartet, coming to you from the makers of the hit RPG Shadows of Adam. Maybe in the past I was a bit biased against the indie scene because it just seemed to be filled up with nothing but trash. But in the past year, my eyes have definitely been opened to all the abounding quality that can be found out there. And this is especially true with Quartet. Taking a page out of Square's book, it's greatly inspired by Live Alive, Octopath Traveler, Final Fantasy III, and even Saga Frontier. But while many of those games didn't exactly focus on characterization and an overarching story, this one's different, because here the story takes center stage. Right from the start, you're told to choose one of 4 characters, each of whom has their own unique scenario to follow, and where they'll also meet up with a companion character, thus giving you 8 characters total. After the 4 scenarios are completed, then all 8 of them will meet up, and you'll be set on the course to save the world. Think of this more like a scenario split in Final Fantasy VI than the other games that I mentioned, because the world is open and free to explore during the scenarios, and whenever you do meet up, it is a full-fledged RPG. It's not just the end chapter, and it doesn't just forget about all the other characters who aren't your main hero, because they all work congruently as a team, each contributing in their own way in battling as well as storytelling. I was given somewhat of an advanced demo to work with access to 3 different stories, Ben and Cordelia's opening chapters, as well as the Chapter 8 demo, where all your characters had met up together. Each scenario played much differently from the last, and I can tell that a lot of care and love has gone into the characterizations as well as world building. Ben's scenario opens as he confronts his boss for back pay, only to be attacked by the mob, and it's here that he's able to uncover his latent magical powers. Afterwards, he's unemployed and late on rent, so he kind of sells himself out as a mage for hire, doing odd jobs around town for cash. Similar again to Final Fantasy VI, mages are kind of feared, but at the same time, desperately needed. Normally magic manifests itself in children, but Ben is middle-aged and he's kind of out of shape and he's not exactly the hero type. So Agatha befriends him, to supposedly take him over to the Mages Guild and train him, but really to spy on him. Cordelia, on the other hand, comes from a magical land where she's an instructor of magic, and there, magic is not a mystery, but instead it's second nature. So you really do get to see 2 sides of the same coin, and then the shit will always hit the fan when all those characters do end up colliding. The dialogue is just a laugh a minute. You can really tell that they poured their heart and soul into making all of the 8 characters as unique as humanly possible. Especially Ben. I was constantly laughing at all of his antics. Quartet is heartwarming at its core, but most of the time, for me, it was just a whole boatload of laughs. All of the towns and dungeons are filled to the brim with treasure. You'll find little sacks all over the place with items, and you can check bookshelves to find tomes to increase your stats, treasure chests filled with accessories, or rare emerald chests that have unique equipment. The dungeons are all puzzle-based, and you never know what you're going to encounter next. It could be pitfalls, fans pushing you all over the place, magical lamps impeding your path, or switches to open up doors. This isn't all just battling. But speaking of battles, encounters occur on-screen in the form of static enemies, similar to Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, where the enemies stand in your way blocking corridors or chests. And I do think that my suspicions were confirmed whenever I fought bosses, and they would change their stance and weaken whenever you got them past 50% of their HP. Battles are turn-based, with the turn order gauge showing exactly who's going to go next, and you can attack physically, use a skill, use an item, or escape. Each round you'll also gain 10% of your AP back, which is essentially how you're going to be using skills. Everyone has 100% AP, and each skill costs a specific amount. However, everyone also does have access to a kind of defending skill, which gives them back 20% of their AP, as well as giving them some sort of unique buff. So, for the most part, instead of just attacking physically all the time, you're really going to want to balance out your skill use, along with your attacking, and never really attack when you have full AP in order to not waste that regeneration. There is no fast forwarding in battles, nor is there a difficulty mode selector in the demo. However, I did find the balance to be just about right, so I'm not really complaining too much. The music is an incredible high point. I loved every single soundtrack, with it again bringing me back to Final Fantasy VI. But it really wasn't just the music that brought me back to that classic. There were other little nods, such as party swapping like the Phoenix Cave, the whole people are born with magic, but magic is also feared and misunderstood aspect of the storyline, and the way that your party members would meet up, kind of like they do in the World of Ruin, or in that scenario split. Thankfully, there is a lush world map that is fully explorable, filled to the brim with towns, dungeons, and secret locations, and you can save anywhere. I found the graphics to be really beautiful, except for those scenic backgrounds. They almost looked like they were drawn by like the Commodore 64, but again, this is just a demo, and we're over 10 months out from its final release in December of this year. And if you would like to play it too, the basic demo of Chapter 8 is available on their website. However, the 2 character chapters are exclusive for Kickstarter backers only. And after speaking with the developer personally, which is something classic, they said that the full game should last a good 20 or so hours and will also cost $20. Not only will it be released on the PC, but on the Switch as well, and they're also hoping to make physical versions available in the future. I personally hope that you're just as excited about this as I am, so please head on over to their Steam page and wishlist the game so that you don't forget about it. So, that's it from our review of Quartet. What do you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and wanted you on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to our review of the beta demo of Dreamed Away, to be released for the PC, Switch, and Xbox systems later on this year. I've seen and played some pretty cool games on the indie scene lately, especially in this past year or so. So, whenever I saw this Earthbound meets Undertale kind of mishmashy thing going on here, I was pretty intrigued because, you know, Earthbound is one of the best games of all time. I love it. And it includes upgraded Mother 3 type visuals. But really, beyond the graphics, you really have to wonder, how's the gameplay? What's it all about, and does it live up to Earthbound? Come with me, and let's find out. Taking place in 90s France, you play as a small boy, Theo, being raised in a loving family by his mother, father, and adored sister Louise. Right from the start, the Earthbound similarities are readily apparent. From the doting mother giving you snacks, to the little sister just kind of wanting to play around, to the absentee father. It's all there. And just like in any good SNES game, you'd better explore everywhere to get plenty of items, and you'll definitely need them, but we'll get to all that in a minute. At first, everything seems normal, but looks can be deceiving, as your mother doesn't tell you to get ready for school, she instead tells you to go outside and play. It's similar, yet different to the real world. Once you're done with that and you think it is time to head off to school, reality kind of warps, and ghosts come to life. Your mother vanishes, and your sister gets trapped into a mirror world. If you expect the story to make sense by the end of this demo, it won't. Just when you think that you know where you're headed, the game throws you a curveball, and you're sent out on your tail. There are 3 main regions that you explore: the immediate vicinity in front of your home, a dark teleportation maze straight from the bowels of hell, and the train station afterwards. Unfortunately, the bulk of your time will be spent in that dark teleportation maze, which I'm really not a fan of, and I hated every second of my life in there. You know how first dungeons in RPGs are kind of like a primer? Something to get your feet wet? And how there's always like a home base that you can go back to rest up, grind if need be, or buy items? Well, not here. This place is like getting thrown into the Cave of Roan for the very first dungeon. Though you do gather up some money, there's no shops to spend it in, there's no equipment to upgrade, and no items to buy. Everything that you get is either given to you, dropped, or found, so you'd better explore thoroughly. Unfortunately, you're stuck in this maze after about the first 10 minutes, and if you take the wrong path, you're sent back to the start. Think like the Castle of Ordeals, the Cave to the Necrogrond, or the aforementioned Cave to Roan, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Along the way, there will be puzzles to solve, blocks to push, buttons to press, and spikes to lower. But there's nothing too complex. The challenge really lies in the battle system, and that's where the Undertale influence is too. Encounters occur on screen, and enemy HP is showed also on screen. There are two main enemies that you're going to be encountering here, the ghosts and the floating eyeballs, each of whom have two different attacks. The ghosts can send down other little tiny ghosts in waves, while the eyeballs attack with dripping blood, and it's your job to dodge the onslaught. Both of them also kind of utilize a kind of button pressing minigame where you have to hit the correct directional button over the target, and then they pretty much alternate between the two different attacks. Whenever you attack, you need to time your hit and then hit the A button over the indicator, and if you hit the middle just right, you'll initiate a combo, and you can do this combo up to 3 times to deal tons of damage. It's a pretty cool and intuitive battle system all told. That being said, I do think that it's odd that the ghost enemy at the beginning of the maze will have an entirely different moveset from the exact same ghost enemy at the end of the maze. They should have just been 2 different enemies. Also, I found it strange that while you do gather money, you can't spend it, and while you do level up, you're not shown how many experience points that you earn from each battle. By the end of this shithole maze, you'll face a boss who is much harder than the previous mobs, and truth be told, I died to her the first time around. And then I found myself thinking, what if I didn't explore my house thoroughly and find the items there? What if I wasn't raised on the NES and the SNES and I knew to do that? What if I only opened up all the treasure chests that I found? What if I was absolutely terrible at the combat system and I had to heal after all the regular encounters? If that was the case, then this boss here would have been absolutely impossible, because as I said before, there is no home base, there is no shop, there is no inn, there is no place to rest, to recuperate, and grind. To add insult to injury, you only get healing items, nothing else, and most of them only restored a paltry amount of HP, like in the single digits. The one big healing item that I had was broccoli, but if you use that, it also reversed your controls. What's the point of that? Because how you had to kind of like dodge the attacks, and you had to do that directional button thing, using the broccoli and having your controls reversed is like instant death. Believe me, no amount of HP restored is worth that. So after I got my controls reversed, I tried to eat another piece of broccoli to kind of like reverse it back, but it doesn't work that way. So of course I died. I tried the second time around, not eating the broccoli, and I narrowly defeated her. It was during this time in the battle that I thought to myself, also, why am I here? Why is this the first dungeon? Why did they choose such a hellacious, dark, mazy, repeating place as the dungeon to show off in the demo? You have this beautiful town and setting, but you can't really explore it. Why is that? I wanted to talk to quirky NPCs, but there weren't any to speak of. It just seemed like such a missed opportunity. That being said though, it does utilize a chapter system, so I'm wondering, maybe it opens up further in the future chapters, kind of like how it did in Mother 3? And also, again, this is a beta demo, so I'm sure that they're taking feedback into account, and that is what I'm just doing here. I'm giving them all of my feedback, albeit publicly. Unlike some other demos that I've played recently, it does have full controller support. But I also couldn't help but wonder why I still had to hold the B button to run, why I wasn't running the default, and again, why wasn't there a shop? I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're bad at this battle system? You'd just be stuck and screwed. And yeah, that is how it worked back on the SNES, but I think that we're past that now. All told, it took me 45 minutes to get through this demo, and that was with a death and with me getting turned around and warped back to the start in that stupid dungeon like 10 times, so I'm sure a more capable player could probably get through it in about a half an hour. As of right now, I don't think that I could recommend the full game, as I've seen so little of it, and the majority of what I saw, that dungeon really, I didn't like. But I do recommend that you play the demo to see what you think about it, and to add it to your wish list, because I do hope that this does turn into something special. All the bones of a good game are there. They just need to do a couple of simple, normal things, like, let me go into a town before they force you into the dungeon from hell, or just make that stupid dungeon more straightforward, Or maybe even made like a ghost merchant or something. Anything but this. I just really hope that that dungeon isn't indicative of things to come, and instead they make it much more earthboundy, where you go out into the world and you explore all the towns that they show off, but they don't let you look at. So, that's it for my impressions and overview of Dreamed Away. What did you think about the demo? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do here on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi everybody, this is David, and it really isn't very often that a game can make me feel like a kid again on Christmas morning, but here I am. I still remember back in 1993, whenever I got Secret of Mana for Christmas. I opened up that box and I was thrilled. I must have played it all winter break long. And then kind of remember like on the weekends when you'd wake up in like the early morning hours at like 6 o'clock in the morning before anybody else was up, before your brother could like steal the Super Nintendo from you, or your mom could make you do chores, and you would just play a game for a couple of hours before anybody bothered you. Well, that's what I've been doing too these last couple of days. Like, I just cannot get enough of this game, and I am so excited to share my review with you. Secret of Mana was a pivotal childhood game of mine, and while I had played other action RPGs before it, such as Crystallis, nothing could compare to my love of Secret of Mana, so please forgive me if I go through this review literally comparing it point by point to its masterpiece predecessor. Taking place in the world of Trinity, where in ages past, the gods fought an unending war against each other, and in the aftermath, they sent down their holy weapons to the land below. Millennia have passed, and now each of your characters is a representative of the gods, and as such, they're able to communicate with special beings called triggers, who are pretty much like little fairy companions who can morph into holy weaponry once you find the appropriate altars. Kind of similar to how you had to find the 8 mana seeds over in Secret of Mana. But here, whenever you find altars, you get new weapons for your characters, and not everybody can use every weapon either. Your party consists of your clueless hero Cyan, the know-it-all stuck-up prude Elise, and the happy-go-lucky comic relief with a mysterious past, Xantis. All told, the 3 get along and the dialogue is very fun. While Secret of Mana was light on the story and character building, Trinity Trigger isn't. This is much more deep, complex, and involved, even down to the NPCs and associated side quests, of which there are plenty, and they're clearly marked on the map too, so completing them really shouldn't be a problem. Though, to be honest, I really did just ignore them for the most part, and I still did just fine. I'll be the first to admit that many times I just turn on the radio whenever I'm playing a game, but here I didn't. I thoroughly enjoyed the soundtrack, as well as the fully voiced cutscenes. Pretty much everybody has a voice, except for those random NPCs of course, and if you want to, you can change their voices over from English to Japanese. The bulk of the gameplay takes place in dungeons, the overworld, and fighting monsters. You can control any one of 3 characters, and utilize their weapons to hit enemy weaknesses. If your damage numbers are red, you've hit a weakness, white is normal, and blue is resistant. So you're going to be swapping your weapons around constantly. I guess that they put a weapon weakness system in because magic is unfortunately lacking here. There are no elementals to collect, and no spells to cast either. If you've played Secret of Mana, you know exactly what to expect in combat. You have a stamina meter where you can swing your sword roughly about 6 or so times before you have to wait a few seconds for it to recover. Additionally, you can dodge and roll to add an extra layer to the combat. Enemies and bosses easily telegraph their attacks too, so you'd better get out of the way and avoid them lest you get hit, because otherwise, it can get brutal. This takes a page out of the SNES's book, and there is no difficulty modifier. There is one difficulty setting, but overall, I do think that it is rather balanced. This is no Dark Souls, but it's also not a walk in the park either. I mean, I've died, and I even got game overs. But if you do game over at a boss, you are allowed to retry, and then the boss will get weaker each time. so you're never really stuck. I feel like the difficulty is perfectly balanced, but at the same time, I never had to grind either, unlike in Secret of Mana. Remember back how in Secret of Mana, whenever you encountered a boss, you pretty much just spammed spells with the sprite until it died? Well, again, you don't have magic, so you can't do that here. Instead, each boss has a weapon weakness, which you need to exploit to break down their shield. Then, once it's broken, they're going to be temporarily stunned, and there, you can pile on the damage. So it's here that you really want to use your unique weapon overlimits and group-hitting Trinity attacks to deal massive damage. To further differentiate the weaponry, there's also buffing abilities. You just hit the square button, for example, and the sword will increase your attack power, while the bow will increase your critical hit rate. Back in Secret of Mana, you'd have to use your weapons constantly to grind at their levels, but that's not the case here, because instead, the more bosses that you fight, the more your weapons power up, and then you have to use the TP that you gain by fighting to power up your 6 different weapon skills. Each time that you upgrade a skill, it will increase the weapon's base power as well as the skill's power. Then, you can customize which 3 skills of the 6 that you want to use in your combos too. It does sound complex, but I promise you, it's not. It's super simple and really intuitive. Now, while there is no traditional equipment, here you have Manatite that you attach to your weapons, which are pretty much just like gems and accessories. There's both attack and defensive gems, and you've got to stick them onto your weapons to improve your stats, and they can do everything from increasing your attack power, to allow you to absorb more HP with each blow that you deal, or even raise the amount of experience that you gain from monsters. The combinations that you can equip are really just endless. The dungeons can be a bit complex, and they're filled to the brim with puzzles, switches, traps, hidden treasures, and secrets to find. So, thankfully, there's a mini-map, and underneath it, it shows you how many treasures there are in the room. But you have to find them yourself by busting down walls, breaking rocks, or going through one of the many secret passages around. This is a game that really rewards thorough exploration. Then, in town, there are items scattered all around indicated by little sparklies. You've got to explore everywhere to get all the items, just like in those old school RPGs of yesteryear. I will say this, if you didn't grow up on Secret of Mana, or your first action RPG was like Dark Souls, then maybe you won't like this. But if you happen to like the Mana series, or games like Crystallis, Dark Cloud, The Alliance Alive, or the E series, then I think that you can find something to enjoy here. The whole thing is just such a throwback to a simpler time and place, but with added quality of life improvements, such as fast travel at all save points, auto-saving, 3-player multiplayer, and quick exits from dungeons. This here is honestly how the Mana series really should have evolved over time, not that Dawn of Mana trash that they shoved in our face. So, that's it for my review of Trinity Trigger, which is releasing on April 25th for the Nintendo Switch, PS4 and 5, as well as the PC. And if you want to pick it up for yourself, there is a link to do so in the comments, which will help me out and the channel too. What do you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Retro RPGs are just my bread and butter. I absolutely adore them. They remind me of a simpler time and of my childhood, a time when you had to use your imagination in order to get transported into the game world. And for a vast future already released over on the PC on Steam, but coming on over to the Nintendo Switch on Friday, tomorrow, is retro in all of the right ways. Obviously greatly influenced by the Super Game Boy and Game Boy Color, you would be forgiven if you thought that this actually was released back on the 90s hardware. Because while some games might look like an NES or an SNES game on the surface, once you begin playing those indies, you quickly say to yourself, wait, games didn't actually play like this back then. But this one's different. Not only are you getting a retro-inspired RPG, they've really made something here that honestly really could have been released back on the original Game Boy or the Game Boy Color. Just like many RPGs released back when, the game is light on story. But what it doesn't tell you through dialogue, it definitely shows you through the gameplay and NPC interactions. You play as a plucky, precocious teenager, Shell, who decides to embark on a cross-country trip to unravel the secrets of the world and the missing generation. You might think that this world, since it's a JRPG, would be bright and colorful and fun, but it's not cheery in the slightest. The world has been ravaged by war, which recently came to a stalemate. As you make your way around, you're going to be finding tanks and crashed airplanes, derelict cars and trucks, and blown out holes in the ground. The whole place is just completely blighted by the war. And with computer technology, laser barriers, and cyborgs roaming around, this actually reminded me a lot of a more futuristic sci-fi RPG than anything resembling swords and sorcery. Maybe I'm going out on a limb here, but I believe that I found a pretty big Earthbound influence. Not in any sort of quirky humor or weirdness, though the weirdness and the humor are still there, but really more so in just the way that the game feels and progresses. It takes place in a more modern-day setting, the encounters all take place on screen, and you explore regions with different paths and treasures all about. But it's not just the world design that reminded me of Earthbound, the battle system really reminded me of it too. Like many RPGs, encounters are action turn-based, similar to the SNES Final Fantasies or Grandia, but there is a definite twist here. As this is a warlike, modern setting, all of your party members use guns, and they don't learn any sort of magical abilities. Instead, to inflict different status ailments or deal elemental damage, you have to use different ammo for your guns. You have your basic bullets, but very quickly you get access to many more, such as piercing bullets, which ignore defense, fire, ice, and lightning bullets, smoke bullets, which can inflict blindness, or other bullets that can stun monsters. You name it, and there's a bullet for it. Then, in another Earthboundy twist, you fight with war gear or items. Remember how fun and interesting it was to use bottle rockets, machines, and bombs with Jeff in Earthbound? Well, just consider all of your party members as Jeff, because powerful items really rule the roost here. Of course, you have your first aid kits and your remedies in your item bag, but you also have tons of attacking items too. You're going to have to use these items to win some of the harder boss battles. You'll be throwing dynamite, grenades, lasers, and bazookas, all sorts of stuff at these robotic fiends that stand in your way. And also, remember how in Super Mario RPG, if you used an item, sometimes you would get like a once again? They use that concept here too, so feel free to use the items pretty liberally. Something that I found rather interesting was that currency doesn't really exist. Instead, after each battle, you'll be picking up some scraps and parts and maybe some basic ammo. The parts, pieces, and scraps you can then turn into war gear items, but the basic ammo can then be transformed into higher grade ammo at certain vending machines, so you're constantly gathering and upgrading your weaponry, but it's all told pretty simple to do. What is lacking in gold though, it does make up for in experience. You'll gain that as well as levels after fights, but more importantly, you'll gain skill points too, which you can spend to upgrade your characters as you see fit. This looks like a really fun time for anybody who grew up on the original Game Boy or just wants to experience a neat, fun, short retro RPG. The combat's lightning fast, and it does have a couple of nice quality of life features, such as auto-saving and dashing, to make it a lot more palatable. And the world's really interesting to explore. This is definitely on the shorter end of RPGs, as you can easily complete it in under 10 hours and probably closer to something like 5. It's really not going to last you a very long time, but it is going to give you a very fun time while it lasts. So that's it for my review of For a Vast Future, available on the PC and Switch May 12th. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and want to join the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Did you like Lufiatu's Ancient Cave, or just roguelikes in general, where you can have a whole bunch of character classes to choose from, as well as strategic turn-based combat? Well, hi there, I'm David, and I might just have the game for you. This is Monster Menu Scavenger's Cookbook, to be released for the PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, on May 23rd here in North America, and May 26th over in Europe. I'm going to level with y'all here, cause roguelites aren't really my thing. But this one is a pretty cool take on them, because rather than just being let loose to go on it alone, this game fuses roguelikes with dungeon exploration, deep challenging combat, and tons of crafting, all together with a grid-based, turn-based, and fast-paced combat system, resource management, and a whole lot of strategy. You begin by choosing and customizing your character, and that is extensive. The customizer allows you to change their looks, voices, size, and even their personality. Everything is up to you. But more important than that, you can choose their class, and with 10 different ones to choose from, each of them special and unique, each party and playthrough will be entirely different. But the customization doesn't end there. Right from the get-go, you're asked if you want to turn censoring on or off, and how fast everything should move. From the way that you walk, to the dialogue, to what cutscenes that you want to skip. You can play this slowly and take your time, or make it a quick, breezy affair. There's also 4 different difficulty levels, which you can change at any time, from easy to normal to hard and even nightmare. And for the purposes of this review, I played it on easy, and even then I actually had some problems. So while this might look bubbly and cute on the surface, a challenge definitely lies beneath, especially as you delve further into the dungeons. You begin stranded in the Sealed Lands, which is supposed to be a beginner-friendly dungeon, but unfortunately, bitches lied to you, cause it's not. You're trapped, dehydrated, and starving. And as you wander through just looking for that elusive exit, a monster comes out of the blue and smacks the crap out of you, knocks you all the way back to camp, where you stumble across 3 other travelers, who you can customize in much the same way as your hero. And then together, the 4 of you set off to traverse the Sealed Lands, clawing your way to the top in order to escape. Along the way, you'll pick up all sorts of different pieces of equipment, as well as crafting ingredients and monster parts. And whenever you're at camp, you can use those ingredients to cook food, because not only do you have to manage your party's level, HP, and equipment, but also their hunger, thirst, and happiness meters. And you're going to want to keep them as satisfied as possible. While a piece of food might satisfy their hunger and calories, it might not satisfy their thirst at all. Or it can be dry and make them even thirstier. Or you can get hold of a drink, but then it's dirty, so while it does satisfy their thirst, it also makes them unhappy. So be sure to pick up all the little things that you come across to keep your team in tip-top shape. The basic gameplay loop consists of going through 10 similar looking floors, fighting, gathering, grabbing treasure, and exploring, before coming over to that boss on the 10th floor. To help you along in your exploration, there is a mini-map which indicates where all the enemies are, where the supplies are located, where the altar is, and where the door is to the next level. Between each level, you are allowed to go back to camp in order to rest and restore your HP, turn the clock back to morning or night, craft recipes to manage your calories, thirst, hunger, and happiness, or even craft some new equipment. However, if somebody dies during your exploration, they can only be revived by going all the way back to the home base, and doing that will end your exploration and you'll have to start back at the very beginning. Every 10 levels there is a boss, and once you do beat that boss, it acts as a warp point. So if you do die, you can always warp from the base to the next 10th level. Many floors contain altars where you can spend monster shards in order to inflict curses. But maybe curse isn't the right word, because most of them aren't exactly bad, though some of them can be a double-edged sword. A curse might revive your characters, it might increase your speed, or it might restore everybody's HP at the cost of some of their hunger and thirst. Or if you want to grind, you could use a curse to power up the enemies. Speaking of those enemies, let's talk combat. The monsters move around independently from you. It's not a one-for-one move like it was in Lufia 2's Ancient Cave. Sometimes they can come behind you and ambush you, or you could ambush them. And if there's multiple monsters on the screen at the time of the ambush, you'll get into a fight with all of them at once. You fight in grid-based combat kind of like a strategy game, but here, it's definitely all action. You deal more damage whenever you attack from the sides and especially the back, and if you group up your characters around one particular monster, then all your party members will inflict combination attacks, devastating that enemy. And while those first 10 floors are relatively easy, serving as a tutorial, it gets much harder once you hit floor 11. It's there that I first died, and I thought to myself, oh, maybe I should actually do some grinding. Thankfully though, your characters aren't picky eaters, because during battles, you can have them devour the carcasses of the monsters that you've just defeated, greatly restoring all of their health meters at the cost of losing the crafting item that you would have gotten after the battle. The combat's super fast-paced, very strategic, and honestly, it was the highlight of the game for me. Unfortunately, there really is no story to be had here. Your party won't be bantering back and forth with one another, and you're not going to encounter other adventurers, or a town, or anything else like that. This is old school through and through, and it reminds me of something that you might find back on the NES, Game Boy, or even the SNES. Because after the initial 5 or so minutes of background information, you just hit the ground running, and you battle, craft, and explore. Some people might like this, and some people might like a little bit more story, but really, I didn't mind the lack of it while exploring, because I'm kinda used to that. I grew up on the NES after all. And after each boss fight, you will get a tiny tidbit of information before moving on to the next level of the dungeon, so the story really is a slow burn. All told, I had a pretty good time with this game, even though, like I said before, roguelikes aren't exactly my favorite thing ever. It's just kind of something brainless that I can turn on while I do my cardio or something. I think what really carried it for me, though, was that fast-paced strategic battle system that was implemented. And I also liked mixing and matching all the treasures that I found, and fooling around with the different weapons, too. Is the game memorable? No. Will we be talking about this in 10 years down the line as some sort of forgotten classic? Also, no. But is this a fun way to kill some time on a rainy day? Well, yeah, it is. So that's it for my review of Monster Menu Scavenger's Cookbook. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi everybody, pardon the pun, but Loop 8 has really thrown me for a loop here. Right from the second that it was announced, it shot straight up to one of the most highly anticipated games of the year. Then more trailers came out, and beautiful locations were shown. Lovely character designs were displayed. All told, it looked gorgeous, but a game is a lot more than its graphics. How does it actually play? That is really what I want to dive deep into here, so come with me and let's find out all about my experience with Loop 8. Before we begin, I would like to thank Xseed for an early review copy of the game, to be released on June 6th for the PC, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and PS4. I did not go into this blind or anything. There has been a slow drip of information about it over the past couple of months. Trailer after trailer, article after article, each showcasing the game as well as the pedigree behind the development team. I mean, they did work on Lunar and Grandia after all. But the one thing that always bothered me was the character growth system. And after playing it, I can honestly say that it's absolutely unlike anything I've ever played before. One thing that I do want to get out of the way real fast is to say this. A lot of this review is going to be me standing around talking to people. And if I'm standing in one place and mashing that X button over and over and over again, that's because I'm trying to show you exactly what it's like to play this game. I take my job as a reviewer very seriously, and I do try to deliver the truth to you each and every day. So if I were to go out of my way to show off extra cutscenes and things like that for the majority of the video, that wouldn't be showing you what the majority of the gameplay is like. And hey, if y'all are liking this video so far, please be sure to smash that like button and subscribe for some more great content. Similar to the vast majority of RPGs nowadays, it begins with a hand-holding tutorial for the first 30 or so minutes, introducing you to your house, your school, and the quiet sleeping town who's inhabited solely by your classmates. Nobody else exists here. During the tutorial, it's really on the rails. The game tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, and what to do to power up your skills, your stats, receive blessings, and increase the bonds of your characters. Only to then throw you for a loop, literally, as you enter the underworld to die a horrible death against the K-guy that plagued the town. Once this happens, the time loops, and you start back over from the very beginning. But this time, you're let loose to do your own thing, talk to whomever you'd like, and spend your free time as you see fit, for better or for worse. Any and all hand-holding is done. And while normally I would applaud that, here there's definitely some hand-holding needed because of just how convoluted and unintuitive the systems are that are implemented. Let me explain. Each time that you begin a loop, everything is reset. The days are reset, your life and your stamina are reset. all of your friendship values are reset. The only thing that actually stays with you are any blessings that you've received. You have to go through the same opening cutscenes again, and have the exact same conversations with your little friends again. Though thankfully, because of the blessings that you've gotten the first time around, it doesn't take near as long as to increase your friendship values to the previous levels. However, it does just kind of lead to drudgery, because while there is a cutscene skip feature, there isn't a fast forward feature, nor is there a dash button. And to add insult to injury, you can only skip certain cutscenes. So most of the time you're going to be sitting there mashing the X button to get through the dialogue that you've already read like 100 times before, only to accidentally end up mashing through a friendship choice, and because your cursor defaults on the wrong answer each time, accidentally hitting that and then negatively affecting your relationship values. This isn't the biggest deal because you can't just talk to them again, but man, it is still annoying. Add to the fact that despite being firmly entrenched in the visual novel genre, there's really little to no character development. That's because of what I said earlier. You just end up mashing through the exact same text that you've seen a million times before. And whenever you do get to interact with them and make a friendship choice, nothing really happens. For example, let's say that you decide to flirt with them. You'll either get an "oh thanks" and some stats raised, or get an "ew, get away from me" and get some stats lowered. And it's like that for all of the different choices. Multiply that by 13 characters that you have to deal with, and I think that you can see where I'm going with this. So while you might think that it's kind of like a waste of time since it all gets reset at the loop anyway, doing this and talking to them all is the only way to receive blessings for them, because those are also known as your permanent stat gains. So, what this means for you the player is that you have to sit through that same conversation, constantly mashing that X button, raising up those friendship values to get all the blessings. The whole system just leads me to believe that the absolute most important thing to do is just get all the blessings every single day. So personally, I would scoot off to the different shrines located around the town to get my daily blessings, then head off to school to receive the stat increases, then just blab incessantly with my classmates until I ran out of stamina and was forced to go to bed by my cousin. I hate to say it, but it does not exactly make for riveting gameplay. Then there's one of my favorite features in RPGs, a time limit, where every second that you play, the clock ticks down by a minute. Honestly though, it's not really as bad as many other time management RPGs, because it's not like shops open at a particular time, because there are no shops. In fact, there's no currency whatsoever. If you want to recover your health at a restaurant, all it actually costs is your time. And keeping track of where the characters are isn't that big of a deal either, because there is a fast travel screen where you can hop from place to place, and this screen also shows you which character is in which location. But the time will still pass as if you had walked there. So that time management still is paramount as you decide how to plan out your day. But that's not the least of its problems. After the first loop and the hand-holding stopped, I kept thinking to myself, how do I move on? How do I go to the underworld and fight the K-Guy? What do I do to actually progress and break out of this loop? Well, like I said before, there's no hand-holding, and the game just doesn't tell you what you're supposed to do. You're off on your own, and basically, you have to go off and level up a specific random character to a specific random point, then you'll see them randomly get possessed, and then a warp gate to the underworld will appear. But once you're in that underworld, there will be barriers that block your progress. So you need to roam around the underworld, collecting Magatama to bust down the barriers and face the boss to move on to the next days. And here again, it would just greatly benefit from some sort of tutorial to tell you what to do. I mean, the underworld is exactly like the town. There's really no difference at all except that it's a shade of red, and there's no fast travel. So I went through, I found the boss, I beat him up, and then I found out that I killed the character that I was supposed to save. I thought that I was just doing everything normally. The game gave me no indication whatsoever that I was supposed to somehow save this person. And I only realized that they died whenever I woke up the next morning saying that I cut their life short and I was a murderer, and then the character no longer appeared in the status screen either. So all that work, gone, down the tubes. I guess I need to reset and do this all over again. All told, the game could greatly benefit from some sort of indicator saying like, there's some strange anomaly occurring on Main Street, maybe you should go check it out. Or something like, your friend Samu is acting strangely. Maybe you should go check on him. Or something like, hey, don't actually fight this boss, somehow save him. Just something to give you some sort of vague indication of what you're supposed to do or where to go, rather than checking with 13 different people at different times a day and at different locations, hoping and praying that something might happen. I really dislike games that force you to be glued to a guide at all times, and unfortunately, I do feel like that's the case for this one. Considering the pedigree behind the game, and the gorgeous art style along with the atmospheric music, I really wanted to like it. But with no equipment system, no items to be found whatsoever, no treasures, no dungeons, barely any fighting at all, it feels much more like a time sink than a real game. And at the end of the day, all I could feel like was this was just like a wasted opportunity of such fantastic talent. Now, I know that games aren't made for everyone, and this is a very niche product for a very niche audience. If you're a fan of visual novels, life sims, or like persona bonding events, then I'm sure that you can find something to enjoy here. But if you're like me, and you're looking for more traditional RPGs in the same vein as Dragon Quest, Tales, Final Fantasy, or, Lunar and Grandia, then please look elsewhere, because this just is not it. So that's it for my review of Loot Bait Summer of the Gods. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and want to do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day.
Hey there, all you wrestling fans out there, I am Macho Man Davidvinc, and all you little people better brace yourselves for my incoming, totally massive review of the demo of Wrestlequest. Yeah!
What self-respecting baby gay didn't watch wrestling back in the 80s and 90s? I mean, come on, it was pretty much porn despite how stupid and fake it obviously was, but I for one was still glued to my TV screen whenever it came on. So of course I'm going to be interested in a JRPG based upon pro wrestling from the classic era of my youth and teenage years. Originally announced for release on May 31st, it looks like they instead went ahead and dropped the demo, so that is what I am reviewing here. The whole thing takes place in the Toy Room, and you kind of play as living dolls. Think something like the movie Toy Story and you'll get it. The graphics are an absolutely beautiful utilization of 2D pixel art for the characters, the locales, and the backdrops. All of it looks wholly unique. There's no reused RPG Maker assets here, and you can really see that a lot of time, love, and care went into the design of this world. The demo itself lasts roughly 40 minutes and allows you to play as 2 different wrestlers, and it covers the tutorial section as well as 2 different areas on the world map. So you do get to see quite a variety of locations, wrestlers, skills, and attacks. I think something that's really nice is that just like pro wrestling, the game does not take itself too seriously. Humor and jokes abound. There's definitely an irreverent style permeating the entire game, and one thing that actually really did make me seriously laugh out loud was when they were talking about superheroes, and they go, "But wait, the difference between wrestlers and superheroes is that superheroes are fake. Wrestling is real." Each location is fully different from the next, and based upon places that you might encounter in the pro wrestling world, such as a store that sells face paints, gyms, wrestling rings, and big old circus tents. And as you're going through and exploring these areas, you're going to notice that there's a mini-map on the screen which will guide you in the direction of your quest. And if you're really lost or you forget what you're doing, you can always just hit that R button and that will let you know exactly what you have to do in order to progress. All the areas that you need to head to are indicated by an exclamation point. So as you go and you explore there will be a treasure indicator there too, letting you know how many treasures are in each location. So you will be sure to find them all. Although some of those treasures could be hidden behind tables, but that's nothing for you. You're a badass wrestler, and you'll bust those tables right into no problemo. While exploration is a whole lot of fun, I would say that the main meat and potatoes of it all is really in the battle system. Just like any good wrestling match, they all take place in the wrestling ring, where each button signifies a different attack. A is your basic strike, B allows you to taunt the enemies, greatly increasing your hype meter and therefore your stats, Y allows you to use any sort of items that you have, and X are your gimmicks, also known as your special moves. Timed attacks are back with a vengeance, but it's much more difficult here than in, say, something like Super Mario RPG, because rather than just pressing A every time, you instead have to press the button that's shown on the screen. Now, I am an old, dried-up queen, so while A and B are easy enough for me, it's really hard for me to do the X and the Y prompts, especially because I'm using an Xbox controller to play this on the PC, and there, the X and Y buttons are opposite of what they are in the Nintendo Switch controller. So it's just a royal pain in the ass to me. But again, I am sure that that is just a me problem. The hype meter is a pretty cool addition, and you'll need to keep an eye on that. The more hype that you have, the more your audience will be on your side, and the better your attack and defense powers will be. You can keep your hype meter up high by mixing up the various attacks that you do. So it kind of reminded me of that battle meter over in Chained Echoes, insofar as you having to mix up your attacks in order to stay in the green and out of the red. Once you do get your opponent down and fatigued, you then have to pin them to finish them off. And here, the umpire comes on in and a little meter pops up, and you're going to have to hit the A button 3 times when the meter's over the green. It's simple enough to do, and it just adds a little tiny bit of realism to that wrestling match. Now, you might think that this is just kind of like a single player game, but remember, there are teams in wrestling, and there are different wrestlers that you can recruit to join up with your party, and different managers to hire too. And while the wrestlers will fight with you in battle, the managers instead grant you passive bonuses as well as extra gimmicks that you can use during combat. All told, I had a blast with this roughly 40-minute demo, but since it still is a demo, I wanted to take this opportunity to call out a couple of things that I do think would make the experience better. First things first, you shouldn't have to hold down the B button just to run. Running should be the default. And even whenever you are running, it's still kinda slow. So I think that the running speed should take over the current walking speed, and then you should make the run speed double the actual speed that it is now. Secondly, battles can take quite a bit of time because you have to watch your wrestling moves play out, and then you have to watch your opponent's same wrestling moves play out. So maybe having like a fast forward feature might be helpful. Although I could see that getting in the way of the timed attack system, so I guess it's just something to mull over. So, this was my most anticipated game of the month of May, and I am so happy that I was able to grab a hold of the demo and review it myself, and I personally cannot wait for the full game to release. So that's it for my review of Wrestlequest for the PC. What did you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and what I do on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some streaming fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to today's sponsored video brought to you by Soulvars and being released as part of the Steam Next Fest this week. And sponsorship aside, I've just got to say that in my time with this game, I had such a fun time. It reminded me like a ton of those older deck-building, card-based RPGs that were in vogue about 20 or so years ago, back when I was in college. And then it even reminded me a lot more of some kind of like esoteric RPGs. Things like Riviera the Promised Land, or that criminally underrated duology of Sword of Hope back on the original Game Boy. So I do think that you are definitely in for a treat here today. Soulvars is a classic JRPG with a modern twist. To release for the Nintendo Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X and S, DMM Player, Steam, and the Epic's Game Store over on June 27th. Inspired by modern hits and classics from the 90s such as Crosscode, Jack Move, Mega Man Battle Network, and all those timeless Square Enix hits back on the SNES, this one is not to be missed. And be sure to head on over and wishlist it today. The links to do that are all in the video description. If you've heard of this game before, that's because it was an absolute hit over on mobile. Originally released back in January of 2022, it soared up the rankings on both Google Play and the Apple App Stores, and there it continues to garner much-deserved critical acclaim. But now console gamers like me and you can finally play it on the big screens, along with enhanced UI and native intuitive controller support. And you know me, controller support is a big deal. If I can't play it with controller, then I'm pretty much just not going to play it at all. So I was super happy to see that it was offered here. And it's also been localized into 12 different languages so people all over the world can enjoy it too. The world immerses you into a game that blends the best of two worlds: stylish pixel art animations along with dynamic turn-based tactical planning. Taking place in a futuristic world where the over-reliance on technology has led to the emergence of grotesque dominators bent on the destruction of humanity, all the people cower in fright. To counter that dominator offensive, the next generation of humans were born with alternate souls, and those humans are now known as an elite squad of units called Soul Bearers, and they work around the clock to intercept and counter the attacks from the dominators. So you play as Yakumo, a freelance soul bearer, and he handles the assignments from the private elite military Dominator Disposal Organization. And he's joined by two other elites, the suited up and mysterious martial artist Genzu, and that happy-go-lucky lancer, Izuna. Together, the three of you will go forth to uncover the dangers of unchecked technology, the origins of that Dominator Disposal Organization, and the conspiracies behind the emergence of the Dominators. You'll find yourself exploring intricately designed dungeons filled to the brim with treasures, secret passages, switches, puzzles, and obstructions. But these aren't your usual dungeons, and if you've played something akin to the aforementioned Rivia the Promised Land or the Sword of Hope, then you know what you're getting yourselves into here. But if you haven't, please let me explain. The dungeons are all made up of a series of interconnected rooms, and you can kind of think of them like the traditional Phantasy Star dungeons. And here is where all the action takes place. I was immediately taken aback to some of those retro games of my youth, because this is just lightning quick. Nowadays, it can kind of take hundreds of hours to complete an RPG because of just how bloated, sprawling, and vast all the fields are, but this is such a more simpler retro throwback. And as a busy adult who doesn't have a year and a day on their hands, I appreciated this more simplistic approach to exploration, which really does allow you to get in and out, look around, with very little muss and fuss. To help you navigate, there is a mini-map in the upper left-hand corner. Holla frickin' Luya, I love a good mini-map. And in addition to that, if you hit the L button, a larger map will appear on the screen, and that shows all of the rooms on your floor, as well as which rooms you've previously explored. They get highlighted in yellow, and this greatly helped to streamline the process, because I remember, as a kid, getting up my graph paper and mapping the dungeons of Phantasy Star and Sword of Hope, and I am so thankful that I don't have to do that here. Not only will you find the aforementioned treasures, vending machines, and NPCs around these rooms, but you'll also encounter side quests. And it's really up to you whether or not you want to complete them, but helping out the inhabitants of this blighted world did put a smile on my face. Thankfully, you're not stumbling around in the dark either, because all boss battles are telegraphed. Before you enter a screen with a boss, you're going to get a little pop-up message saying, there's a powerful presence ahead, and do you want to proceed? And that is your cue to save your game and update your characters and enhance their equipment. So now, let's get on into that, as well as the battle system. At its core, this is a deck-building turn-based RPG with that modern twist, and you can choose to battle at 3 different difficulty levels. There's easy, normal, and hard. All of your cards dealt to you are known as soul bits, and each turn you're going to be dealt 5 different soul bits, though you can only use as many soul bits as you have AP for. And each turn you'll get an extra AP, but you can also gain AP more by exploring weaknesses, executing combos, and dealing critical hits among other things. You can have up to a total of 5 different APs per turn, and then you're going to want to combine all your soul bits together in such a way that executes devastating combos and hundreds of breathtaking moves. Enemies' HPs and stats are clearly shown on the screen in order for you to easily strategize and plan out your moves. If an enemy is weak to a particular attack, you'll see a yellow up arrow. However, if they are resistant to it, you'll see a purple down arrow. And if they're immune, a purple X. So the key here is to diversify your characters as much as humanly possible to cover as many different attacks and combinations as you can. The battles here are quick and deeply strategic, and one really cool addition that I loved were the status effects. If you're inflicted by poison or something, it's not just simply an HP drain on you, but the effect actually takes the place of a soul bit, and it's dealt on the right hand side of the deck, and then it will slowly move over to the left as you use up the cards in the ring. And if it heads all the way to the left hand side before it's cured, then that poison is going to end up dealing double damage to you. This really made me think about status ailments and not just kind of like ignore them like I do in some other games. There's also the burst gauge, and it would really behoove you to burst your enemies as quickly as possible. The more weaknesses that you hit and the more combinations that you pull off, the higher the burst gauge will go, and whenever it hits 100%, the enemies will be momentarily stunned, they'll have their turn skipped, and they'll also lose quite a bit of their stats. So with all these systems going on, the battles are high speed and dynamic, and each enemy is a puzzle to solve and a challenge to overcome, as you go ahead and identify their weaknesses and combine your soul bits together to unleash your powerful finishing moves. But you might be wondering, how do you get more soul bits? Well, that's based upon your equipment. Not only does each item carry stats of their own, but each of them will also grant you different soul bits to use in battle too. Here you can also implant your equipment with different mods to boost your stats or further increase your repertoire of soul bits. The more you fight with the soul driver, the more synchronized to you it becomes. And you know how you learn more spells the more that you leveled up your materia? Well, it's similar here. But instead of spells, you're going to be unlocking stat raises, abilities and passives, and then you're going to have to use your soul fragments to learn those abilities that your drivers have. As you explore all the dungeons, you're going to be hunting down some unique dominators who hold rare and powerful equipment that will help you master the ultimate arts and get the ultimate soul bits too. All told, I had a really fun time and a nice little blast from the past with this roughly 15 or so hour journey through Soulvars, which is available again on June 27th for the Nintendo Switch, PS4 and 5, Xbox One X and S, DMM Player, Steam, and Epic's Game Store. And if you like what we've seen here, please follow those links below in the video description to wishlist it today. So that's it for today's spotlight on Soulvars. What do you think about the game? Let me know in the comments. And if you like this video and wanted you on the channel, please consider following me over on Twitter, supporting me on Patreon for exclusive videos and early access to my content, heading on over to Twitch for some stream fun, or coming on over to my Discord to chat and hang out. The links to them all can be found in the video description. This has been David, and if you like this, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day.
Hi everybody, as many of you probably are already aware, I've been a huge fan of the Trails series for over a decade now. Ever since I first got that first Trails in the Sky game back on the PSP. I've been following these characters' journey throughout Zemuria for over a decade, and even though like the gaps between releases do seem to be getting larger and larger and larger as time goes on, I still seem to get myself sucked right back on into these worlds whenever a new game releases. So today I want to talk about Trails into Reverie, the latest entry into the series to be released for the PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC. And I'd also like to thank Xseed for an early review copy. And now with that out of the way, let's dive right on into this review. Let me get one thing out of the way real fast. Since Trails into Reverie acts as a conclusion to both the Crossbell arc as well as the Erebonian arc, this is not a good place to begin the series. In fact, it's a downright horrible place for a first-timer to come and join in. All sorts of characters from Liberl to Erebonia to Crossbell to even Calvard are going to be coming at you with the quickness, and you're expected to know exactly who these characters are, because even though this is a Trails game and they do blab on incessantly here, they don't really do a whole lot about their backstory. However, all that being said, there is a story synopsis summary for the Crossbell and Erebonian games over in the start menu, as well as a character log and location encyclopedia of sorts, just in case you've forgotten any of the finer details from the previous games. You begin with Lloyd and the rest of the SSS as they're preparing for the Crossbell Independence Celebration. But again, this is a Trails game and this is Crossbell, so nothing can actually go right, and everything that could possibly go wrong does. So Lloyd and the gang set off to see what they can do to set things right in the city. But interestingly, you don't just deal with Lloyd and his problems here, because Trails into Reverie uses something called the Trails to Walk system, where you can really kind of play like 4 stories at once, and you can switch between them at any time. You have Lloyd's aforementioned story, Reen and his harem antics going on, and the mysterious Dark Sea, who's traveling along with 2 cold-blooded teeny bopper assassins, who you might know from that 3 and 9 novel that was introduced back in Cold Steel 4. In addition to those 3 main paths, there's also the Reverie corridor too, but we'll get into that in just a minute. The game is divided into multiple acts as well as days, and once you complete one act, you'll have to move on and finish the other characters' acts before you can see more. In this way, the game gives you the freedom of choice insofar as choosing who you want to play as, but it's not like you can finish 5 acts with Reen and then go back and start it back at Act 1 with Lloyd. You kinda have to do them all somewhat together. Also,
The majority of the acts do take place in different cities and regions, and once you're done with one act, you can't go back to the previous region. But the game does do a great job of telling you when these cutoff points are, so don't think that you're going to miss anything if you really just want to see everything that there is to offer. Long-running fans of the series might remember the general structure and layout of Trails in the Sky 3rd chapter, where you had like the tiniest bit of story with Kevin and Reese before they were thrown into the world of Phantasma, where the vast majority of the game took place. Trails into Reverie is somewhat similar in this regard, but I think it's just done so much better this time around. Whereas you were thrown into Phantasma within the first few minutes of 3rd chapter, you're not going to hit the Reverie corridor until probably like the 10-hour mark here. So the story unfolding with Reen, Lloyd, and C isn't just some like throwaway story, it's integral to the overarching plot and development of the whole Zemurian saga. Whereas the majority of the previous games all had side quests during the main quest, that is not the case at all here. The various side quests are relegated to the Reverie corridor, and it's here where a lot of the action takes place too. You're able to build up your dream party any which way you want to, then head off exploring the randomly generated dungeons, gathering extremely powerful loot, quartz, and equipment, so that whenever you do go back to the real world, you'll be able to kick some ass and take names. The Reverie corridor literally explicitly states that it's there for you to power up. So if you've always wanted to kind of like build up your dream team and then go off battling super bosses, then this is the game for you. Each floor has a powerful boss known as a Guardian, and once you defeat it, you'll gain a Sealing Stone, and each of the stones do different things. For example, the blue Sealing Stone unlocks Jade Dreams, which are essentially like those stories that were locked behind the doors in 3rd chapter, and gold stones unlock random characters. And if you don't like the character that you're given, just like reset the game and try it again. Then, the red stone unlocks minigames, which are actually rather quirky, unique, and fun. If you've played the Cold Steel games, then you know exactly what this battle system is going to be like. Everything from those games are still there, from the limit breaks, to the crafts, to the arts, to the Brave Orders. It is all there. But some additions like Burst Links, which are massively powerful group attacks that also increase your BP by 2 points, as well as the ability to level up your orbit slots by a 3rd level for super rare quartz, are new here. I honestly think that the battle system is one of the best, and I'm glad that they really didn't change it up too much. But I will say this, since you do start off so powerful, I mean, you're like level 100 after all, I really can't wait to get to Calvard and just kind of get like reset back to level 1. I mean, you're over here running through the very first stratum of the Reverie corridor, and I'm picking up like incredibly powerful accessories that used to be end game accessories, so it's just kind of getting to be a bit much. Anyway, through here, you take on missions to increase your rank and also grab Reverie points, which is what you gain from fighting well in battle and also making correct moral decisions during the cutscenes. All of the quality of life features that you've come to expect are here, from fast travel to cutscene skipping to super fast auto battling, as well as the voice acting and difficulty level selection. It is all here. And I know that this might not bother some other people out there, but it definitely bothers me, and I think that it needs to be said. 99% of the time when these characters are talking, they're focused on the story and they're focused on the task at hand. But sometimes during that other like 1% of the time, they say things that really bother me. Mostly like predatory things, like Wazi going over and hitting on Lloyd out of the blue, or Rishia and Ilya talking about their cup sizes. To me, it's just like a complete turnoff and I can't stand it. Otherwise though, I had a blast with my time with Trails into Reverie, and honestly, the game can really take you as long as you would like it to. You could spend countless hours fighting and leveling up and putting together your dream teams over in the Reverie corridor, or you could spend about 40 or so hours and just focus on the story. It's really up to you, so your mileage will definitely vary. I will say this though, if you have a PlayStation 5, buy that version, because you'll automatically get all the other save bonuses brought over into it. Whereas if you buy like the PS4 version or the Switch version, you'll only get the bonuses that you actually earned from the save data that you really carry over. So at the end of the day, it's just going to save you a whole lot of headaches if you just pick up that PS5 version and get everything that the game wants to give you. So that's it for my review of Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie. What do y'all think about the game, and are you excited for it? Let's get a discussion going here, and let's all talk about it in chat. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
And if you like what I do on the channel and you'd like to see more, please head on over to the Patreon for some early access videos and behind the scenes photographs. The links to it are over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. I've been playing Final Fantasy games since the very first one back on the NES whenever I got it in 3rd grade. I have been a lifelong fan of the series, and if there's one thing that I do know about it, no two games are the same. Yes, some are more obviously alike than the others. I mean, the first 6 are much more alike than the last 6, but Final Fantasy XVI in and of itself represents an almost entire genre swap, though. It really went from what was pretty much a turn-based series to an action RPG. So the real question is that for the better or for the worse? Come with me and join my review and let's find out. Personally, I do love turn-based games. They are my bread and butter. But I also grew up on action RPGs, with games like Final Fantasy Adventure, The Secret of Mana, and Crystallis being counted among my favorites. So maybe I am unique in this respect, but I can appreciate an action RPG just as much as I can appreciate a turn-based one. And at the end of the day, you can't fault a game for what you want it to be. You can only judge it based upon its own merits and what it actually is. So if you're refusing to play this based upon some preconceived notion of what you think Final Fantasy should be, then in reality, you're really only doing yourself a disservice, because, no exaggeration, no hyperbole here, this is easily the best game that I've played all year long, and it's also up there in the top 5 best Final Fantasies I've ever played as well. It really is just that good. Earlier, I did create a first thoughts type of video detailing many of the finer features of Final Fantasy XVI, such as how that battle system works, as well as the general flow of the game. And if you'd like to watch that video, there is a link to it in the video description. But here, now that I've completed the game, I really just kind of want to give you my final overarching thoughts about all of my time with it. Back whenever I created that first thoughts video, I said that I was playing on action mode and that I was not using any of those Rings of Easy mode either. Well, that lasted up until about that fight with Bahamut, where I ended up dying multiple times, and it was at that point that I decided, okay, I'm going to turn on story-focused mode. And also, and I've talked about this before, but I do have arthritis in my hands, so some of those faster-paced games do wear on me, and because of that, I did end up putting on that Ring of Evasion. Not really because I needed it from like a gameplay standpoint, but more just kind of ease the pain in my joints. As far as exploration goes, I really was not a fan of it. Yeah, the areas are massive and they're absolutely beautiful, but because there is no minimap, and not even like a compass on the screen either, I was always checking that large map first to see where to go, then turning around to face the right direction, then checking the map again to make sure that I was turning the right direction, then finally taking off. It was just kind of needlessly annoying. And I know that they do have a rationale for not having a minimap, that they pretty much just didn't want people to stare at it, but really, what's worse here? Staring at a minimap or stopping your run constantly to check the big map? Also, it's rather unfortunate that there's not an auto run, and you just kind of have to like walk until you finally start running. Not to mention the annoyance of not being able to run whenever you're inside of a town. Later on, you can catch and ride a chocobo, but unless you're going for very long distances, I didn't bother, because the controls on the big bird are kind of slidey, and it kind of takes a minute to call them and then jump on top of them, and then whenever you're on them, you can't open up doors or you can't grab treasure chests. Then whenever you get into an encounter, you kind of have to take off of them. It's just kind of a whole big to-do. Also, for about 75% of the game or so, there's really no reason to go off the beaten path and grab sparklies or even look for treasure chests, because those sparklies will just be potions, gil, or crafting crap, and the treasure chests will pretty much just be more of the same. One of the main tenets of Final Fantasy to me was always getting more and more treasure upgrades, going into a new dungeon and finding that next best sword, or that cool piece of equipment, or that great accessory. But you don't really do that here. You just kind of upgrade your equipment at the blacksmith after each major story segment. There's no real incentive to find treasure because honestly, it's just not that good. Not only that, but Clive can only equip 3 accessories. And it's not like you can put anything on your other party members either. So I pretty much just equipped an attack up accessory, the Ring of Evasion,
and a booster for Flames of Rebirth, and then I never fooled with the accessories again. And I kind of find myself wishing that it was more like Secret of Mana, where Torgal and Jill would be full-fledged party members that you could equip weapons, armors, and accessories on. Because then, if all of their unique equipment was found in treasure chests, that would have definitely given an incentive to explore. There are obelisks that enable fast travel, but these obelisks are few and far between. So, again, I found myself wishing that there were probably double the amount of obelisks, simply because of the amount of backtracking that you're going to be having to do for all the side quests and the hunts. And don't get me started on the back and forth that you have to do inside of Cid's hideaway too. There's this one portion, and you have to talk to Mid 50 times, and you're constantly being your little gopher and running back and forth, and she's so frickin' far away. Then, again, to make matters worse, remember, you can't run in towns! All that running around Cid's hideaway gets real old, real fast. So I kind of wish that a menu would pop up whenever you selected the hideaway, and then from there, you could choose your location. I do think that something like that would be really simple and would help with a lot of that back and forth. You will be exploring every nook and cranny though to fulfill those side quests, main quests, and the hunts. And all those quests are clearly located on your map, but the hunts aren't. You need to deduce for yourself from the hunt board where they're located, but that's actually kind of fun and the rewards for the hunt are actually worth it. And let me tell you, these side quests are easily some of the best side quests I've ever had in gaming. Some are mundane, some make you think, some move you to tears, some make you laugh out loud, and some just make you cringe. Like when the queen of the bitches gouges out an eyeball. Holy hell! Something that I really loved about them was that they built off one another. Each side quest wasn't just helping some random, you always pretty much helped the same people, so you got to see them grow and change and learn all about their backstories. I heard a lot of complaining about these side quests over on the Twitter, but let me say this. You were doing yourself a great disservice by not doing all of them, because the amount of world building found in them is just massive. And if anybody says otherwise, that's really kind of a red flag that that person just didn't do the side quests. The story as well is top notch. It does have a lot of similarities to Game of Thrones, from things like the Iron Bloods, the Boiling Sea, to Stone Sickness, to the Old English and the medieval setting. But it really is still its own thing, and it is definitely a Final Fantasy game. I loved all of the little story arcs, and while the vast majority of the story took place after the Icon fights, I was on the edge of my seat with every new twist and turn, because just like Game of Thrones, death was around every corner. There's been some good stories in JRPGs before, but this one here is up there with the likes of Terranigma, Xenogears, and Final Fantasy VI. This is a real one. As far as the battle system is concerned, I really enjoyed it, but I'm also just going to kind of come out and say it, because I don't think that anybody else will. Those Icon battles suck! I hate them! For most of them, I had no idea what the hell I was doing. Just kind of flying by the seat of my pants and mashing the attack button trying to get down the ungodly billions of HP they have till I'm finally done with the 30-minute boss fight. Then, whenever I think that I'm finally done, there's another scene, then another scene, then another scene. And I guess some teenagers might think that it's cool or epic, but I don't give a shit. I was bored to tears during them. It's like hit the guy to drain his million HP, only to then have a 5-minute long cutscene, and then he has a new form to hit another million HP, to have another cutscene, to have another form, then drain off another million HP. It was just boring as hell. I just wanted them to die, and my thumb was killing me. Then, to make it even longer and more drawn out, you have all these cinematic scenes and these flashy QuickTime events. I don't care about any of that crap. I just wanted to strategize and kill the boss, and I hated being interrupted constantly in these boss fights. I literally dreaded every single Icon fight because they were just such massive time sinks. I am glad that the Final Fantasy series is evolving with time, but sometimes to me, there's just beauty in simplicity. And if the 16th entry can evolve into an open world action RPG, then the 17th entry can also evolve back to a turn-based, 4-party member traditional romp without crafting
to clog up the treasure chests, as well as a gorgeous world map to explore. I mean, the whole Final Fantasy shtick is that it changes all the time, so why can't it just change back into that? Yoshi P even said so much. And don't get me wrong, here at the end of the day, I did thoroughly enjoy Final Fantasy XVI, and again, let me reiterate, I do think that it is one of the best entries in the series to date, but I also do hope that it's also a one-off, and that this is not the future of the series. Because while I do definitely think that it's better than 15, 13, 12, 10, 2, and 8, I definitely don't think that it's better than, say, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. There is just something to be said for building up and strategizing with your party, and honestly, Clive just doesn't need a party. He was a one-man wrecking machine, and that to me was kind of a shame, because I like the party synergy. And again, I do think that final thoughts that this will be remembered as one of the better Final Fantasy games, but I also think that it's not going to top anybody's list as the best Final Fantasy game. So that's it for my review of Final Fantasy XVI. What did you think about the game, and what did you feel about it? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's talk and chat all about it. I would love to hear what you have to say. And if you like what I do around the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind-the-scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day.
Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my review of another Crusade, being released for the PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Super Mario RPG was one of my favorite games all throughout my entire high school years, so whenever I saw this game inspired by it, I just knew that I had to try it. But how does it all pan out? Is it as good as its classic? Is it better? Or is it worse? Come find out. Since, as we all know, I do love Super Mario RPG, and it is my favorite RPG in the whole Mario franchise, I really wanted to check this out and see how it compares to its illustrious predecessor. And while Mario RPG was obviously set in the Mushroom Kingdom and starring the titular plumber, Another Crusade takes place in a more medieval fairy tale land, where all of your characters and NPCs and enemies kind of resemble puppets, straight out of Pinocchio. You play as Ray the Dragon Slayer, who literally just a week prior got done defeating the Dragon King, only for now meteorites to begin falling down upon the land, and monsters kind of going crazy. And that's really honestly all you're going to be getting for the story here. But this is just a demo, and from what I've seen, it does seem to be setting itself up for much more of a grandiose tale. There are only two areas to explore here. There's the forest and the town, each complete with their own enemies, treasures, and bosses. And you are thrust straight into the action, and right from the get-go, I do hope and pray that you are good at timed attacks, because if you're not, you're gonna die with the quickness. Truth be told, I died twice in this demo, but both times to bosses, and we are going to get to that in a minute, but first, let's go over the whole gameplay. All the enemies are encountered on the field, and you can preemptively strike them in order to deal damage to them before combat takes place. Then, in battle, it's turn-based, and you just whack each other upside the head, but you use timed attacks to increase your damage, as well as timed blocks to reduce or even completely nullify damage. Just as in Mario RPG, your various skills have button presses too. From the Thunder skill forcing you to press the X button, to the Healing skill which holds the X button, or the Water skill which makes you rotate the analog stick. All of that can get pretty involved. Also, for every 3 normal attacks that you do, you'll gain back 1 SP point, and each special skill costs 1 SP, so you'll never really run out, and you're always slowly regenerating those points. For anybody who's watched my channel for any length of time, you probably already know this, but let me say it again. I am terrible at anything at all involving timing. And before I made it to the first healing point, I was already out of both of the regular potions that they gave you and the great potion that they gave you too. I was barely scraping by. But once I did get to the healing spring, I used it as a base to kind of grind for a little bit. But I never really felt more powerful. It wasn't until after I died to the first boss that I realized that every time that you gain a level, you're also able to gain a bonus experience point to put into your stats, just like in Mario RPG. However, the game never tells you this. There's not even an NPC who mentions this. You have tons of NPCs all over the place, blabbing about really stupid, dumb shit, but they don't tell you something incredibly important like that? Anyway, just like in Mario RPG, certain levels will give you certain bonuses and certain stats. Like you might get more HP on one level, or more attack power on another level, but it's still up to you where to put those points at the end of the day, and it's up to you if you want to take advantage of the level bonuses. Also, scattered throughout the maps are crystals, which work as permanent stat increases, and thankfully you can see how many crystals and how many treasures there are in each zone on the world map screen. So you'd really better find all those crystals if you just want a snowball's chance in hell to survive here, because this game is hard. I don't know what it is about like Dark Souls difficulty infesting every single frickin' game nowadays, but it just needs to go away! After my grinding session at the spring, I made it over to the first boss, who quickly slaughtered me. Then I spent a good 10 or so minutes grinding up to the next level, and then finally, I was able to take down that boss. So I made it to the next area, which was a town under attack by demons, and I go in there, like the dutiful little puppet that I am, and I beat up the demons and I save the townsfolk, and I think, okay, I should be able to get through this place pretty easily, seeing as I just grinded so much. But that wasn't the case. Even there, I still kinda had to like stay over by the save point, fight a demon, go back and heal, fight another demon, go back and heal, fight another demon, go back and heal. The balance shouldn't be this off and skewed in just the first two areas. The difficulty is just completely unforgiving, especially once you get to the second boss. Because here your little mage friend Nero joins you, and every 2 turns the boss becomes invulnerable, and you have to use Nero's water spell to make him vulnerable to attacks again. But at the same time as this, the boss is attacking twice per turn to both of you, and just slaughtering you. And to make matters worse, immediately before this boss fight, you get a brand new axe, which you think might help you, but it has completely different timing to the sword that you've been practicing with the entire time. And, to make matters worse, you can't grind up Nero either. So after my inevitable death, I had to leave the town, go back in the forest, do even more grinding to be able to finally defeat the boss. So, let me get on my soapbox here for a minute. I'm not saying to make the game like baby easy or anything, but I am going to say this. A demo isn't for grinding. A demo should just be here to get a taste of what the game is about, to introduce you to the characters and the world, and then you can get a taste of the battle system. And developers put out demos for a reason. They want feedback. So here's my feedback. Balance your game. A demo should not be 50% grinding. I am not even kidding here. 50% of my time on this demo was me just grinding because the balance is completely off. Especially because you can't beat the second boss without your mage character who you can't grind up. And even after all my grinding, I couldn't afford an ether for his mandatory water spells that he has to use every single 2 frickin' rounds, or a revival item just in case he dies. I only had one of each of those that I found in treasure chests, but still, you would think that they would have at least play tested the balance of this thing. Not everybody is a timed attack master or the Flash, getting in double hits or perfect blocks every single frickin' round. Some of us, God forbid, are actually human and might take full damage from these hits constantly. And I guess if you just happen to be like a lowly, flawed human like me, then this game isn't for you. It's only for robots. Because God forbid you actually add in any sort of balance or difficulty selector or anything. At the end of the day, I really wanted to like this. I wanted to have a good time with this, and I wanted to give it a positive review. But there are large zones here with no mini-maps, this weird blurry effect on the hero whenever he runs, and an absolute complete lack of any sort of balancing whatsoever. I cannot, in good faith, give this a good review. I certainly do hope that they get normal human beings in there who don't have lightning fast reflexes to actually balance their final product, because as it stands now, it is unplayable to me, and that is a crying shame. So that's it for my review of another Crusade. What do you think about the game? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I would love to hear what you have to say. And if you like what I do on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon and sign up for early access to my videos and behind-the-scenes photographs. A link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there everybody! Whenever I first saw Arcadian Atlas, I knew that it would be right up my alley, with beautiful pixel graphics, a compelling storyline, job classes, and skill trees. This was just speaking my language. Add to the fact that it was obviously inspired by the best strategy RPG ever made, Final Fantasy Tactics, and I knew that I had to try it out. But how does it measure up to that inspiration? Come with me and let's find out in this review. The game tells the story of a kingdom in turmoil, as the king is dying and the power-hungry, evil queen declared her step-princesses illegitimate heirs to the throne. So now, the evil bitch queen from hell rises to power while simultaneously exiling the two former princesses from the kingdom. The older princess accuses the queen of poisoning the former king and is then accused of treason, while the younger is sent away to live a cloistered life away from the limelight in a monastery. You don't play as those princesses though. Instead, you play as Vashti, a girl sent to escort the younger princess to the monastery. It's interesting though, because you can really see the kingdom split and you can see where their loyalties lie. And nowhere is this more exposed than in the relationship between Vashti and her lover Desmond, who begin fighting together but slowly end up on separate sides of the Civil War. And hey y'all, if you like this video so far, please be sure to smash that like button and hit subscribe for some more great content. And now, let's continue on with the review. The battles take place in an isometric viewpoint, just like Final Fantasy Tactics and Tactics Ogre. And if you've played those two great games, then you know exactly what you're doing here. There is a robust job system, which pretty much mirrors that found in Final Fantasy Tactics. And eventually, through your battling, you will be able to promote your character to a new job. However, the job promotions do work in a much more linear fashion here. For example, your mages aren't exactly going to become knights, they're just going to become better spellcasters. And also, whereas in Final Fantasy Tactics, you could have a knight with like summon magic, here you can't really equip a secondary ability. Your characters are pretty much stuck in the job that they're in. But on the same token, the jobs here are much more versatile, and you can have a whole lot more than just 5 characters fighting on a battlefield too. So don't worry, all of your bases will be covered. Experience and leveling works differently here too, because there is no JP. Instead, they work to somewhat eliminate the whole grind by allowing every single character who participates in battle to gain 1 level for that battle as well as 1 skill point, which they can then invest in their active combat skills or into more passive skills. Some more powerful skills might take 2 or 3 points to learn rather than 1, and many skills can be leveled up to become more powerful too. It's really simple to grasp and very intuitive, and it's so nice so you don't have to worry about like a particular character not being able to reach an enemy in order to gain experience or get that hit there. And you don't have to gather everybody up in a cross formation on Mandalia Plains to grind for a year and a day either. All in all, it's a pretty simple yet very effective way of handling leveling, and it's rather quite ingenious if I do say so myself. Also, something to note. Any named characters or special characters will always gain a level with each story battle, whether they participate in it or not. So that really does ensure that you're never stuck in any kind of unwinnable situation later on down the road. There are 4 difficulty modes to choose from, so you can customize the battling to your liking. And please do be aware that just like Final Fantasy Tactics, this also utilizes the 3 turns till you're dead method. So if one of your party members falls, you better scoot your little bum on over there and revive them in 3 turns, unless you want to lose them forever. Between battles, you'll find yourself on the world map, where you can travel between battlefields and towns, as well as dive into the main menu to set up your party. One thing that always bothered me about Final Fantasy Tactics were the random encounters that occurred as you were moving on the world map from place to place. Thankfully, that does not happen here. However, if you do want to level on your own apart from the story, that option is available to you, simply by stopping in at any town and then speaking to the bartender in the tavern. Then you're going to sign over a contract, beat some bitches up, gain your extra levels and gold and rare items, and then move on with your day without having to worry about the tedium of a random encounter. In towns, you can also go shopping, of course, and the items and equipment that they hold will upgrade periodically according to the story. I could really go on about this game, and how surprised I was with all the twists and turns that it told, as well as how happy I was to learn that the choices that I made actually mattered, and they really came back to haunt me hours later. I was pleasantly surprised with the quality found here, and if there is some negatives though, I would say that the character portraits don't really mesh or fit well with the pixel sprite work that the rest of the game uses. And also, I kind of think that like the jazzy music doesn't really seem to fit either. I was really missing that adventurous music that they had back in Final Fantasy Tactics. But all told, at the end of the day, this is still a fantastic game. So that's it for my review of Arcadian Atlas. What do you think about the game? And are you going to pick it up? Let me know in the comments. Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I would love to hear what you have to say. And if you like what I do on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to our review of Rhapsody, Marl Chronicles, to be releasing for the PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC on August 29th. This game here is a compilation of the 2 direct sequels to the original Rhapsody game that we got back whenever I was in high school on the PlayStation. But rather than these 2 games just being like a direct port of one another, they come with some quality of life additions as well as brand new whole changes to the battle systems. But you've really got to ask, how did these games fare now, well over 20 years after they were originally released? Come with me and let's find out in my review. Right from the get-go, you have the choice of which game to play. Rhapsody 2, Ballad of the Little Princess, or Rhapsody 3, Memories of Marl Kingdom. And please do again, keep in mind that these are direct sequels to the first game. And if you have not played the first game, then yeah, you might want to go pick it up on the PC and check it out yourself, or you can watch my story summary of exactly what happened, and the link to that story summary is in the video description. For both of the games, you can choose English or Japanese voice acting, although no matter what you choose, all songs will still be in Japanese. You also have a choice between easy, normal, and hard modes in the second game, but oddly enough, not in the third game. There's just one difficulty level there, which pretty much equates to normal enemies being relatively easy, while the bosses are just ridiculously hard. In both, there is a choice between the original look, a smoothed out look, or a CRT screen look. I didn't like the smoothed out look, and the CRT lines just bothered me, so I just went with the normal look. In addition to this, you can fast forward cutscenes with the triangle button, but that's pretty much the extent of the quality of life additions here. You won't be able to fast forward during battle, nor will you be able to do any kind of speed up to your movement, although your movement on the field is pretty darn quick already. In the second game, you play as Kururu, the daughter of Cornet and Ferdinand from the first game. And personally, I think that it's really super sweet that Cornet named her daughter after her little fairy friend. As this does take place in the same world as the first game, you will be running into old friends, such as Adelaide, Marjorie and her henchwomen, as well as the evil cat fiends. You'll also meet some new friends too, like Adelaide's daughter Kreia and Kururu's palace guard Randy. You'll also be exploring many of the same places, such as the Mother Green Kingdom, Orange Village, the Wonder Woods, and the Natalie River. Just like her mother, Kururu longs to get out into the world and find her true love prince, though who she actually ends up finding is kind of an asshole. He ignores her, tells her to go away, calls her a little kid, and says that she has pumpkin pants. Why Kururu wants anything to do with this guy, I will never know. But I digress. It's all kind of a love triangle, because Kreia herself is kind of actually in love with Kururu too. In keeping with the musical theme, both games are divided up into separate acts, but the third game is much different than the second. Rather than just following Cornet's daughter Kururu, in the third, you get to play as all sorts of different people, from the past, the present, and the future. You begin playing a little vignette from the first game. You're Cornet and Ferdinand was just captured by Marjorie. Italy comes by, and now you have to go and help a small little mushroom girl find her mother. From then on, you get to play a little side story controlling Kururu from the second game, and even from there, you get to move on and control Marjorie and her henchwomen themselves. It's really cute, and it kind of reminds me of Trails in the Sky 3rd chapter, where you get different glimpses of events and different stories from all the different characters. The battle system in the second game is changed up from the first game, as the puppets don't actually fight with you, and it is completely turn-based. It is not a strategic grid. Here, you can equip up to 3 puppets onto each human character, and they act as stat increases and your vehicle for magical spells. You'll find puppets throughout the courses of your journey, but monsters can also join you up as a puppet randomly after battle too. Well, the normal random battles are pretty simple and can be completed with just like an auto battle. The boss battles definitely do take some concentration and strategy, because they can be on the harder side in both games. You're definitely going to have to pay attention and use magic to get yourself through. Also, do pay attention to that reward gauge, because the longer the fights last, the more your rewards will build up, and the more you can smash your enemies with things like strawberry shortcakes and flan. The battle system in the third game is really different though. Basically, you have 4 different party leaders that you can set, and then to those leaders you can attach up to 3 different puppets and monsters, granting them all spells, abilities, and stat boosts. You'll find the puppets during your adventures, and the monsters will join up you after battles, just as in the second and first games. But it can be pretty chaotic, because you're going to have to be having 12 different characters on the field all at once attacking. So auto battle is your best friend. And thankfully here, you can choose for your characters to either just attack, or to go all out and cast all their spells. If you do want to decide actions for each and every character though, feel free to do so, and it probably is necessary for many of those harder boss fights, because if you don't take charge, you will die. If you played and enjoyed the first game, I think that you'll definitely like this one. Playing it was like going back to a simpler time, and it was nice to hear the exact same tunes from the first game here too. And that trademark Rhapsody humor is here too. I mean, the people who filmed Two Girls, One Cup had to have found inspiration somewhere, didn't they? This brought me right back into the 90s, and that is a good thing. However, all that being said, I still do feel like many quality of life features that we take for granted nowadays just are not here, which can make for some pretty frustrating gameplay. Some easy, quick additions would be maybe hitting like the start button in order to look at a dungeon map, because some of these places can really be on the mazy side. Then, something like an encounters off feature would be a great touch. Also, having a little like next objective indicator would be cool too, because some of the progress points can be pretty obtuse. Like, sometimes you have to talk to like a very particular NPC at a very particular time in order to get the story to trigger. That's kind of annoying, and it might have worked in the 90s, but not so much today. Maybe even something like synopsis would be nice. Also, and this is key, there is no autosave feature, so if you happen to die to a particularly hard boss fight, you're going to be going back to the title screen, like a game over, and then reloading from your last save. And well, yeah, that was standard back in the day. That can be pretty jarring and frustrating for some more modern gamers out there. So my suggestion would just be to save at every single healing point that you come across. And also, this is just me bitching. I did feel like it was such a huge missed opportunity to not have the songs in English. If they did it back in the 90s for the first game, why can't they do it now? To me, the songs were like the best part of the original game, so having them now only be in Japanese is such a downer, and I just ended up like not caring about them and fast forwarding through them, because like, I can't understand them, so who cares? It's just such a shame, because that was one of the biggest draws of the series for me. So that there is my review of Rhapsody Marl Kingdom Chronicles, to be released for the PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC. All told, it's a great game, but there are definitely some things that still draw it down. So, tell me, how did you like the original Rhapsody? And are you going to be getting this game? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do here on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind-the-scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Have y'all ever played a game that you just absolutely adore, but you also know deep down in your heart of hearts that, like, nobody else is going to like it? That for whatever reason, people just will not give it a chance, even though you played it and you know that it's fantastic? I personally remember feeling that way about both Purple LaCroix and Arc-Res Fantasia. And now that same old feeling is coming back again with today's game, Monochrome Mobius Rights and Wrongs Forgotten. So come on with me and let me tell you all about this great gem. This is coming out for the PS4 and 5 on September 5th in North America and September 8th in Europe. And it's actually celebrating the 20th anniversary of the, bear with me here, Utowerumono series, of which my history is pretty much non-existent. Basically, I know that the series exists, and I also know that they're visual novels, but I'm just not a fan of visual novels, so I have avoided them all. However, this here is a turn-based traditional normal JRPG with a pretty cracking battle system, if I do say so myself. A couple of things that you're going to want to know right off the bat is that you can choose to play in either normal or hard modes, and that it is unfortunately only having Japanese voice acting. Strange terms and weird names are going to be coming at you hard and fast. Couple that with the characters droning on in a language that I don't understand, and I quickly turned off the voice acting just so I could try to comprehend the plot as easily as possible without all this gibberish going on in the background. However though, similar to Final Fantasy XVI, there is an in-game encyclopedia that you can pull up detailing all of the very strange and very Japanese terminology used here. The story opens up as Pashpakur and his daughter Shunya are fighting against the evil Maya court, and with Pashpakur's dying breath he opens up a portal to another world and bids Shunya to jump on through and find her long-lost brother Ashtor. You, the player, don't really know what's going on as you take control of Ashtor, a Mononofu who protects the village. Remember what I said about strange terms and names? This isn't even the half of it. I'm really just trying to keep it as simple as possible. Anyway, apparently the village has been under attack by an unknown assailant ravaging the fields and slaughtering the animals. It just so happens that this is Shunya, so you chase after her, give her a good old-fashioned beatdown, and it's only then that you find out that she is your sister, and more importantly, your long-lost father is actually still alive. So together, you both leave the small village and track him down. But it's just not that easy. Shunya and your father are from a land called Arva Shulan, which is beyond the vast Pillar of the Stars. So it's up to you and her to cross this great chasm and enter the mythical land. The environments themselves are varied and absolutely gorgeous, filled to the brim with shinies to collect, treasure chests to find, branching paths that you shouldn't go down lest you get slaughtered, and enemies all over the screen. For the most part though, the enemies are dumb as hell. You could be like 2 inches away from them and they still won't even notice you. So unless you get like lost in the undergrowth or something, you could pretty much go wherever you want scot-free. I will say this, I did find it kind of difficult to find many of the chests because they are black and they do blend into the background. However, they do get much easier to find as the game goes on. To help you find your way around, you could use the square button to help pull up a large map, and there's also a mini-map on the screen too. And while your basic movement speed is pretty fast, you can also dash with the R2 button, though that does consume the stamina meter. However, it is like the most generous stamina meter I've ever seen in my entire life, so I wouldn't even worry about that, it's really a non-issue. Other things that you're going to notice on your minimap are campsites for resting, side quest points of interest, enemy locations, and save points. Now, let's talk about this battle system, which I just adore. I would have to say that the closest thing that I could possibly compare it to would be Grandia, and in that comparison, higher praise was never heaped. I love Grandia. It uses an action ring system where your characters and the enemies each appear on the ring. You begin in the outermost largest ring, but there are 2 smaller inner rings. Whenever you hit an enemy multiple times, they'll become staggered, hit them again whenever they are staggered, and then they'll get knocked back out into the larger ring. You yourself go into the smaller rings after using special attacks, getting critical hits, or using your Overzeal, which is essentially your limit break, where you can just automatically ascend into an inner ring. And during some of these boss fights, it is imperative that you get into that innermost ring as quickly as possible, and then keep that boss on the outermost ring to ensure that you have as many turns as you possibly can, and also delay the boss's turn as much as possible. Special gems will also be strewn about the ring, and while they don't do anything for the enemies, they will help you by increasing up your zeal, restoring your MP, or giving you resistance to staggering. I also thought that the skill system was really neat too. As you gain levels, you'll get bonus points, which you can plug into various stats, and when certain stats reach certain thresholds, then you'll gain more combat abilities. Advanced magic works differently too. Shunya, the magecraft practitioner, uses basic spells easily enough, but if you want to use her advanced magic, she has to spend a turn charging up soul stones, and each of the advanced spells uses up a certain number of those soul stones. This makes it so that you can't just spam super powerful magic and blow all the enemies to smithereens. It's really here that I could end the review, but I still do have a lot more to say, mostly in regards of how I feel about this game was kind of done dirty. As I said before, whenever I got it, I really knew next to nothing about it, and I certainly wasn't expecting to find one of the most fun combat systems, along with some of the most adorable characters and the most massive, open, gorgeous environments that I've seen lately. This game deserves to do well, but I also know that it won't, because it's going to become a victim of what I like to be calling only being half localized. This little curse seems to afflict many RPGs nowadays, most recently with Marl Kingdom Chronicles, where everything was in English except for the song lyrics inexplicitly being in Japanese. And it's the same sort of thing going on here. Not only is all the voice acting only in Japanese, but many of the proper nouns aren't really localized. Yeah, they might be translated, but they're not localized into something that I can actually understand. There is a big difference here, and they're constantly throwing tons of Japanese terms at you as if you're like supposed to be fluent in the language or something. Like, listen, I just want to play a fun game. I don't want to have to like break out the Rosetta Stone here. Okay, now that I'm off my soapbox, if you could put that aside, you are seriously going to find one of the best classic, traditional turn-based RPGs of recent years. Sometimes I hate whenever RPGs just like try to do too much, or they just try to become something that they aren't, and they have to add in all sorts of like little bullshitty gimmicks that nobody really cares about, and that just kind of like end up dragging the whole experience down. But I am happy to say that Monochrome Mobius knows exactly what it is, and it does it well. Many times whenever I play through a game for like a review, I'm under a time deadline, and it is what it is, and I just have to get through it as quickly as possible, so I end up going through like avoiding all sorts of extraneous side quests and things like that, just really trying to get to like the meat of the game. But I didn't do that here. I took my time with this one. I did every single side quest that I could. I went off the beaten path where I found all the hidden treasures, and I just found everything, and I loved it. So that's it for my review of Monochrome Mobius Rights and Wrongs Forgotten. What do you feel about this game? And also, what do you feel about this whole like half localization thing? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, this is Dave, and welcome to our review of Eternights, to be released for the PS4 and 5, as well as PC over on the Steam tomorrow. And there is a physical release slated on for later this year during the holiday season as well. Before we do get started though, I would like to thank Studio Psy for a key for this review. Now, the quickest and easiest way for me to just give a quick and dirty description of Eternights is to say that if you took Persona, but gave it action combat, then added in some blood, gore, and a little bit of smuttiness for good measure, then you'll have this game. It's definitely an interesting take, but how does it all pan out? Come with me, and let's find out. First things first, there are two things that I want to say just for full disclosure. I played Eternights on the PC, where it does feature full controller support, as well as a constant autosave, and a choice of 3 different difficulty levels. And while you might think that this game could be a walk in the park, it's not. I played it on easy mode, and I died. A lot. I think that I counted like 15 plus game overs in my playthrough. I can't be so sure, because by the end they all just kind of blended together into pure rage and frustration. And that brings me to my second point that I want to talk about. While the full game lasts anywhere between 10 to 14 or so hours, which is admittedly short, I myself, personally, couldn't get past more than 3. And that last hour was me just pushing through with sheer willpower, pain, hate, and frustration. But at the end of the day, I had to hang it all up for my own sanity. That's really a shame, because I wanted to like this game. I went into it with some high hopes. I even spoke to my friend Taylor over at the Gaming Shelf, who said that he was just digging this game. So I was looking forward to it, and I popped it in after I was done with Sea of Stars. But let me tell you, this is no Sea of Stars. This has some good ideas and some enjoyable moments, but ultimately, it was the boring hallway environments and the incredibly dark areas, as well as the god-awful combat system, that did it in for me. Oh my god, y'all, the combat is just maddening. And before y'all come at me saying that I should just turn up the brightness, this is the game at max brightness. so if you have old eyes like me, you're just screwed. But let's start at the beginning, with the story. And boy, is it off to a slow start. It's going to be a good hour or so before you can truly get into the meat of the gameplay, which is essentially 10% of the entire game. You begin in your apartment with your friend Shani, and the two of you are discussing your love lives, or at least your lack thereof. So he signs you up for a dating app, and that's one of her tits. And I call her that because the picture on the dating app is literally just her tits. She contacts you. The bitch is absolutely batshit crazy, but you're some kind of moron, so you decide to meet up with her anyway. I don't know why, but despite being two good-looking guys, the game just paints y'all as like complete losers. The next day, though, the world inexplicably comes under a curse, which turns everyone into monsters, and it surrounds the city behind a wall. That is, everyone except for you and Shani, so you both decide to run off to a shelter and wait out the apocalypse. And it's here that Tits comes to you in a dream where she introduces herself as Lux, an architect of light, working against her counterpart Umbra, an architect of darkness, who is attempting to awaken the stone, which is why the world has gone so haywire. She says that it's up to you to escape from the wall and stop Umbra from activating the stone and releasing chaos among the world. Then, she gives you the power to turn your severed arm into a magical sword. There is definitely some humor to be had here, and the voice acting is pretty top-notch if I do say so myself. All of the lines are voice acted, and I did get some hearty laughs out of their witty banter, but to drag it down because, nothing can actually be good in this game, I would say that about 90% of all the dialogue is unskippable. You have to sit there and wait for the voice actor to quit talking, and then a couple more seconds just for good measure before you can actually move on. That being said, the characterization and the dates were the highlight of the game. And that's saying a lot, because normally I hate dating sims. But here, the choices actually matter, and you do get immediate feedback too. Now, I don't know if that goes to show how great the dating mechanics are, or if that's just because the other portion of the gameplay, that is, the exploration of the combat, is just that craptastic. At first, I thought that I was just bad at it, and truth be told, I probably am. But when a 41-year-old man is actively getting angry and literally screaming at the screen and about ready to crush his controller, I knew that I had to put it down for my own sanity's sake. So let's talk about the combat and the exploration, because they're really one and the same, and they're both infuriating. The essence of the gameplay is just running through long, dark, narrow hallways that look exactly the same as the last long, dark, narrow hallway that you just ran through, until you finally reach a larger room that's filled up with enemies. And of course, in order to get past the larger room, you have to kill all those enemies. It's not exactly the most riveting thing that I've ever seen, but to aid in your exploration and figuring out which long, dark, narrow hallway you just have been down, there's no mini-map to help you, nor is there a larger map either. So, get ready to get turned around and run in circles constantly, especially after you clear a large monster room. Oh, and I guess the reason why battles are forced here is because there's no actual real incentive to fight enemies. None of them drop any items, you don't get any gold, and experience doesn't exist either. You just kind of fight for the sake of fighting. Maybe it's just me, maybe I'm old, but this combat sucks. Like I said before, I was playing on easy, and I had well over 15 game overs in the 3 hours that I played. You're going to be pressing every single frickin' button on God's green earth whenever you fight. Unless you have the controller memorized by heart, good luck, because otherwise, you're screwed. The combat is essentially button mashing combined with quick time events. Most of the button prompts appear for maybe a second, and if you don't press the correct button during that prompt, then you miss out. Everything here seems to revolve around quick time events. There are quick time events during the elemental attacks, quick time events doing a whirlwind attack, quick time events whenever using a confident attack, quick time events to break down barriers, and quick time events for your limit breaks. There's even quick time events during the story mode too. I guess the developer never got the memo that nobody likes quick time events. Least of all me, who has poor eyesight and even worse reflexes. Now, if the button mashing, attacking, and quick timing combat wasn't bad enough, let's talk about the evasion and the enemy design. Number 1. All the enemies look exactly the same. They're basically humans turned into monsters, but they're seemingly all identical twins. and they all have the exact same attack where they glow red and shoot at a beam. And unless you're like the Flash or something and you've lightning quick reflexes, that beam's going to hit you and deal a pretty decent chunk of damage and then knock yo sorry ass down to the ground, where you'll stay for about a good 3 or so seconds before you slowly get back up. So if you're surrounded by multiple enemies and you get knocked down once, you might as well just wait for the inevitable game over screen to come, because the enemies will all just gang up on you while you sit there like a sitting duck. At the beginning, I could kind of deal with the combat, because barriers didn't exist. But somewhere between hour 1 and hour 2, barriers came into play, and oh my god, whose bright idea was this? And it's not just bosses who have barriers, but even normal enemies have these barriers. An enemy with a barrier is 100% completely invulnerable to all of your attacks, and the only way to deal with them is by breaking their barrier. But many times, you don't just have to break their barrier once, twice, or even 3 times. Sometimes you have to break their barrier 4 or more times, and that involves sitting there, mashing the X button, and hoping to God that you evade their attacks so that you can build up your elemental gauge. Then, once that gauge is finally built up after a couple of minutes of button mashing, then you can enter QuickTime Hell, and if you successfully pull off about 3 or so different QuickTime events, then you'll bust down 1 barrier. However, if you miss even 1 of those QuickTime events, then the elemental attack does not count, and you don't break the barrier. Also, if you use the wrong elemental attack, then it also doesn't count, and you don't break the barrier. This makes bosses not really a matter of skill, but more a matter of, can I actually activate these stupid QuickTime events? The whole thing wears out its welcome before I even welcomed it in the door. I don't mean to belabor the point here, but there's just about no treasure to find in the dungeons besides black and white essences which you can use to power up your skills. No items, no armor, no accessories, and no equipment either. There are some block puzzles to break up the monotony, but this isn't Lufia 2, and you can cheese your way through those super easy, as well as some of those eye-rollingly stupid stories I've ever heard, like Yuna and her friend Jisoo, who's embroiled in a scandal which involves her drinking at a bar even though she is of legal drinking age. Give me a break! Oh, and did I mention that one of your missions involves scavenging the town for tampons? And there's also an argument over who stole a porn magazine. Come on. Maybe it's just because I went straight from Sea of Stars into Eternights, but this is like going from fine caviar at a French restaurant down to a soup kitchen. The entire time I was playing it, I was really just not having a good time. And I was thinking to myself that I'd rather be playing anything else, including the much more well-done and very similar in scope and design Scarlet Nexus. So, that's it for my review of Eternights. And believe me, y'all, I do not enjoy shitting all over games, but I just have to be honest, so that's all that I'm doing here. Please, let me know what you think about this game if you've played it, and let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there everybody! The latest entry in the Trails series, Nayuta Boundless Trails, has released today! And you might be wondering, what's this game all about? Well, not only did I Let's Play the entire game back on the channel when it was first translated, that game for the PSP, but Nice America Now was kind enough to give me a key to review this modern remaster. So come with me as I go through and give you a quick, spoiler-free synopsis and review about what you're going to be getting yourselves into in the latest entry in the Trails series. Nayuta Boundless Trails is coming out to the Nintendo Switch, PS4, and PC. And unlike all the other games in the series, it is not attached to any other game. It's actually completely standalone. Not just in terms of storyline, but also in terms of time period and the gameplay style. The only one true connection that it really has to the other games is that the hero, Nayuta Herschel, is Toa Herschel's grandfather. You know her from Trails of Cold Steel. That being said, The events here take place about 100 years before the events of all the other games in the series. Now, as I said before, I am going to be doing my best here to avoid any sort of spoilers, but I do want to take the time to talk about the story and the characters. As I said before, the game stars an amateur astronomer named Nayuta, and he lives on the tiny remnant island located in the center of the Cyancia Sea off the coast of Zemuria. In this region of the world, shooting stars constantly fall from the sky, and many of them pile up on the island, and those are known as star fragments. And when the light is refracted on them in a particular way, people can actually glimpse the phantom world of Lost Heaven. Nayuta, though, is fascinated by this, and in the course of his research, he finds himself stumbling into Lost Heaven, where he meets up with his fairy friend Noi, and together you have to go off and set things right, because she is in fact the administrator of Terra, and she also moves the plot along by letting Nayuta know that not everything is alright here. Remnant Island itself acts as kind of a home-based town, where you can go and visit your sister and cook lunches, and it also acts as your main source of healing. But what's really nice is that as you go around fighting, you'll get ingredients for those lunch boxes, and many times you're actually just going to want to sit there and eat all of them because they also give you experience too, and you can just level up just by chowing down on these lunch boxes. As you fight through the various stages, you'll gain star levels. Then, whenever you gain enough of those, you can talk with your mentor, and then he'll teach you new sword techniques. There's also a museum that you can visit to donate artifacts, which ends up being your main source of money. And of course, there are shops to buy equipment. And just like in any good Trails game, the townsfolk's dialogue changes as the storyline progresses, and as new handyman quests pop up. Lost Heaven is broken up into 4 different lands collectively known as Terra, and each land represents a season, but the seasons are also completely out of whack. So you need to set off through Terra, exploring the stages and beating the bosses to set the seasons all right. Each land is basically broken up into 3 different stages, as well as a 2-part temple, and then it all culminates with a boss battle. To let you know that you are making sufficient progress, each of them is rated with a suggested experience level, and the stage introduction screen indicates what items can be found there, and it also keeps track of your progress, so you will know whether you've 100%ed a stage or not. Much like earlier Ys games, you pretty much here just control Nayuta and uses Gear Sword to smash through the enemies, but Noi is also by your side the entire time, and she pretty much acts as your support magician. So you're going to want to use your screen clearing magic and support spells pretty liberally to get through some of the harder stages and bosses. And as you continue your way through the stages, you'll gain and learn more seasonal magic, and then the more that you use that magic, the more the spells will level up. The stages are really where the core of the gameplay lies, fighting through them in a side-scrolling manner, beating enemies up, and dealing with the really fun platforming segments and all of the puzzles. All of the footage here is from the Nintendo Switch version of the game, and to me, it just looks absolutely gorgeous. Once you've gone through each land and you've defeated that final boss, you can go back through the stages in its proper season and then reach new areas. Previously frozen lakes may have melted, vines may have grown, and even lava could have frozen over. All sorts of things can change with the passage of time and with the different climatic cycle. But don't just think that there are only 2 seasons for each stage. In the main game, you will go through the 2 variations for each of the 4 areas of Terra. Then, in the epilogue, you'll unlock a 3rd season for each continent. But the 4th season is still there, but it's found over in the New Game Plus. There is a lot of content here for you to experience. This is not just some flash-in-the-pan, fly-by-night cash grab action RPG. You can expect to put in plenty of hours here. Not only that, just as in any good action RPG meets Metroidvania, as you beat the continent in the 1st season, then you can go back through in that 2nd season and find all sorts of new secrets, hidden areas, abilities and treasures, new magical spells, and then you'll gain more stars so that your mentor will teach you more combat abilities. Doing all that is going to actually end up opening even more paths for you to explore, so you can eventually find even more secrets and more hidden items. Fast travel, as well as cutscene skips and fast forwarding, has been implemented, so the entire experience is streamlined to be as user-friendly as possible. Honestly now, if you've never played a Trails game and you're looking for a place to start, you really can't go wrong with this one, considering that it has no connections to any of the other games, so you're not going to feel like you're lost or wonder what's going on. You'll just be able to throw yourself straight into the action and have a blast in the seasonally inspired adventure. So that's it for my review of Nayuta Boundless Trails. What do you think of the game? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do here on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos, as well as behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there everybody, this is David, and welcome to my review of Disgaea 7 Vows of the Virtuous, released for the PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC on October 3rd in North America and the 6th over in Europe. Before we do get started here, I would like to thank Nice America for an early access key for this review. I myself have been a fan of strategy RPGs ever since I got the first Final Fantasy Tactics back in high school, but God forbid Square Enix make a sequel to that series. But Disgaea though, that's definitely one long-running series, and I cannot wait to tell you about the latest entry. After the disastrous performance of Disgaea 6, 7 does seem to be a return to form, and rather than being set in like a more traditional netherworld that we've seen in games past, 7 takes place in a kind of old-world Japanese environment, where shoguns rule the roost, and demons abide by the code of Bushido, or at least they used to. The old, honorable Bushido ways have fallen to the wayside as the shogunates have become corrupted with power, and they now brutalize and starve all of the demonic denizens of the netherworld. So the demons do what they have to get by, which pretty much consists of, robbing, pillaging, and plundering. And it's set here that you play as Fuji, a super powerful demonic warrior who will stop at nothing to get what he wants. And in this case, he wants money, honey. He is 10 million hell in debt, and he has to find a way to pay that off. Luckily for him though, he stumbled across like the most airheaded naive girl in existence, Perilika. And even though she's about as dumb as a box of rocks, apparently she's the CEO of a company, and she's just made of money, able to buy and sell her way through life, up to and including her own nether ship, which is able to sail along the netherverse to different netherworlds. And Fuji knows an easy target whenever he sees one, so he latches onto her as some sort of bodyguard in exchange for 100 million hell. Over the course of the events though, Perilika reveals that she's also the owner of something called an infernal treasure, which is a highly sought after powerful legendary weapon. Once she reveals it, the sword latches onto Fuji and he becomes its destined warrior. So now together, they go off and find the rest of the infernal treasures in order to become powerful enough to set things right and restore the Bushido Code so that peace can reign once and for all. Or at least be as peaceful as the netherworld can be. And hey y'all, if you're liking this so far, please be sure to smash that like button and subscribe for some more great content. For the most part, I did find the voice acting to be well done, and the characters, who I guess are meant to be annoying, certainly are.
What?
I wanna hear you tell me you love me. I won't wanna act out anymore if you do. If anyone can stop me, it's you. Right, Dad?
This is really encapsulated in the character of Ao, Fuji's so-called daughter, who comes roaring onto the scene referring herself in the third person and using baby talk whenever possible. Yet despite all this, she's supposedly powerful enough to single-handedly demolish castles? Some of the dialogue I found to be humorous, getting a chuckle out of me here and there. But for every chuckle, there was an equal amount of groans, give me a breaks, and eye rolls, as the juvenile dialogue began to grate on my nerves. I think it really does take a special type of person to enjoy games like these, and granted, I did too 20-something years ago. But today, baby talk, toilet humor, and missaying common idioms? It's just really dumb, and it's not what I would consider to be my brand of humor. But hey, if it's up your alley, you can go ahead and have a good old time with it. Personally, while I did still go through the entire story, I just read through it at my own pace, because to me, the story was just something to kind of sit through before I got to the real meat of the game, the battles, which I will say were absolutely stellar, pretty challenging, and the main reason to play this game. I mean, at the end of the day, a strategy RPG is all about its battles. It lives and dies by those. It is nothing if the combat isn't fun, and they definitely learned their lessons from 6, as I believe that 7 offers some of the best story maps that I've seen in the series.
They all have varied arrays of enemy units, and they all seem to work well with the level design too. Even the boss fight maps are better here, because if you remember the previous games, those bosses, they would just be like stuck in a little tiny room and then you like slugged it out. But not here. The bosses reside in an actual stage. The gameplay loop is pretty simple. Your nethership acts as your home base where you do your buying and your selling, recruiting, accepting side quests, changing laws, and just like a myriad of other things. But whenever you're ready to move on with the story, you just talk to the dimensional Prinny, who will allow you to move on and get to the next stage. Though if you do want to replay any of the previous stages, you can. Each individual stage also comes with its own missions and rewards, 5 of them to be exact. And if you fulfill the requirements of the missions, such as like dealing a certain amount of damage, or using items, or defeating the map with a reduced amount of characters, or just whatever, then you'll get an associated reward for that. This adds yet another twist to the strategy, as, yeah, you could just go in there like guns blazing with your best characters and slaughter all the enemies, or you could really look at what the game asks you to do and then handicap yourself in some way in order to fulfill the missions and get those rewards. A lot of the stiffness and bugginess from 6 is completely gone, and the music is just a massive improvement over what was presented back in 5 and 6, so no worries there. There's also 45 different classes to choose from, 4 of them brand new, and several of the unique skills are actually useful this time, and they do remain useful throughout the course of the game. Also, the sub-weapon slot that was in the previous games has now been removed, and the classic weapon system has been restored, although each weapon can only have 4 skill slots this time around. Then, there's the jumbo system, where enemies and allies alike can turn like giant-sized, which can make for a lot of new exciting conditions during battles, and whenever your characters are equipped with infernal treasures, they get access to like a limit break thing called Hell Mode, which greatly boosts their stats and allows them to utilize special different skills. If I were to boil this game down to one thing, I would say that they took what was great about the first few games, and a couple of ideas from 5 and 6, but refined their design, made it a bit more user-friendly, and they also fixed the progression and pacing system. All in all, I do feel like this is a worthy entry into the Disgaea series, and I do think that if you're a fan of it, and you enjoy its special brand of humor, then you'll have a good time here. So that's it for my impressions and review of Disgaea 7. Please let me know what you think about the games in the series, and if you're going to be picking this one up too. Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos, as well as behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Have any of y'all out there ever wondered what it would be like to actually literally play an anime? Well, here you can! Hi there everybody, this is David, and welcome to my review of Infinity Strash Dragon Quest The Adventure of Dai. Before we do begin with this review, I would like to thank Square Enix for sponsoring this video and providing me a key for review. I personally played it on my PS5, but the game is also available today for purchase on the PS4, the Xbox Series X and S, the PC, and the Nintendo Switch as well. This marks the latest spin-off in the long-running Dragon Quest series, my favorite series of all time, and it is the first true action RPG in the franchise as well. But how does it all pan out? Come with me, and let's find out. A couple things that you're going to want to know right from the get-go is that there are 2 difficulty modes, the Storyteller mode and the Adventurer mode, which correspond to the easy and normal difficulties. But after you complete the game, an added challenge mode will be unlocked, which offers you even stronger opponents to fight from and will surely put your skills to the ultimate test. You can also choose to have the voice acting in either English or Japanese, and all of the story sequences and cutscenes are fully voice acted by the exact same voice actress from the anime show itself. You know how Loop 8 kind of sold itself on you being able to play inside of an anime world? And now every time I turn around, there's some new JRPG promising an anime experience? They're all over the place. But while those little knockoffs want to immerse you into some sort of fake anime, this here is the real deal. Because Dragon Quest The Adventure of Dai is a real anime that I remember watching back when I was a kid in the early 90s, and recently, I guess in anticipation of this game, it's been remade and it's now available to watch over on the Hulu. So instead of playing a game that's like an anime, here you could just literally play an anime, as the story follows the show all the way up until the Battle of Sovereign Rock. The game opens as Dai faces off against Baran,
the leader of the Dark Army who's hell-bent on destroying humanity, and over the course of the battle, Baran shatters Dai's memories, which sets off the action of the game. You're promptly sent back to the beginning as you go back to relive Dai's adventures, recollecting all the fragments of his memories and regaining all of his powers. You do this through 3 different types of stages. Story stages, which essentially just play movies for you to watch, with each movie pretty much covering one episode of the anime. Another stage consisting of both story sequences as well as battling, and a third optional stage which consists of just battles. Although you do move along and progress in a linear fashion, with the game clearly marking exactly which stage you need to tackle next in order to move on, if you want to, you can go back and revisit any stages that you want, for grinding purposes or to rewatch the storyline sequences that you may have missed. Many of these storyline stages are presented in kind of like a sepia-toned manner, while others play out just like they would in the anime, and they last anywhere from about 3 to 5 minutes, summarizing the story very succinctly. Here you can also rewind, fast forward, or just skip them in their entirety. It's completely up to you. You begin as the only human on Durham Line Island, a tiny spit of land that's not under the Dark Lord's control. So here, all the monsters have free will, and they're all on friendly terms with humanity. While in the rest of the world, monsters and humans are, at each other's throats. That is, until Dark Lord Hadler is revived by Vern, the ruler of the underworld, and he comes out to exact his revenge against Dai's master Avon and his ridiculous purple George Washington hairdo. Anyway, after a long, grueling battle, Avon sacrifices himself to defeat Hadlar, so Pop, Avon's super cute, absolutely adorable disciple, decides to head off with Dai to exact revenge against the minions of the Dark World. Along the way, they meet up with Ma'am, another disciple of Avon, and the 3 of them set forth to liberate kingdoms of the world, defeat Hadlar's 6 generals, and ultimately Vern himself. Of course, they will meet up with some more party members along the way, but I don't want to spoil anything here. I just want to give you like a basic overview. While the story sequences are incredibly fun and relaxing to watch, the combat is really where it shines. We've seen action-based Dragon Quest games before, most notably in the Heroes series. And while that played much more like a Dynasty Warriors, this plays much more like a traditional action RPG, with Dai acting as your stereotypical fighter, Pop as your mage, and Ma'am as kind of like a gunner, healer / support class. Thankfully, you're not stuck playing just as Dai. You can switch between all the characters and control them with the press of a button, and each of them play much differently than one another. Personally, I found it so satisfying to go in and charge in guns blazing with Dai and let loose with all my powerful attacks against the bosses. Then, whenever they were cooling down, I would switch over to Pop and kind of have him blast any kind of outlying enemies with long-range attacks, and then cast some ridiculous AoE spells, then head on back to Dai and do it all over again. The combat is fast, satisfying, fluid, and fun, with each of your skills working on a cooldown timer, and your various party members having different coup de grace that they can pull off with the L2 button. The bosses and enemies telegraph their attacks, so it is then up to you to either dodge them if you can with the X button, or try to guard them in their entirety with the L1 button. The better that you are at guarding and dodging and pulling off combos, the more your coup de grace meter will fill up, and then the more pain that you can unleash upon the minions of the Dark World. As you enter each stage, it's going to give you a recommended party level, as well as a list of the various rewards that you receive through completion, which can range from gold to items to upgrade your bond memories or skills, to even new memories to equip. The bond memories kind of work similarly to how like an accessory or equipment would work in other RPGs, with each regained memory granting you bonuses to various stats, and some even granting you additional attacks, spells, and skills. At first, you'll begin with only 2 slots to equip these regained memories, but as you gain more levels, you'll gain more slots, and the memories themselves can also be further leveled up inside the Temple of Recollection. This completely optional area works similarly to the Ancient Cave in Lufia 2, where upon entry your levels will be reset to 0, and you just kind of have to start over from scratch, diving deep inside and then choosing which doors you want to go into to grant yourself a little bit more power, and then culminating with some boss fights. As the difficulty mode that you selected at the beginning of the game makes no difference here, the Temple of Recollection can be quite challenging. But those challenges are worth it, because after you complete 5 doors, you'll be able to choose to continue on going on deeper, or exit with the rewards that you have received. and it's here only that you can collect brand new, otherwise unobtainable special bond memories, as well as memory and skill fragments, which you can use to power up the bond memories that you've already received, as well as power up the skills that you've learned, therefore making you exponentially more powerful out in the real world. If collecting all these memories seems like a little bit overwhelming, there is a scrapbook that you can reference, organized by chapter and harkening back to the original Adventure of Dai manga. Here, you'll fill the scrapbook with the various memory fragments that you collect, and if you're missing a memory, it'll tell you exactly where to go and how to reclaim it. I had an absolute blast playing through this game, and I always know that I'm going to be receiving a quality product whenever I buy a Dragon Quest title. They have been delivering quality since I played the first one whenever I was 7 years old in 1989, and I have never been disappointed since. I love the gloriously cheesy dialogue. I loved watching Pop's growth as a character. He is just best boy and completely adorable. I loved delving into the Temple of Recollection and powering up my skills, and I just loved seeing what twists and turns were coming up next. We have a long wait until Dragon Quest XII Flames of Fate comes out, but this, the upcoming Dragon Quest Monsters, the Dark Prince, as well as the Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake, is going to make that long wait so much more bearable. So that's it for my review of Infinity Strash Dragon Quest The Adventure of Dai. How do you feel about the game, and are you going to be getting it? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do here on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos, as well as behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there everybody! What do you get whenever you take the aesthetic of Earthbound, but set it here in the real world, combine it with a political storyline and world building that would rival the Trail series, then throw in some Metal Gear Solid for good measure? Well, you get Long Gone Days, which at first glance you might just think is like an SNES throwback, but there was really nothing like this back on the SNES. In fact, I would venture to say that this game here is unlike anything that I've ever played before. Like the shirt? Cool! I do too! Well, I guess I really should, since I, along with Switch Wicked, the same people who do Super Derek shirts, designed it together! I am happy to announce that I partnered with them to design these super cool, soft, and high-quality tank tops and t-shirts, and they're only going to be available for pre-order for an extremely limited amount of time. We're only talking like 2 weeks here, people, so if you want to get a hold of one and be the coolest kid in the room, as well as support the channel at the same time, hurry on over and click the link below to order them for yourselves. And now, let's get back to the video. You play as Roke, a member of the Corps, which is essentially an underground terrorist unit. And whenever I say underground, I don't mean that figuratively, I mean that literally. Roke and all the other members of the Corps have never seen the surface, the sunlight, rain, plants, animals, towns, or trees. They were born and raised in an underground bunker where they were brainwashed, North Korea style, into believing that everyone in the Corps with them is their brother, and the leader of the Corps is their actual father. The people of the Corps were raised to do one thing, and that is to fight and obey. To do anything else is tantamount to treason, and the punishment for that? Death. And despite being raised amongst all the other members, Roke doesn't really know them. At least, not as like friends. Instead, he thinks of them as comrades, and addresses them more by their military title than by their actual name. It's under this backdrop that Roke is sent up to the surface to fight his first mission, only to quickly find out that he isn't fighting for the greater good, or freedom, or anything else like that. He's pretty much just going on in and terrorizing innocent civilians and killing them for the fun of it. So together, he and the resident medic, Adair, decide to concoct a story and get out of Dodge. But that's not good enough for Roke, because he doesn't want to just avoid this battle, he wants a whole new life where he will never have to do this again. He wants to escape from the Corps once and for all, and just kind of like live a nice, peaceful life in the real world. But that's going to be really hard to do since he's been branded a traitor, they're chasing him down, and he just knows way too much. And hey guys, if you're liking this so far, please be sure to smash that like button and subscribe for some more great content. Interestingly, this takes place here in the real world, mostly on over in Europe. You'll be traveling to Germany, Poland, and Russia, just to name a few, and just as in real life, language barriers do exist, and it's up to you to scout out locations and then recruit friends to act as translators. A really cool addition is that the text doesn't just appear to be like unintelligible or anything else like that, and if you happen to know these foreign languages, then you will be able to see what all the NPCs are saying before you ever encounter one of your translators. While there is combat, that is not the main focus of the game. The main focus is instead on the storyline, the world building, bonding with your party members, and conducting investigations. Kinda like a big game of Clue, you're going to be investigating to find lost passwords, recover clues to kidnappings, or even just kinda like figuring out how to fix a broken elevator. Many of these investigations are part of the main storyline, while others act as side quests, which you can pick up by just talking to unmarked NPCs. And once you do, the game keeps track of those side quests for you. Unfortunately though, it really doesn't do a good job of keeping track of the main quest and pinpointing where to go or what to do. So if you happen to skip through the dialogue quickly and then you miss a part of the conversation, or you put the game down for the night, go to sleep, and then forget where you were going or doing the next morning, then prepare to wander around for quite a bit of time until you stumble across the next objective. A main storyline indicator or a progress indicator of some sort will go a long way in helping to alleviate the whole "what do I do next?" thing. So let's talk combat now. All combat occurs on screen. Encounters are not random, and you can go quite a bit of time between encounters too. All that being said, there are two different separate types of battles here, a sniper mode and a more traditional turn-based battling. The sniper scenes are a lot of fun and they're really well done. You're given a set amount of bullets and then you have to use them to kill a set amount of people before the time limit runs out. I felt that this was like really Metal Gear Solid-y, and it was just a blast. Then, there's your traditional encounters where you attack the various enemies with regular attacks, special skills, or items. Something that I really liked about this was that you don't just attack an enemy and then call it a day, but you actually choose which body part to attack. Let's say that you want to target the head, and if you do, you'll do a ton of damage, but you also have a pretty high chance of missing too, so that's the trade-off. Conversely, you could attack their body and pretty much guarantee a hit, but you won't be dealing as much damage. Or you could attack their arms and have a chance of inflicting paralysis as well as dealing moderate damage. It's a really interesting take on an old formula. All of your special skills take morale, which you might just think of as like MP, except it's really not, because if your morale is maxed out, then you will always deal critical hits. But if your morale is 0, then you're weakened, and you're always going to be dealing half damage. After the battles are over, you have a choice between a reward, whether that be an item, a new piece of equipment, or some morale recovery. And since rest stops are few and far between, that morale recovery really does come in handy. You can also recover morale during conversations by selecting the correct choices, and that will not only give you more morale, but it will also increase your friendship with your party. But at the same time, if you're a complete bitch to your party, then your morale will plummet. Not to mention how that morale just tanks whenever you're branded a traitor. At first glance, I thought that this was just going to be like another Earthbound clone. You know, those games that I've seen a million times before, but they never actually seem to live up to what Earthbound was. But I'm here to say, don't judge a book by its cover. This is a wholly unique RPG, and I've never really played anything quite like it. Hi there, this is David, and welcome to my review of Crymachina, released for the PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC on October 24th. Before we do begin with the review, I would like to thank NIS America for a key for this game. There were not a lot of great releases slated for this month, so I was really looking forward to Crymachina. It seemed like it was kind of like the best of the bunch, And from everything that I saw in the trailers, as well as the stunning visuals, I thought this would be like a really fun action RPG that I could just kind of chill and relax with. But how did it all pan out? Is it a good action RPG? Or is it just flash in the pan? Go with me, and let's find out. Like this shirt? Cool, I do too. Well, I guess I really should, since I, along with Switch Wicked, the same people who do Super Derek shirts, all designed it. I am happy to announce that I partnered with them to create these super cool, soft, and high-quality tank tops and t-shirts that are only going to be available for pre-order for an extremely limited amount of time. Only 2 more days here. So, if you want to get a hold of one and support the channel at the same time, hurry on over and click the link below to order them for yourselves. And now, back to the video. Crymachina is the spiritual successor to Crystar, and is developed by the same team. And, just like Crystar, this is an action RPG. But here, you're thrust into the sci-fi world of Eden, 2,000 years after the extinction of humanity. You play as Laban, who died from the centrifugal syndrome that killed off 20% of humanity. And 6 months after the outbreak of that disease, and the deaths of scores of different people, World War III broke out as the remaining people panicked and fought over the world's dwindling resources. Between the double whammy of the war and the disease, humanity just kinda like faded into oblivion and went extinct. But before everybody died, a couple of people managed to escape in a spaceship called Eden, where they then created 8 Deus Ex Machina, who are essentially artificial intelligences whose job it is to eventually resurrect humanity. However, now thousands of years after the extinction, the AI has kinda like gone out of control, and the only way to get the machines back on track is to track down and find a real human, because then all the machines would be forced to obey them. I've gotta say, the premise of the story is actually pretty damn cool, as you've been reborn as an Eve, essentially like a cyborg version of your former self, and instilled with your personality data. And you're then joined by 2 other cyborg girls, Makoto, who you can control in a couple of battles, and Amy, whose personality pretty much just kinda consists of flirting with Makoto and making her uncomfortable. Think something like Angelica from the Trails series, and then you'll get it. I mean, I'm kind of uncomfortable enough looking at everybody's creepy eyeballs. It looks like they've all got pink eye or something, but anyway. You, Laban, are the chosen one, the one destined to actually become human, and you do this by gaining experience to level up, because the higher the levels that you get, the more human that you'll become. And hey y'all, if you're liking this so far, please be sure to smash that like button and subscribe for some more great content. So far, so good, I suppose. But after the introduction, it kinda starts to fly off the rails. Or really, I should say, it remains on rails the entire time. Remember Loop 8 and how I said that I hate looping RPGs because they just kinda do like the same thing over and over and over again? Well, this is the Loop 8 of action RPGs. Here is how the entire game plays out. You go to the Imitation Garden, where you and your little girly friends do little girly things, like have mandatory tea parties, blabbing on and on and on about the topic of the day. Then, once you've done that, you spend your experience to level up, and then you spend your ego, which you earn during those tea parties, and that ego boosts up your individual stats. Then, you can switch your equipment around and all that, until you then head on back to Eden for the next stage. Oh, and the equipment? Yeah, that's based on a gacha system. What you get is random and dependent on your levels. Wonderful. Anyway, once you're done at the garden, you head on back to Eden, which is split into kind of different worlds, and each of those worlds is ruled by a different Deus Ex Machina, and each of these worlds also consists of exactly 3 stages. You have the gateway, the checkpoint, and then the central core where the boss lies. That's really it. Then, between each stage, you go on back to the garden, have your mandatory tea parties, do your equipment changing and all that kind of good stuff, and then head off for the next stage. That's kind of the loop for the entire game. Oh, and by the way, I know that everything that I've shown you so far kind of looks exactly the same, but these have all been completely different levels. I guess they couldn't find too much variety out there in space. Now, this could just be a me problem, but I really don't like it when the gameplay loop is so thrust right into your face. My first experience with action RPGs was games on the NES, like Crystallis and Star Tropics, or on the SNES with Secret of Mana, and there really wasn't like a loop there. You would go to towns and dungeons and find new weapons and magical spells while going all over the world to completely different areas, filled up with different cultures, really cool intricate dungeons, and tons of treasures. There was no loop, it was just fun exploration. But not here. The loop is thrust right in your face. So, what about all the exploration? Well, I wish I could say that it's open, but it's not. I mean, look at these mini-maps. They're mostly just hallways, with no deviations and no treasure to be found. So, that was a huge disappointment to me. Okay now, let's talk combat. First up, you have the choice between normal and casual difficulty levels. And I played on casual, and I died still like a billion times! So I imagine normal is just ridiculous. Because here's the deal. Your HP levels like the high thousands, if not tens of thousands later on. And most enemies will deal like a couple hundred damage per attack. But then, sometimes those enemies will come from behind you, or bosses will just kinda like wail on you, and they'll do like 7 or 8,000 damage a pop. So it becomes like 2 hits and you're dead. Now, this wouldn't be so bad if there was actually a block button, but there isn't. There is kind of like a dash button, but most of the time the enemy kind of gets behind you and you can't see them, and then before you know what's happening, you just kind of like die out of nowhere. Now, this could just be another me problem, because I'm notoriously terrible at Souls-like games, but from what I gather, this doesn't seem to be too much of a Souls clone, so I could be wrong. I really just like relaxing action RPGs, like, the Mana series, but you won't be relaxing here, at least not during those boss fights, because your palms might get sweaty, but you will have downright swamp ass from all that ass clenching. Whenever you do die, you'll be sent back to the last checkpoint, so do be thankful for the cutscene skipping. It comes in so handy for the game overs, as well as the tea parties. Lastly, and this needs to be said, there is no English voice acting. It's all in Japanese, which I guess is fine whenever you just want to sit there and read during the visual novel scenes and the different tea parties, but it is literally impossible to know what they're blabbing on about while you're also busy running around a level, fighting a boss, jumping around dodging, and attacking. You can't do all that while at the same time having to try to read a teeny tiny text box too. It's just not feasible, and it's made all the more annoying because a lot of the time your party's going to give you pointers on what to do to attack a boss or some strategy while in the middle of a boss fight, and you're trying to read what they're saying while still fighting, and that just leads to an eventual death. It really is such a shame because I felt like this had a lot of potential, but at the end of the day, it's just not for me. I mean, number 1, I'm gay, so the girls just don't do it for me. Number 2, I don't like anime, so the tropes just got on my nerves. And number 3, I'm a crotchety old bitch with horrible eyesight and poor reflexes. So the lack of English voice acting and the hard boss fights just put a huge damper on my experience. I was really and truly looking forward to this game. I kinda thought that it was like the highlight of the October release schedule. But I do take my job here seriously, and it is my duty to give you my unbiased opinions, and I just gotta say, it's not for me. However, if you're a fan of the Souls series or waifu animes or visual novels, then I do think that you can find something to enjoy here. So, how do you feel about the game, and do you think that you'll be picking it up or not? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do here on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day.
Hi there everybody, this is David. I got a chance to play the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo, and it blew my little mind away. This thing was groundbreaking, fantastic. Yeah, I loved the first Final Fantasy VII Remake, but this one, whew, oh my gosh. Let me just start at the beginning though. This weekend was the Twitch convention here in Las Vegas, and Square Enix invited me to come on over and play the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo. They didn't know if I was going to go to the Twitch convention, but they did know that I lived in town, and they invited me on over. It was really good to see Jay again, who is their social media liaison, and I got to meet the newest member of their team, Amanda, and she was super, super, super sweet. And I went over to the hotel that they were at. They had they actually booked a suite there, and then they had 4 different games set up, 4 different game stations set up where you can go ahead and record on. They gave me some swag, they gave me a poster, they gave me a t-shirt, they had some food and drinks and things like that. There were some photographs there that I took, and I have all that. I have posted a bunch of those photographs over on my Patreon and over on Twitter, and I think I posted some of the community posts here as well, just on YouTube itself. So it was great. We could just do whatever we wanted there. We had a 2-hour time slot, and there were 2 other streamers there that I got to meet whenever I did show up. So I sat down, started playing the game, and there were 2 separate demos going on here. One is focusing on Mount Nebo. The other one is focusing on the area outside of Yunnan, and I'm going to be creating a separate video on the second demo because I have a lot to talk about for each of these demos. So, the first one was roughly 15 to 20 minutes. They told me it was going to be 15 minutes. I'm slow. I looked at my recording that they gave me. I took 22 minutes on this first demo. And it is the flashback portion of the game where you can control Cloud as well as Sephiroth. So, of course, what did I do? Cloud who? I switched to Sephiroth immediately. I was like, I've controlled Cloud. I had a whole game controlling Cloud. I get to control Sephiroth. Like, that was fantastic. I really, really liked that. And it opened up, and you got to see, you know, the Mako kind of coming to the surface, and Cloud is sitting there like, what's magic? Magic is so weird. How do people cast magic? And Sephiroth is like, wow, yo dumb. Like, let's explain this. And then Tifa's standing back there as their guide in her little, like, cowgirl outfit. So you guys know the scene. You know the scene that I'm talking about here. So we got to go off and climb Mount Nebo, and there's tons of terrain to climb, tons of terrain to interact with. It is not linear. This is not just like a little teeny tiny portion of the game like it was in the first game. They've really expanded upon this. You really do get to go off the beaten track, and there are tons of different materia to gather. I was able to go through and gather up tons of different stuff, and what was really cool was I was able to change the materia around over on Cloud and really set him up the way that I wanted to and really customize them. In the other demo, it wouldn't really let you customize the materia, but you really could in this demo right there. It was so immersive. I don't know how to describe this. I don't know how to describe how immersive it was. You know how a lot of the times when we're playing an RPG, you just kind of stare at the screen and you see the battle taking place, the turn-based battling and all that, and you're just kind of like, yeah, I know, play the game. But here, I was sucked into this game. I was sucked into it. Like, I really felt like I was there. I was so into it. It wasn't just like a small little thing. It was so good. And then the scenery. Like, as you're climbing up the mountain, and you're fighting the battles, and you go through the terrain, and you're looking around, you're finding the materia, there was the scenery. You know, you're on top of a mountain, and you felt like you were up there, on top of the world, looking down on the town, looking down on the clouds, being really high up, being up there. It was fantastic. It was just beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I will say this, the hidden loading times, those are still there. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I'm glad that you don't fade to a black screen for the loading, because that does kind of take you out of the game. But the hidden loading times, like, I get it. I get why they do it. It's still there. But I just have to bring that little portion up. There were also some additional things added to it, like puzzles. There was this one puzzle where you wanted to go, you had to go up on an elevator, and the elevator was malfunctioning or it wouldn't work because of a Mako gas leak. So you had to take this like little, I don't know, like air sucker thing, and you had to like pull it around and then suck up all like the Mako gas and everything so that the elevator could work. I thought that that was a really cool addition, and I really did enjoy that. Once you do finally make it through the 15-20 something minute demo, you'll hit the end, where you have to fight, of course, the Materia Keeper. And in the first game, he was what, like a 2-hit kill? Like, like you were just like, oh yeah, you're done. You know, this one, this was a real deal. This was a boss. You know, this was definitely a boss that you really had to go out of your way, and you had to fight, and you had to strategize. And he's climbing all over the walls. At one point, he gets up on the ceiling, and you have to start targeting his legs and everything, and make him like fall back down from the ceiling and all that. And what I loved was that they introduced synergy attacks. Your team members can join up, and they can do synergy attacks like dual techs, like Chrono Trigger, or like in Sea of Stars if you've played that one recently. Your characters can join up together and synergize together and attack together. So this is a brand new addition to the game, and it was so much fun. So that really does help. I mean, this was just the demo where you can only control Cloud and Sephiroth.
But whenever we get into the next demo and I talk about that, it really does help with like the party setup and who you choose to bring into your party. You know, are you going to use Cloud, Barret, and Ariath? Are you going to use Tifa? Are you going to use Red? Are you going to use Kate Sith? Who are you going to use in your party because of what synergy attacks that they have? Yeah, everybody can still do everything by setting them up with materia, but this game, it just changes it so much, you know, because you have certain characters who are close range, certain characters who are long distance, certain characters who now have certain synergistic attacks and can attack together. And I love that. It really does make you think about the party, makes you think about who you want to bring, really just adds a whole new dimension to the game. It was great. I love the exploration. I loved this area. I love the battling. It was so fluid, fast, and fun. You're just going in, kicking ass as Sephiroth. Like, it was slicing through these enemies like a knife through hot butter. It was a blast. I was blown away by that first demo. I was up there for 2 hours. That one took me 20 minutes. And in the next video, I want to talk about the other demo that took me about an hour to get through, the much, much larger demo. So do look forward to that, and as always, have a good day. You know how whenever you play like a Dragon Quest game, or a Fire Emblem game, or a Persona game, you know what you're getting yourselves into because they just go and they perfect the formula more and more and more with each sequel, with each iteration? That normally is not the case with a Final Fantasy game because they're always changing up the formula and you never really know what you're going to get. However, with the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, they were able to really perfect the formula that was found in the original game, in the original remake. Everything that was there is now there, but better. It is amped up a notch. Hi everybody, this is David, and today I want to talk about the second part of the demo. Earlier, I made a video about the first part of the demo, which was over in Mount Nebel. Now I want to talk about the much larger demo. There was 2 demos, and this one is outside of Yunnan, and it lasted me roughly an hour or so to get through this demo right here. And I just love that they were really able to amp things up a notch, to take what made the first remake so special and then fine-tune those aspects while also at the same time trimming the fat, trimming out the stuff that wasn't so great. This area begins right outside the Mithril Mine. You can't go back inside the mine, you're pretty much just kind of stuck in this overworld area between the Mithril Mines and Yunnan. And right outside the mines, there's like a bunch of Sephiroth clones right there, which is new. And interestingly, you can summon Chocobos whenever you want to. All you gotta do is hit the R1 button, boom, a Chocobo will appear, and then you can go ahead and walk on them. There are 3 different walking speeds. There's just the normal, regular walking. There's a dashing speed, and then there's like a sprinting speed where you go at like the speed of light. And believe me, you will need that because the world map is just absolutely freaking enormous. And even though here in this demo, you're restricted to a relatively smaller area, it still took me like an hour to explore it. There was tons of stuff to do, and I went ahead and I looked at the map, the world map, and like, oh my gosh, it is mind-blowing. It is just, there's so much there. I spent like a really good amount of time just kind of scrolling around, just looking and seeing. In that world map screen, it shows you some points of interest. It shows you, presumably, where battles are. Once you're out there wandering around and you encounter the battles, number one, these battles are optional. A lot of the times, the enemies are just kind of like doing their own thing, whatever. If you want to fight them, you can fight them. If you don't, you can just kind of move on. So you just initiate combat with the square button, and then Chadley will kind of like talk into his Bluetooth or something,
and he's going to give you 3 different goals for each battle. For the most part, for this particular demo, there was the goal of pressuring the enemy, staggering the enemy, and also defeating them within a time limit, which was roughly 2 minutes or so. All the goals are different, and if you don't reach the goals, you can always retry the battles too. You just go back into the little enemy zone, you hit the triangle button, boom, you're able to retry the battles, and you can try to get all of your goals taken care of. It was at this point that you're really able to play around with your party setup, your synergy skills, choosing who you want to, and it was just a lot of fun. My favorite thing to do was to just kind of switch the party setup around and see what synergy skills everybody had. I talked about these synergy skills last time. Essentially, they are dual techs. It's whatever characters can kind of team up with one another, and they're able to like fight together, which wasn't in the original remake, but now it is. So that really just makes everything so nice. Unfortunately, you weren't really able to change your materia setup in this demo, although you could in the previous demo. So yeah, there was also there wasn't really any materia laying around, so it was just kind of like whatever you had on, you just had on. You got a chance to play as Cloud, Barret, Tifa, Aerith, as well as Red 13, who was not playable in the original game. He is the newest character, and he kind of plays like a tank, which to me is odd. Like, I feel like if anybody in your party is a tank, it's Barret. Like, come on, it's Barret. Like, give me a freaking break. But, like, to have, like, your agile, fast dog character who was kind of set up as, like, a caster in the original game to now kind of do a full 180 as a tank is odd to me. It just seems odd. Basically, he has this new ability where you build up vengeance by going through and guarding and taking these attacks. And then once that vengeance gauge is built up, he's going to get attack power boosts, speed boosts, and HP absorb will even be added to his attacks as well. Me personally, I'm not really a fan of tanks in general in RPGs. I am a fan of Red. I liked him in the original game. I'm just not really a fan of this particular playstyle. I tend to play much more on the offensive, so that's just my take on Red right there. As you're going around and, you know, you fight your battles and all that kind of stuff, you're going to see a ton of items just laying around, a ton of crafting stuff laying around, and it introduces item transmutation, which you just go into the menu. It's super easy. This is not Atelier level crafting. This isn't like, oh my god, I just have to sit in the menu for like 10 minutes and figure this out. It's literally, hey, you can make this item. It's highlighted. Okay, hold down the X button. Boom, the item is made. It's super easy. Once you make your items, it's going to level up your transmutation levels, which gives you access to more recipes and new items that you're able to create. Another thing that was interesting, but I was kind of confused on it. I'm not the smartest person ever. Remember Final Fantasy IX with the chocographs and like Chocobo Hot and Cold, and you would like kind of like look at the little chocograph and you'd have to find that area on the world map, and you'd have to, you know, figure out where it was and then dig at the appropriate spot, and if you did, you found treasure. Remember that? That was one of my favorite things in Final Fantasy IX. They have it here too with the chocobos. There aren't there aren't chocographs though. Basically, as you're just wandering around, a little question mark is going to appear over the chocobo, and then you're gonna have to hit the up button to smell and kind of get more accurate as far as where the treasure is located, and then press the down button for them to dig and find the treasures. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find any treasure on my playthrough. I tried. But I wasn't able to find it, so whatever. Maybe I was doing it wrong. I don't know what was going on there, but I wasn't able to find any treasure. Also, whenever you're going out, you can find golden plumes, which you can trade for chocobo gear, and you can, like, dress up your chocobos. And there was another streamer beside me who was playing as well, and I heard her and her +1. They were both, like, busting out laughing. And I get up and I look over, I'm like, what's going on? And they're, like, playing, like, dress-up dolls with their chocobos. They spent like 20 minutes, they told me, they spent like 20 minutes just dressing up their chocobos and all that, like playing like little paper dolls and everything, and I thought that was so funny, because I just wanted to like play in the combat, you know, that was my thing. I wanted to play the combat, check out the menus, check out the item transmutation, and I was like, oh yeah, you could dress up a chocobo, I don't really care, but they were so into the chocobo dress-up game. I was like, you girls, you have fun. I just thought that was funny. Also, there was this mountain wall, and you couldn't go up it in the demo, but the mountain wall had like little pictures of a chocobo on it, so I was assuming like, okay, you know, maybe this is a mountain chocobo, maybe I have to like run at full speed and I'll be able to fly up the mountain, you know, and access a different area. And in the full game, you will be able to, but you can't do that in the demo. So I spent a good 5 minutes just like ramming my chocobo's head into the wall and being like, why can't I go up this? Until finally Amanda, the Square Enix rep, was like, David, you need to stop. You'll be able to do that in the final game, you can't do that right now. So after I was done looking around outside, looking around at everything that there was to see and do, you know, petting the different chocobos, seeing the Moogles, going around fighting the battles, or trying the battles, playing out with Red, all that kind of stuff, I moved on to Yunnan, inside the lower quarter. And we're wanted criminals. And it was here that I was laughing out loud, because Arius's reaction to being worth, like, so much money, she was like, oh, I'm worth that much? Oh, that's great. Like, just a look on her face. It was completely adorable. She's my favorite character. She's always been my favorite character ever since I played the game, whenever I was in high school, the original game. The whole lower portion of Yunnan was absolutely gorgeous. I remember it being a dumpola in the original game. But this, it's so cool how it's nestled on like the mountain side, and yeah, there's like the plate overhead, but the sun shines through on the left-hand side over the water that's sparkling right there. It was super atmospheric, super beautiful. What was once almost kind of like a little short throwaway area in the original game has been elevated to something iconic, I've gotta say. Priscilla comes by, you know, you remember her, she was the one who you had to do the CPR with in the original game. No more CPR, thank God. She is up, alive, screaming, whining, bitching, and moaning about monsters. So you go after her, you chase after her, and who do you find down there in Yunnan? Yuffie! Yuffie's there, you don't encounter her in her forest, she is no longer optional, she is a mandatory party member. We didn't get a chance to play with Yuffie, though. Presumably, you grab her after the boss fight, but the demo ended after the boss fight, so it is what it is. There's a dolphin spinning around, or swimming around out there. You know, Yuffie's like, oh yeah, the dolphin, whatever. But then Bottomswell is there, too, who has now been renamed as Terror of the Deep. I kind of like Bottomswell, you know? Bottom. He does bottoming well. Anyway, I'm done now. He is no pushover here. And he's able to encapsulate your characters in like a bubble, and then you have to go over and you have to attack the bubble to get them out of the little bubble thing, and then let them be able to, you know, participate in the party and everything. So it was really, really fun. You had to really get your targeting down too, because he like soars around the screen. Sometimes he'll go underwater, you can't get him, and that's your time to like heal and rest up and things like that and replenish your supplies. Other times he's soaring around the air, he's attacking your party members. So you've really got to utilize everything that you've learned, your limit breaks, your synergy attacks, your materia, your magic, everything in order to get him, especially because he is able to incapacitate your more powerful party members. And to me, he kept on going after Cloud, and I'm like, oh, why did you have to incapacitate him, of all people? But then right after you beat him, you kind of rescue Yuffie, and then the demo ends. So that's what the whole second demo is about. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I really like how Square is able to now really refine this formula. They made this formula in the first Final Fantasy VII Remake, now they're able to refine it, and I imagine with the third, Part 3, they're going to refine it even more. They're just going to make it better.
So that's really nice, because a lot of the times my complaint about Final Fantasy might be, okay, well, they have a brand new system, what are we getting into this time? And then there's no real chance for them to refine that system in sequels, like other JRPGs are able to refine their systems, like Dragon Quest or Persona or Fire Emblem or any of the other myriad number of series. So seeing them able to take what worked in the first game and really just elevate it to the next level in this Rebirth remake is just fantastic to me. I thoroughly enjoyed it, I had a great time, and I am so looking forward to the final release come February.
Is it too soon to call this my game of the year? And also, what does it say about the state of gaming when potentially my favorite game of the year is a remake of a 25-year-old game? It doesn't bode well, I'll say that much at least. Hi there everybody, this is David, and today I'm reviewing Star Ocean Second Story R, released for the Nintendo Switch, PS4 and 5, as well as PC, and it comes out officially tomorrow, and I would like to thank Square Enix for providing me a key for this early access review. And also, if you're a new visitor to the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button for more JRPG reviews and news, and now, let's go ahead and get started. I've been singing the praises of Star Ocean 2 for many years now. Not only calling it one of the best RPGs on the PlayStation, but one of the best action RPGs ever made, and easily the best Star Ocean game ever made as well. I played the original multiple times back in the day, trying my hand with both heroes and multiple party setups, and I really just could not get enough of it. So nobody was happier than me to see this fantastic HD 2D remake. It has now been rebuilt from the ground up, while at the same time keeping all the life, charm, and depth of the original, but with some added quality of life features that elevate it really to something immensely special. So let me go ahead and start talking about it from the beginning, because by now I am sure that all of you out there have had a chance to play through the demo, and if not, go ahead and try it out for yourself. And by the way, you can load that demo save straight into the main game too, so you're not really wasting any time. This features English and Japanese voice acting from the original cast, and you can change what voices you hear on a character-by-character basis. There's also a new soundtrack with fully remixed tunes, as well as the Earth, Galaxy, and Universe difficulty levels, which you can switch through at will while you're playing. And that's especially nice if you happen to receive any game overs, because I'm here to tell you that, even on the easy Earth mode, it still does present a challenge, and I did die quite a couple of times in my playthrough. This is, at its core, an old-school JRPG after all. Thankfully though, you are not sent back to your last save point. You're able to retry the battle until you finally come out on top. And hey y'all, if you're liking this review, please be sure to smash that like button and subscribe for some more great content. If you've never played the original, I'm super sorry that you've missed out on this experience for the past 25 years or so, but let me just talk a little bit about Star Ocean series itself. All these games take place in the same universe, and they're all somewhat loosely connected to one another. But you are in no way, shape, or form obligated to play any of these games in order to understand them. It's more like Final Fantasy, where they all just kind of like reference one another, except for that abomination of a plot twist in Star Ocean 3, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, you can choose from one of two heroes, Claude, an Earthling and officer in the Pan-Galactic Federation, who ends up mysteriously transported to the underdeveloped planet of Expel, or Reyna, a young girl with mysterious powers whom Claude rescues in the forest. Your choice of hero is paramount, as the storyline will play out completely differently depending on who you choose. There are also unique characters locked behind each hero, completely different private actions for both of them, as well as different endings too. So, because of this, you're kind of like getting two games in one, because once you beat the game with one hero, you're going to want to go back through again in the New Game Plus and see how the story unfolds with the other hero. So it's really nice that they added some fast forwarding features, as well as a cutscene skip too, for all those multiple playthroughs that you're going to want to do. If you've ever played a Tales of game, then you know what the battle system is like. In fact, the Star Ocean team was formed way back in 1996 by disenchanted members of the team who developed Tales of Phantasia back on the SNES. While in the first game, encounters were random, here, they are no longer random, and they appear on screen as kind of like little clouds, similar to Okage's Shadow King. where the green clouds are weaker enemies, the purple are normal, and then the red ones are super strong. Battles take place in a side view manner where you control any one of your party members, while the rest act upon AI orders and strategies which you can customize to your liking. You can change with the battle formations, as well as their MP use, even down to the point where you can tell them whether or not to cast certain spells. I really like the amount of controls that you have over the entire combat situation. The battle system has also been completely overhauled, with gameplay reworked from scratch to adjust to the tempo, hit feedback, skill effects, AI rage, and frame rate for all of your special skills and moves. I've just gotta say, it makes it so much less clunky than it was 25-something years ago. And remember how you always kind of had to avoid putting a bunch of spellcasters in your party because it froze the action every single time that they cast something? Thankfully, that's gone now too, so there is a much speedier rhythm to the gameplay. Also, it's so nice that since you have 8 characters in your party, but only 4 in the active battle, those other 4 who aren't actively fighting can kind of join in and assist your frontline fighters. But to adjust for this new mechanic and other changes to the battles, the difficulty has been increased accordingly, and some mid-game bosses have been strengthened too. Not only that, but there's new side quests that offer better equipment and items, as well as super powerful monsters called raid monsters that you can discover and fight on the world map for even more benefits. One of the biggest changes to the battle system is the bonus sphere system. Essentially, little tiny spheres are dropped from enemies which allow for bonus enhancement effects, and you get these spheres whenever you kill an enemy, get a critical hit, or break an enemy, and you can get up to 3 different bonus effects per battle, and these bonuses and spheres carry over from battle to battle. But if you're back attacked or you die, then you lose all of your spheres as well as your combat bonuses. So it really is in your best interest to make sure that you're not ambushed and that you don't get bitch slapped in the next week. I love the new additions to the battle system. It makes it so much more fast, fluid, and fun, and it really turns up the volume on an already fantastic game. There are just so many little things added that make it so much more accessible and much nicer than the original version. Remember all of those "what do I do next" moments? Well, that's been completely alleviated. First through the use of a minimap which clearly states your next objective, but secondly through the use of character comments that tell you what to do next whenever you open up the menu. Then there's fast travel which you can utilize at any time, and you can use it even if you just want to leave a dungeon. Go ahead, be my guest. Or do you want to do all the private actions at once? That's fine too, because the fast travel screen tells you exactly where all the private actions are located and what you have not yet done. You could just zip and warp around and complete everything at your leisure. It is a completionist's dream. Then there's the auto-equipped wizard, which pops up whenever you get new equipment, allowing you to just automatically equip all your best stuff. This here definitely needs to be in a hell of a lot more RPGs because it's just fantastic. And taking a page out of Xenoblade's book, there's unique spots scattered around the map, and whenever you find them, it gives you added lore, as well as experience, gold, items, and SP. It's such a great bonus for going off the beaten track. And remember back in the first game, whenever everybody's friendship values were just kind of hidden? Not anymore! If you do something to piss somebody off, their friendship value will change and you will know it. Conversely, if you do something nice for somebody, your friendship value will go up, and you can always check on your friendship levels in the status screen. It is not a mystery. The skill system has also been streamlined to be much more user-friendly. You no longer have to buy your skills at the guilds. They're all available to you right at the start, along with descriptions of what they do. The guilds, though, do have a function, that is guild quests, which encourage you to utilize your crafting skills, such as writing, compounding, machinery, art, and cooking, and when you fulfill those quests, you get some nice rewards. In addition to those guild quests, there's also challenge quests, which kind of have a lot more to do with battling and exploring the world and ensuring that you're as powerful as possible. But whenever you complete those challenge quests, as well as the guild quests, you're going to be getting a ton of rewards and experience and gold, and that helps so much in keeping down the need to grind. And speaking of keeping that grinding down to a minimum, chained battles are introduced. They are a thing here. You can get into an encounter with as many as 5 different enemy groups, and after you fight them back to back, you'll get more bonus experience and gold for doing so, up to 3 times more. It is so nice. Now, y'all are in for like a little treat here, cause I got a bee in my bonnet, and I just have to talk about this and rant a little bit. This year in particular, there seems to be like a lot of discussion on looping in JRPGs, or just talking about a gameplay loop in general. I hate gameplay loops. I hate them so much. You know what I'm talking about here. Games like Eternights, Persona, or Crymachina, where you do the same thing over and over and over again. You go into the stage, you do your fighting, then you come back to your home base, you talk to your little party members for a year and a day, then you do it all over again until you beat the game. Nothing is more boring to me, and I am happy to tell you that this game was created before gameplay loops were a thing. You were just let loose to explore a glorious world map, go to the various towns and dungeons on the continent in whatever order you desire. The world is your oyster, and there is no looping to be found here. Thank God. So, let's talk about that world map that I just brought up too for a minute. I feel like RPGs with world maps are a dying breed, and I am old school. I'm over 40, and I love a good world map. And this one is fantastic. It's absolutely beautiful and enormous, filled to the brim with treasures, discovery points, monsters, towns, optional dungeons. Just everything that you want in a world map is there. Even fast travel on the back of a chocobo. Oh, wait, no, not a chocobo. A bunny! I can think of nothing better than riding a bunny all over the world. I could just go on and continue gushing about how much fun I had with this game. 2023 has been a strange, odd year for RPGs in general, with indie hidden gems coming out of the woodwork, super high budget AAA RPGs just becoming dead on arrival, and then average budget games actually coming out on top as one of the best ones out there. Like this game. Star Ocean 2 just goes to show that you don't need gratuitous panty shots and big boobs to sell a game, nor do you need billions of dollars and a huge marketing fund. All you need is a quality story, solid gameplay, and most importantly, that fun factor. And Star Ocean 2 has that in spades. So that's it for my review of Star Ocean 2 The Second Story R. How did you feel about the game? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day. Hi there, everybody. This is David, and I love Dragon Quest. I cannot say enough good things about it. It was my very first RPG, the original, back when I was 7 years old on the NES, and it really just made me fall in love with the entire JRPG genre as a whole. Over the past 30 or so years, though, we've had a ton of different mainline games, as well as a multitude of spin-offs, and for the most part, I have loved them all. And now here we have the latest Dragon Quest Monsters spin-off, The Dark Prince, and it follows the adventures of Sorrow from Dragon Quest IV. How cool is that? I have been plugging away at this for hours now, and I cannot wait to give you all my thoughts and first impressions and feeling about it. But first, if you're new to the channel, please be sure to subscribe for some more top 10s, reviews, and news, and also hit that like button for the ratio. And now, let's go ahead and get started. First things first, you are going to want to know that this is a Switch-exclusive RPG. And honestly, I've got to say, it's a great game for the Switch, because it involves a lot of leveling, a lot of exploration, and a lot of grinding. But not a whole lot of thinking or complicated progressions, making this a perfect on-the-go type of game. And if history of this series is anything to judge by, this game is long, consisting of 6 different worlds and 3 echelons each. You really do seem to be getting a lot of bang for your buck here, and this is just the perfect game for those long road trips that you'll be taking. The game stars Sorrow of Dragon Quest IV fame, but this is a prequel, and it goes over events that took place before the famous mainline NES game, during his teenage years. And here, he's been put under a curse by his father, which makes it so that he can't harm monsters. I mean, he is the manslayer, not the monster slayer after all. He's taken refuge in Rose Hill to escape from his father, which is also known as Roseville back in the original game. Here, he stumbles across an elf named Rose, who's being persecuted and chased down by humans because she cries ruby tears.
So, in order to protect her from the humans, he erects a tower for her to live in, as he himself goes off on a journey to Endor to prove his strength in the tournament and then get revenge on his father. Many of you watching this more than likely played the free demo that's been available for over a month. I know that I did, and I personally put in about 20 hours into it, and it still never ended. But you will be happy to know the monsters that you accumulated over the course of the demo will transfer over into the full game. And while the demo did just kind of like throw you straight into the action, with a little bit of background information as to why Sorrow was cursed, the full game provides plenty of exposition on that. And while your monsters do carry over, your progress doesn't. What I mean by this is that you don't just get to like start the game where you left off in the demo. You need to start over from the beginning. Though again, you do get the monsters that were in your party once you get access to the paddock. You begin in Terrestria, which is essentially the land surrounding Rose Hill, and this acts as your tutorial area, where you learn about the changing seasons, the various monsters, and the basics of battling. But what really sets this apart from other monsters games is the seasonal changes. Roughly every 10 or so minutes, a wind will blow through, ushering in the next season. In winter, the water will freeze, and in autumn, the leaves will pile up and the trees may topple over. Springtime allows for vines to grow, and summertime can even allow you to float through the air on flower petals. Depending on where you are and what the terrain is like, the different seasons will bring in all sorts of changes to the landscape. And not only will the landscapes change, but the monsters available to fight will change too. It's not good enough to just kind of like explore the entire area during one season though. You really do need to go through each area during all 4 seasons. And thankfully, all the little changes are clearly marked on your minimap, so you're not just like bumbling around blind wondering what changed and where to go to. You're going to be finding a ton of items and treasures strewn all about the field, so do make sure that you fully explore so that you can get everything, especially those accessories that you can equip to increase your stats, seeds that permanently increase your stats, and mini medals for special rewards. To aid in your exploration, you're going to be given the Zoom spell, which allows for fast travel anywhere in the world too. Eventually, after about an hour or so, you're going to be making your way into Naderia, the underworld of Dragon Quest IV. And as I said before, Naderia is made up of 6 different realms and 3 circles in each realm, so 18 total areas. There's an upper, middle, and lower echelon. And just as Endor has that tournament of champions, Naderia does as well, but here it's called the Mausoleum. And you're going to want to have Sorrow showcase his strength in the arenas in both lands, because as he fights and he moves his way up in the tournaments, he'll be able to delve deeper and deeper into Naderia, fighting and gathering more powerful monsters along the way. Encounters occur on screen, and here you can choose to give your monsters direct orders, or you can just assign them tactics and let auto battle take it from there. There's also a speed up option too, so battles are lightning quick. Not only can you assign them tactics though, but you can really get down into the nitty gritty and tell them which spells to use more often, less often, or not at all. Then, when your monsters do level up, they'll fully restore all their HP and MP, and just about every other level or so, they'll gain some talent points, which you can then use to put into one of 2 different skill trees. The first skill tree focuses mostly on abilities and spells, whereas the second skill tree will focus mostly on stats, such as your HP, attack, wisdom, or defense. In this way, you could have 2 of the exact same monsters, but they could play totally differently from one another depending on how you invested their talent points. Enemies can join you either after battle or by scouting them. However, I never once had an enemy join me after battle. They all only join me after scouting. The best way to do this is to weaken them a little bit, then use a show of force and then scout them. Because if the scout fails, then they'll become angered and they'll get extra attack power, and you also can't scout an angered monster. If you would like to make it easier to scout them though, you can use baits or treats to increase your chances. Super powerful monsters will appear in each region, and if you're able to defeat them, then all the monsters in the region will respect you, and they'll become easier to recruit. Also, each time that you defeat the tournament, the monsters in the area will become easier to recruit as well. However, all this recruiting will not be enough to win. Eventually, you're also going to gain access to synthesizing. And here, it's kind of like the Shin Megami Tensei games, where you take 2 monsters, combine them together, and then get a more powerful monster as a result. This will be the only way to really become powerful enough to take on those super monsters, and more importantly, beat the levels in the arena. Now, I will say this, if you're a fan of monster capturing, or Pokemon, or Digimon, or anything like that, you will feel right at home here. However, I do feel like there also might be some optimization issues, for lack of a better term, going on here. Each time that you move the camera, the screen just kind of seems to tear just a little bit, and I have seen some stuttering whenever you're in some of the bigger, more open fields, and I do know that this might bother some younger players, but I'll say it again. I grew up on the NES and the Game Boy. My very first RPG was the very first Dragon Warrior. I've been at this for quite a bit of time, and little minor issues like this don't bother me. But if all the bitching, whining, and moaning on Facebook is anything to go by, I guess I'm in the minority. I had an absolute blast playing through this game, with roughly 20 or so hours invested in the demo and another good 10 or so into the full game. I think that I have a pretty clear indication about what this game has to offer thus far. This is a precursor to the events of Dragon Quest IV, fleshing out Sorrow's, Solo's, and Rose's relationship, as well as a whole lot of nostalgic monster capturing fun. So that's it for my first impressions of Dragon Quest Monsters: The Dark Prince. And if you like what you saw here, you can use the Amazon affiliate link below to order it and support the channel yourself. How did you feel about the game? Did you like it or dislike it? Let's get a discussion going on here, and let's all talk and chat about it, because I'm always in the comments too. And if you like what I do here on the channel, please head on over to the Patreon to sign up for early access to my videos and behind the scenes photographs. The link to it is over in the video description. And as always, please like, comment, and subscribe, and have a good day.